Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Whilton Mill Kart Circuit for round number 11, the finale of this 2022 Whilton Mill Kart Club season. My name is John Ratcliffe. Joining me alongside in the commentary box today for the heats will be Mr. Jack Oliphant.
Thank you very much, John. Yeah, it's exciting to be here for the finale. I've been flitting in and out of this championship myself a little bit here and there whenever I can get across to Whilton Mill, and it's always been an exciting one. It's always been a fun-filled day as well, and it's a little bit slippery and damp out there, as you can see in the background, so it's sure to spice things up.
Indeed. Actually, surprisingly warm today, but yes. I mean warm comparatively to a November winter day, like 11 degrees. Yes. We're in the double digits. That's basically tropical. Tropical for this kind of year. But yeah, as you see there, the weather forecaster today, I did check earlier, it's not supposed to rain at all today, but I don't know if we can trust that because when I woke up this morning, it was absolutely pelting it down and it wasn't supposed to. Yeah, and when I drove down here about 10 p.m. last night, it was absolutely pelting it down as well. So I think it's going to be a little bit changeable. What's for sure is that it's very slippery at the moment. The kart's out there, as you can see, doing their final couple of laps of practice, trying to get some heat in the tyres and heat into the circuit as well. That might dry it up just a touch. I think what we'll see is probably towards the end of the heat, maybe a dry line forming, where hopefully that means some lunges up the inside, where it might be a little bit interesting to say the least, a little bit slippery. Indeed, yeah, I think we could see some cheeky moves today, especially for the fact that we are in the finale. This is it. You can't leave anything on the table today. You've just got to absolutely go for it if you want to claim that first ever WM plate. Yeah, exactly. The WM plate up for grabs, of course, and you know, you can always ask for a new nose cone for Christmas, can't you? At the end of the day, exactly.
So you might as well use it while you got it. And yeah, I think we're going to see. There's plenty of championships. There's only one championship that's already wrapped up, and we won't spoil that until the actual race. Everything else has got a minimum of 3 drivers that can still win this championship, and some of the championship leaders haven't even turned up for the day. So all of a sudden, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are scrapping it out. Exactly. It should be a very interesting day. Now, there you can see the X30 seniors coming in to the pit lane. We've got one more practice, the senior maxes, before we then get into our heats for the day. Now, the schedule for today is slightly different to what we've had at the previous rounds this year. Before, we would have heat number 2 and heat number 3 in the morning and then the finals in the afternoon. Today, we've just got heat 3 and then the finals because they've already run heat number 1 and heat number 2 yesterday. Now, as I've said, you're going to be joining me for the heats this morning. So we've got 1 heat for each class. And then in the afternoon, the lovely Anthony Jordan will be joining me for the finals of each class, where, of course, we will determine that first ever WM plate. Yep, and if you're wondering where I'm off to, I'm not off on holiday or anything like that. It's we're going to be doing some behind-the-scenes interviews on the Alpha Live social media pages. So I'm going to be going out there and basically standing by Parc Fermé for the finals and trying to get in touch with a few of the champion-elects, of course, provisional champions. Provisional, yes. Because Mr. Paul Syret, our competition secretary, did come over and say, make sure you say provisional, because, you know, penalties are pending and all that sort of thing. And actually, where Anthony Jordan is at the moment, he hasn't just slept in and they've dragged me along into the commentary box, although we wouldn't put it past him. He can definitely hear you on the PA, so he's not going to be happy with that one. No, he can't. No, he's actually out and about recording little snippets for social media as well, asking drivers if they're excited, getting little bits and bobs for TikTok and all that sort of thing. And of course, a new sort of look paddock show as well. It's not actually the paddock show, it's a new sort of look, isn't it? So be sure to head over to the Alpha Live social media channels to catch up with all that kind of content. Exactly, and obviously we've done the paddock show a few times. The drivers can sometimes be a little bit nervous to chat to us in the mornings, but you would hope if they've come sort of top 3 in the race, top 3 in the championship, they're going to be more willing to have a chat with you after the race. Absolutely, there's more to being a racing driver than being quick and winning races, unfortunately, and I would say about 80% of it, as soon as you get out of karting, about 80% of being a racing driver is actually being a business person first. Then you've got to be able to do the talking on the track as well, and this is where a lot of drivers not only practice their driving skill at the likes of the Whilton Mill Kart Club and karting in general, it's also where they need to improve with their media skills as well. And well, I'm not pretending that we're experts, John. Well, actually, we are pretending we're experts here, aren't we? We are. It's definitely pretending. But yeah, drivers need to be able to remember to say the right things and hopefully be comfortable enough in front of camera to plug their sponsors and teams and everything like that as well. Exactly. They've got to learn that art of self-promotion, haven't they? Get their name out there, get themselves well known, and possibly be picked up by a team and continue to move forward through through racing. But yeah, as we say, one more practice session out, only a couple of minutes of practice, so then we should hopefully get into the heats relatively shortly. Yeah, we have had a notification. We have already announced this. Yeah, we've announced this first one. I think there might be another one, though. So that is
That's got to be an I, hasn't it? That's definitely got to be an I. Otherwise, that number plate just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, let's go with that.
So we've got a couple of cars that we need moved, please, ladies and gentlemen, out in the paddock.
Not that cart on circuit.
Not that car has sadly come to a halt on its own. Yes, so a couple of access points that we need, a couple of cars blocking the way. So if you are the owner of a white Vauxhall Corsa, number plate BK13HCF, please could you move that? That's a white Vauxhall Corsa BK13HCF. Then also a black Mercedes with a number plate I39YYY. That's I39YYY, a black Mercedes. Could you also move that as well, please, if you are the owners of either of those two cars, as they are blocking some access points that the guys here at Whilton Mill need access to.
I wonder if that black Mercedes is called Delilah in its own time. Why, Delilah? No? No?
That was actually surprisingly good from you, mate.
Thank you very much.
I'm proud of you on that one.
I start to read as I go on.
Thank God we've only got him for the morning. I'm joking.
Yes, no, it's important that we get all those access points nice and clear as well, because some of those access points might be needed for health and safety, like ambulances and things like that as well, which is essential for going motorsport racing. So we are our marshals, actually, who have nicely, while you were doing those announcements, we saw a go-kart just going completely straight on at turn 1 and deciding to take out one of our barriers. And, of course, the fantastic marshals, all voluntary, of course, up and down the UK. Oh, they're not all voluntary, actually.
Not in karting.
No, they're not in karting. My apologies. I'm too used to track racing.
You're a circuit racer, aren't you?
Yeah.
That's all right. We'll let you off.
Yeah, so these marshals are still doing a fantastic job, though, aren't they? And
exactly.
Putting their lives out there, I suppose.
It's understandable, though, careening towards that barrier, because you can see, even on in that shot, there's proper wet patches still on the circuit. But once you get off onto that grass, you've got no grip at all. You're probably just going to speed up towards the barrier. So really, the key to today is just keeping it on the black stuff, and you should hopefully get a pretty good result. Yeah,
I think the driver actually looked quite surprised when he came out the other end of it and thinking, oh, I've ended up on the track somehow. How's that happened? Okay, cool, I'll carry on. And just leaving his debris in the dust.
He's made his own way through turn 1, straight liner.
Okay, if we're wondering, of course, that was the last practice, like John was saying. If you're wondering on the order of proceedings, then you can find it on the Whilton Mill Kart Club. You can also find it on the Alpha Live timing page as well. But I'll give you a quick rundown as we see a few of the karts out there on circuit. We've got Junior Maxes, Honda Cadets, Mini Maxes, Iami Cadets, another grid of Junior Maxes, because there's split grids today, X30 Juniors, X30 Seniors, and Senior Maxes. John, we're not lacking for racing content today.
It's going to be low, Jen, as you say, that one split grid for today. I think that class had like 44, 45 entries, something like that. It was absolutely huge. It's fantastic to see so many people turning up for this finale of the championship. And overall, I believe, if it hasn't changed since our last check, 235 drivers entered today. Yeah,
it's mad, isn't it? It's mega, isn't it, for a meeting in November? I mean, most racing seasons don't run as long as the WMKC. 11 rounds is an awfully big commitment, an awfully long time to run a championship, and I think that's why a lot of drivers, they use it as almost pre-season and post-season testing almost, and which is why we love to see so many of them out here.
Yeah, it's brilliant. A few names on the entry list that we haven't seen throughout the season, as you say, maybe doing other championships through the year, but then once those have sort of come to an end, they can use Whilton Mill Kart Club to get back in the swing of things. But I think we're about ready to go to the Sting for our first heat of the day. Here we go then. Race number 15 of the weekend. But the first heat of today, Junior Max heat number 3, here is your grid. William Ray lines up on pole position. Alongside him, it's Alfie Richards. Row number 2 is Oliver Sander and James Tester. Then behind them, Harry Hurst-Grover and Luca Magni. Then row number 4, Thomas Ingram-Hill and Freddie Ingram. The Ingrams take up row number 4. Then it's Cameron Edmonds and Joseph McMahon on 10th position there. Then Zach Heslop and Jacob Jukes on row number 6. And it's Romarion Ubi and Timo Youngling, then Spencer Brahm and Joshua Graham, then it's George Donald and Zaki Hussein. Rounding out the top 20, Jessica White and William Antrobus, then it's Leo Brown and Matas Miazanskas, then Harrison Morrow and Mitchell Mulvey. Row 13, George Spilsbury and Blake Noble, and it's Ross Tyler, William Pemble, Holly Meal and Archie Bottle rounds out the top 30. And then finalising your 34 kart grid for today, Graybill Cullum, then Finn Leslie, Joshua Smith and James Waring. So 34 karts, I'm pretty sure that's a maximum grid, isn't it?
It's getting close to it.
It is indeed. It's Junior Max is our split grid, isn't it?
Junior Max is
there we go then. So yeah, full grid of 34 karts, and then we'll also see a heat number 4. So it gives all the drivers a good enough chance to get as many points as they can in the heats and push forward towards that WM plate.
Yeah, so there's a small handful of drivers that you might not be seeing in this particular race. If you have tuned in to watch them, then by all means tune in a little later on, basically, because you got.
Stay tuned in, obviously. I mean, you don't want to miss the racing this morning. It's going to be absolutely fantastic.
How could I be so foolish? It's of course, but the Junior Max is the Heat 4, which is technically the other Junior Max grid, of course, the split grid. Will be coming up at about 20 to 11. That is provisional. This race is supposed to start at 20 to 10, of course. So it's in about an hour, shall we?
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We've this season there have been a few stoppages in play during the season. Hopefully we won't see too much of that today, but you never know what can happen in racing. So whether there's a red flag, we may see the proceedings pushed back a little bit throughout the day, but we'll try and keep you updated on that. And if you're wondering what's going on, where we are in the schedule or whatnot, make sure you drop us a comment in the live chat. Let us know who you're supporting today and who you think is going to take the championship in each of our categories. And of course, we are coming near. We're obviously at the end of this season. We're coming to the end of another few seasons that we stream on Alpha Live, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't still subscribe to the YouTube channel. Look at that. We have got control over the graphics today.
Somebody was stupid enough to be able to give us a button to do something on the stream, haven't they? It's we're going to be spamming that all day long.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity to also sort of subscribe for next year's championship. I mean, Alpha Live, they just keep growing, they keep getting better, and they keep assigning new championships as well. So fingers crossed, there's plenty of not only racing but other series and other sports to be looking out for on the YouTube page next year. So now is a good time to get subscribed.
Exactly. We've obviously got loads of racing. That's sort of our primary thing here at Alpha Live. Our go-to, I would say. Yeah, exactly. We've got kart racing, we've got circuit racing, we've got motocross now. We do loads of that. We've also had rugby matches, and also, I think it was last weekend, we had our first boxing event as well.
Yeah.
So we're moving off into all different kinds of sports here at Alpha Live.
I know. Yeah, we're out here. We're moving. We're out here. It's good stuff. Yeah, no, it is an exciting time to be around as well. Just before I go on and carry on plugging selflessly, I am going to announce one more time, because the circuit has gone quiet, that if the white Corsa BK13HCF can please be moved. We've asked twice. I don't know if it's been moved since the last time we asked it, but I just thought I'd announce it again. And a black Mercedes 139YYY, please also move. We need access to wherever they're blocking, basically. They're blocking something important, basically. Otherwise, we wouldn't be asked to announce it.
Exactly. The Whilton Mill staff here doing a great job, but they can't complete that job if they can't get through the parked cars. So, yeah, if we could get that moved, that would be fantastic. But as you say, now we see the drivers getting ready in the collecting area for their first heat of the day in the Junior Maxes. So many karts out there. This is sure to be a fantastic little race.
Yeah, and it's probably going to be the most dramatic in terms of the sort of conditions that we've got for us today as well, because the track is obviously cold. It heated up a little bit as the karts went round for 3-lap practices. Marginally. That's all been dissipated now and all got rid of as the karts go back out on a very damp, very cold circuit. We'll see wet lines being introduced. We might see some drivers be brave enough to try slick tyres as well. Curved. Oh, we see we've already got a spinner as well. There's a little bit of standing water out there. I imagine a lot of these karts will probably be on wet tyres, maybe shredded wet tyres.
It'll be interesting to see where they decide for the transfer here. If it doesn't end up raining again, of weather. So, yeah, we can definitely see on that camera all of those drivers are definitely on wet tyres. I think that's the right decision for this morning. But when will they decide to make that changeover? Which heat? Or maybe even until we get to the finals. We'll have to wait and see. But just a little one about the Junior Maxes. Last round, round number 10, no driver got 2 wins across the weekend. It was very spread out in the results. Best round was probably for Sam Baker. Got a 2nd, an 11th, a 2nd and a 3rd. Sam Baker, your current championship leader, however, don't believe he's actually here for round number 11. So I think we could see a fight between some of the other drivers I can see in this grid. We've got Jacob Dukes, he's definitely one involved. Jessica White as well. Spencer Brom, Zaki Hussein. A few different drivers who could take the championship today in Junior Maxes. So this is definitely one to watch.
William Ray, one of them as well, who's
Indeed,
bit of an
William Ray as well,
but is on pole position, of course. So
there's 7 drivers who can mathematically take the championship at Junior Max. 2 who I don't believe are actually here today. So 5 who are here for round number 11 who could take the championship. Yeah. So this should be very interesting.
It will be indeed, of course. And as they round out the final corner, they look like they're all behaving themselves quite nicely by going nice and slow. It is the 83 of Alfie Richards on the outside, but William Ray on the 27 to the left of our picture now is on pole position, and it's a non-starter. False start we have for you. The first race here. That's not entirely surprising. Everybody getting the nerves up, a little bit anxious maybe, and trying to get the best start possible. They do really have to be careful. I was actually walked out through the driver's briefing, well, this morning. I was about to say yesterday. This morning, and a lot of what the clerk of the course was saying was, be respectful into turn 1. Let's not be silly here. You know, just get round it. It's going to be slippery. It's going to be greasy. Let's not get carried away. Yeah,
I was going to say, particularly in these conditions, you've got to be respectful to your fellow drivers. And especially if you're trying to carry a bit too much speed, someone's on your outside, you're just going to end up bumping them off. So let's just try and get through turn 1 safely. They started that pretty nicely. I thought they held back quite nicely, but then I think maybe just the 2 lines jumped at different times, and it wasn't too fair on the drivers behind. So we're going round for the second try for this first heat, which is probably the first false start of a couple in the day. We usually get a few here at Whilton Kart Club.
Yeah, it's not a surprising thing to see, is it? As the
drivers. It is difficult to get these starts right.
And to be fair, you know, I normally sit in, I normally complain, don't I, John, every single race that people warming their tyres up because I don't believe it does anything karting. Well, in the wet, I am going to complain about it slightly less.
Slightly less.
Because I think anything you can do to even get half a degree into your tyre is actually advantageous in the wet. So, yeah, Alfie Richards this time holding back to stay in line with William Ray, the 27. Of course, he'll be on pole position. Looks like he's going to be on the outside for this one, but as they sweep into the first corner, the number 27 will be on pole. And it looks like it's too slow for one particular driver. Is that the number 58?
I think it was the 98 of Luca Magni, I want to say, who'd pulled over to the side there.
Potentially is, but as they go around the final corner, can we get it right this time? Alfie Richards in the OT3, still a little bit too far ahead. That looks a little bit scrappy in the background, but we are green light racing here for round 11 of the Whilton Kart Club in the Junior Max Championship. I did actually want to say Senior Max, and there's plenty of cars going 3 wide, some being left out on the exit curb as well. It's very slippery there. You don't want to put your foot down too much. Ooh. And fighting for second place, fighting all the way down the circuit, actually. One driver's got away into the race lead quite substantially. It's everybody else.
One driver's lost a wheel there.
That's not ideal, and is it going to carry on and go onto the circuit? That is going to be a dangerous situation to be in. Hopefully it's going to get off the circuit before the rest of the karts do. Yes, it does. Not a bad racing line, I have to say as well. Circle round, 8 minutes to go in these heats as well, of course. 8 minutes plus 1 lap in the finals. I believe it's 12 minutes plus a lap, so slightly longer finals. They are worth double the points at the end of the day. We do have a standout leader, and it is William Ray in the number 27. Alfie Richards appears to be in second place, with James Tester in third, and Cameron Edmonds in fourth place as they round out the boot. So that's going to change, though.
Yeah, that is going to change down the inside at the final corner. There goes the... Was that the... I thought it said the 127. It definitely says the 127 on the car. So James Tester's had a great first lap there, up into P3, and a couple of drivers dropping down the order. Now, I didn't actually spot who was the driver that lost a wheel. I think it must have been Mitchell Mulvey then, as he hasn't come round to finish the first lap on the 155 plated kart. But we head through Christmas once again. The drivers just battling with the conditions, trying to find where that extra grip is, gain those couple of extra tenths and go for some moves. A couple of drivers diving down into Ashby, going for a move down the inside, but of course, once you get off the racing line, it's all different kinds of grip out there.
Yeah, typical wet line that a lot of drivers learn in go-karting is actually around the outside of the circuit because it's less rubber. I'll explain why in a couple of minutes' time. It's a very uninteresting reason, but it is quite important to how you drive a go-kart.
That 65 plate that just sent it down the inside, that's Spencer Broham. He's one of our top picks to take the championship today, and he's having a good first race. Just picked up another position there. I believe that was on Zach Heslop for 5th place. There's a move by the 41 at the final corner. There is Zach. He's just overtaken the 77 of Romarion Ubi. So indeed, Broham up to 4th, Ingram up to 5th, Brown up to 6th. He's another one to watch out for. And then Heslop ends up in 7th place after lap number 2.
Spencer Broham with a brilliant start there, isn't it? Up to 4th. He started in 15th position. He's clearly got the bit between his teeth to try and carve his way through the order. Now, I do believe that these sort of conditions really do extend the skill gap, shall we say, for drivers out there. The best drivers will be able to find the grip and be able to find it consistently as well. Whereas drivers who may be quick in the dry, don't really know why they're quick in the dry, they're just instinctively quick in the dry, might not be able to get to grips with the wet conditions or slippery conditions quite as much. And that's why maybe the championship contenders will get to the front a little bit quicker.
It's almost like a completely different sport, isn't it, between the dry and the wet. It's so different of how you drive the kart. Your throttle inputs, your braking inputs, and your steering inputs, all completely different, even though you're at the same circuit, just in slightly different conditions. There goes Spencer Brown, trying it down the inside once again. A little bit of side-pod contact on exit, though. He's going to have the outside for turn 1, which means he's going to have to filter in behind once again.
Yeah, that's against James Tester, of course. This is the fight for third place to try and get on the podium, but Tester goes a little bit too wide, gets on the exit curb. You can't put your foot down when you're on the exit curb. It's a little bit too slippery, and James Tester has to, I was about to say settle for 4th. There was absolutely nothing that was settling about that one, was there? He tried to launch it back up the inside to get the cutback, as I think the 76 lost out to Leo Brown. In fact, Leo Brown, I think, just stayed ahead of Freddie Ingram in that particular instance.
Indeed, just about. It was Leo Brown that was trying to follow Spencer Brown on the inside. Now, finally does it there at the left-hander as we head down to Osiers. So that is Brown now up into 4th place. Brown up into the top 3. But William Ray, once again, I've said this a few times during commentary, if you're leading and we barely see you, you're probably having a great race, because he's already nearly 3 seconds in the lead here.
Yeah, it's we're hardly going to mention him for the time being anyway, because he's 2.9 seconds up the road. It depends on what Spencer Brown can do, though, because now he's got into 3rd place. You'd expect him to push for 2nd, and there might not be enough time to catch up to William Ray, because William is, of course, a very quick driver on his own right, but you can see just one simple mistake will be able to hurt you going up towards Christmas Corner, and that's all of a sudden where a lot of time can be lost or gained, as the 76 of Freddie Ingram is all over the back of James Tester now, and actually that probably means that James Tester may manage to get up the inside through Christmas Corner, because going over the line they were the other way round actually. So yeah, Freddie Ingram now down to 6th, James Tester into 5th position. But as I say that, it looks like they're going to swap and change that, John, right in front of our eyes. Indeed,
but a good switch back there from Tester. Rienzi re-overtakes it there down to Osiers. Who's going to have the better exit though? Whoa, just chops across the nose cone there, does Tester, and he retakes that position. Another couple of championship contenders I'm watching out for, Jessica White and Jacob Jukes, just outside the top 10 in 11th and 12th respectively there. They're trying to grab some extra points as they're back down the inside. Tries the 76, but a little bit of sideways action on exit there. They're still side by side going down into turn 1, but it goes back the way of Tester.
Yeah, always wince going through that final corner when I see someone going on the outside curb, because you just think, oh, just don't put your foot down because you're going to spin into the wall. My goodness me, you got to leave each other a little bit of room.
Oh, and they made contact.
Was that is inevitable? A bit of a harsh word there, but you can sort of see going up to Christmas Corner, neither one of them wanted to get that inside line.
Yeah, I think more of a racing incident there. Just a bit of a tap in the rear for Tester, and he spins around. I think he lost 3 or 4 positions there on exit, but managed to get it back going pretty quickly. So hasn't lost out too much there, but was really putting up a good fight there between himself and Ingram.
Ingram ends up with the better though, doesn't he? He'll be getting, he'll be in that top 5 spot now, and of course to run it down. Oh, there's the 88 of Graham going at the inside of the 41 of Heslop, who seems to have dropped a few positions on this particular lap. That means, according to our timing screen, actually, William Ray in 1st place. Leo Brown has jumped up to 2nd, but I think that's incorrect. I assume it's still Cameron Edmonds and the number 10 that's in 2nd, because I haven't seen Leo Brown for quite some time, and I think his kart is actually stuck on our timing screen, so I don't think his transponder's quite working. Apologies if I'm incorrect, but I think Cameron Edmonds is still in 2nd place.
Yeah, we'll make sure to double check that when the next come round, whether Leo Brown has managed to get into 2nd.
In fact, actually, Spencer Brower might now be into 2nd place. He might have overtaken for that 2nd step on the podium. We'll have to keep an eye out for that one. Looking for the 65 against the number 10. There's a 12 launches up the inside. Who is that? That's
it's Matas Miazanskis in 8th place, I think. Trying to go for it on Zach Heslop, that is, for 7th. And he is going to try it now down into the boot. Goes to the inside. Gets it stopped nicely under the brakes and gets that move done. Looked pretty easy there, but he's got a bit of kick of oversteer on exit there, and it's going to be up and under once again for the 41 of Heslop to re-overtake 7th. Who can get a good exit, though? It is still Heslop. He points forward to say, let's work together, let's push forward to the drivers ahead, but less than a minute now to go in the race. I'm not sure if working together is really going to do much at this point.
No, and I think, actually, it's not a timing glitch. Leo Brown is in 2nd place, so I'm guessing there was a little bit of action between himself and Cameron Edmonds. Yes. Maybe why Cameron Edmonds ended up falling down and into the clutches of Spencer Browham, who was 4th, of course. So, yeah, plenty of action going out there on circuit. There's Freddie Ingram that we just saw going past our screens as well. Plenty. He's actually now trying to catch up. He's got Josh Graham actually ahead of him.
Indeed, Graham has managed to get him. Yeah, sometimes our little tracker can tell us lies here in the commentary box. But no, Brown definitely in 2nd and lapping very, very quickly. Fastest lap last lap. I mean, he's done 3 in a row, I think, of fastest laps. Now a 58.16 for Leo Brown. Has reduced the gap to 4 seconds. However,
that's Spencer Brown going up the inside of Cameron Edmonds. This is a third place, but he's not managing to get it done just yet. But this is the fight for third, so that is Cameron Edmonds, and he is in third. He is scrapping for fourth, well, to keep that third place at the moment, isn't he? Spencer Brown on a mission as Cameron Edmonds goes wide, and we've seen it so many times into Christmas corner. That ability, if you go wide through through Oblivion, you're going to get mugged through Christmas corner.
So it looks like possibly the number 10 might have a drop nose cone. I think that was the information being passed on to us. But Spencer Brown has managed to get through nonetheless. And he's had a great race, as you say. It was 15th on the grid, wasn't it, for Spencer?
Yeah,
it's a great race for him.
I think we were talking about Josh Graham as well. He started in 16th place. He's up into the top 5. What's happened?
That was an issue. That was an issue for Cameron Edmonds, I believe, in the number 10. Who he just overtook. He looked down at his engine on the side, and suddenly he was going a little bit slowly. So I think we may see him pull off into the pits. Whether he can get there, and there he is going into the pit lane.
Oh, no.
So a great race for Cameron Edmonds, but it all comes to an end just before the last lap.
That's absolutely gutting, isn't it? If it was 8 minutes and not a lap, plus a lap, then he'd be fine. But you can see him coming into the pits, and he's just got no throttle whatsoever.
Yeah, that throttle doing nothing yet. Points down at it. My kart's not working, mate. What's going on?
Yeah.
But that's it. We go on to the last lap now. Still William Ray in the lead. And look at how much time Leo Brown has taken out the leader. That's below 2.5 seconds now, but a little too late, I think, here for our second place man of Leo Brown. I think William Ray should be able to wrap this up pretty nicely.
Yeah, you can visually see how close they are out there on circuit actually as well, can't you? As William Ray, the number 27, as you said, 2.5 seconds the gap. It was a 5-second gap at one point, probably only about 2 laps ago. But to be fair to William Ray, I don't think he's trying particularly hard anymore.
He hasn't needed to push it,
No, he's just managing this time, managing that gap, sees the final lap, and now sees the checkered flag for Heat 3 in the Junior Maxes here at Whilton Mill for round 11. It'll put him in good stead for the finals. A little later on, of course, keep it pinned to Alpha Live to see how he gets on in that one. Leo Brown, who was extremely quick through that course of that race, ended up in second place. Spencer Broham, as I mentioned before, from 15th on the grid all the way up onto the podium, he finished in third place. With Josh Graham from 16th up to 4th, Freddie Ingram in 5th.
That was a big gaggle of karts that came across the line there, wasn't it? Oh, a couple of drivers side by side over the line there as well. So up and down the field, some close battles going on, and each point matters when you get to the end of a race like this. There is the 155 of Mitchell Mulvey. He was who we saw lose the wheel on the first lap. 3 wheels on his wagon, but he definitely was not rolling along anymore. Pulls it to the side and doesn't even get a lap done here in heat number 3. However, hopefully it shouldn't be too much of an issue, and he should be out later on for his final.
Yeah, it almost looked like, I can't remember actually now, but it wasn't just the wheel falling off. It almost looked like was it the stub axle
coming axle,
off? Yeah, stub axle falling off, which is someone clearly hasn't tightened an Allen key out there, and
whoops.
Don't think someone will be getting a bonus at the end of this particular round. Yeah, that one is a bit gutting, isn't it? But it's better that, I suppose it was better that it falls off there than halfway through a race when they're going at full speed. Maybe, I don't really know.
Yeah,
it's never a good time, is there?
It was the best time of the options for it to come off, I think. Let's run you through your top 10 from that Junior Max Heat 3. William Ray took the win. Then it was Leo Brown and Spencer Brown rounded out the top 3. Then it was Joshua Graham, then Freddie Ingram, Zach Heslop, Matas Miazanskas, Joseph McMahon, then Jessica White and William Antrobus rounded out that top 10. So a great opening heat, and that is it for Junior Max Heat number 3. Coming up next, what have we got? We've got the Honda Cadets for their heat number 3.
So the Honda Cadets Heat 3 here around 11 at Whilton Mill Kart Club. We've got the number 32 of Alfie Mew on pole position and number 53 of Harry Taylor alongside him. Row 2 sees Brendan James and Jake Cozy take over the second row, with row 3 being Ralph Rakites and Amaya Thomas. Row 4, Eva Morris and Rocco Shenton, championship leader. Row 5, Leland McNeish and Ralphie Branscombe. Row 6, Zach Champney and Oliver Majewski. Row 7, Kai Clark and Oliver Spencer. Row 8, Finley Lines and Zach Starbuck. Row 9, Teddy Cooper and Charlie King. Row 10, Sergio Verts and Luca Holmes-Ballack. Row 11, Kian Bernard and Jensen Walker. Row 12, Jacob Batchelor and Sebastian Clark. And the final page, row 13, Jaden Mead and 25, Archie Cannon. Row 14, 48, Fenton Stoneman, and 49, Nicola Posey. Row 15, 99, Abdaman Shaikh, and 93, Jack Freeman. You were expecting me to trip up on a few names, weren't you?
Mate, I would never doubt you. I would never doubt you. But
if anybody's out there wondering how the grids work, actually, we should probably explain that very quickly, of course. It's not done by any kind of qualifying process. The heats are done by an average grid position, so you'd hope that you'd always start the average over the course of the 3.
Should be
in the middle.
The same for every driver, we would hope.
So you should have, for instance, a pole position, a last position, and one in the middle, shouldn't you? And obviously it should all work out to an average of those 3.
Exactly. So another bumper grid for this one. 30 drivers out there. Quite a few drivers in this one that I saw out at the London Cup last weekend at Rye House. That was a brilliant little event. I was honoured to be commentating over that, and loads of the drivers who are here today were there as well. So hopefully they'll be, well, they definitely didn't disappoint there, and I don't think they're going to today. And there's a spin. I saw a couple of drivers getting a bit eager on the throttle pedal there, trying to warm the tyres, and there's you bubbling with rage about warming the tyres, but no one's ever going to learn, Jack.
I know. It's I said that I wasn't going to get angry about it. I lasted, 8 minutes?
It's a new record, I think.
I know, it is, actually, it is. There's evidence to suggest that I'm not going to say it.
No.
There's evidence to suggest that I'm right.
So also, drivers coming around the last corner, you see they're not getting into 2x2 like we saw with the last race. The Honda Cadets are a grid start, so they're going to be starting from completely stopped on their grid spot, and then they'll see the green light and go. Just to cover the heats from yesterday, Heat 1 was Charlie King who took the win, Oliver Spencer in second and Rocco Shenton in third, and Heat number 2, Zach Starbuck took the win with Oliver Miejski in second and Kian Bernard in third. A couple of those drivers involved in the championship battle as well. Rocco Shenton still in the lead of that one, 1,108 points coming into the weekend. And his second place, his closest challenger, Jarrett Clark, I don't believe is on the entry list. Last time I checked, anyway, isn't on the entry list. Closest behind them, Finley Lyons and Oliver Miejski. So they're the 3 to watch. Rocco Shenton, Finley Lyons and Oliver Miejski, your possible championship deciders. But anyway, that doesn't matter for this morning. We get involved with the heats. 36 maximum points to take from a heat, of course, for the win. And that all goes towards your championship points by the end. We see the 5-second board now. The drivers will watch the lights, keep those eyes on those 2 red lights, and they do go out. We're underway here for the Honda Cadet heat number 3 of the weekend. Who's going to be leading through turn number 1? Looks to be relatively similar to as we saw on the grid so far as they head now up towards Christmas Corner. Look at that, fanning out 3-4 wide in places. Rocco Shenton goes to the inside there. I think he's picked up a couple of spots. There's Zach Starbuck in the middle as well, getting a little bit of contact from behind. But they've all managed to make it through nonetheless. Line astern through Boxing Day as there's a move. Rocco Shenton goes for another one down the inside. Now up to P2.
Yeah, sorry, I was a little bit distracted there. There's a spinner, unfortunately, for the number 88. That's Zach Starbuck. That's unfortunate, going down into the hairpin there, and I think rejoined at the back of the field. Look how they've bunched up in that fight for third position now, actually. The leader, just like we saw in the previous race, gets away nice and clean on that opening lap. It looks like the number 80 of Eva Morris is fighting for that third. A good start from them, started in the 6th position. And then they're almost going 3 wide into the final corner. And I tell you what, John, these guys don't mess about today. A little bit of bump in the margin, a bit of hip and shoulder here and there.
Yeah, a little bit of contact there. It was Alfie Mew that got forced out wide there at the last corner. He's dropped down to 9th place after starting on pole position. So not the most ideal lap for Alfie there, just getting shuffled out wide. We've still got drivers fighting over positions up to Christmas Corner. There's a move down the inside for the 10. He might have over-egged that a bit, though. Makes a bit of contact on exit, but holds the slide nicely. So that's the number 10 of Oliver Miejski moving through nicely. Now up into 4th place, I believe that is. And he's going to go for another one down the inside. That's on the 80 plated car. So that is Eva Morris, as we see the 66 now rejoining as well. Who is that? That's Jake Cossey, from 4th place.
My bad.
4th place. He's had a bit of an issue there up near Christmas as Oliver Miejski gets forced out wide there. And, that was a big bump at the curb, wasn't it, for the 42 there?
Yeah, that was Oliver Spencer. I tell you what, I felt that in the commentary.
Yeah, oh my God, his pelvis is going to be aching after that.
Absolutely. I mean, it's lucky that they're young and they're made of rubber, isn't it? They'll bounce back from that one. But yeah, it's It's going to be a difficult one for the Kart to punishment, that is. It looks like they're still going 2-3 wide. I was actually trying to figure out who on earth all that is, actually. There's
too much going on, mate.
It is. Oliver Spencer's still involved in that. Somehow he's still got a straight rear axle. I don't entirely know how. As the E of Rocco Shenton gets into the lead. Now, he is the championship leader for a reason, and you can see his skill out there on circuit at the moment. The number 10 slotting up the inside, that's Majeski on, was it Zach Champney as well? Zach Champney getting a black and white flag earlier on in the session, I think, with the opening lap bit of contact.
He nearly forced Zach Champney to the grass there on the exit. Zach just about keeping it together and getting back ahead once again, but I think might have tried it really down the inside there. There is Zach Champney now, rejoining the circuit, trying to pick up the positions he just lost. I think he got forced out on the exit there of Ashby, but manages to go back down the inside there of the 79. That's Teddy Cooper getting involved with this battle now as well. So, as we said, there's so much going on. There always is in Honda Cadets. But Honda Cadets usually, in the dry, it's more nose-to-tail slipstreaming. In the wet, all hell just breaks loose.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these guys are learning their trade, of course, and in the wet, you learn most of all, don't you? And you can just see there in the dry, that wouldn't have slid into another driver, but in the wet, you try those sort of close proximity racing, you are going to slide, and you need to allow for a little bit of that. And you do learn a lot more from these kind of races than you would do a season in the dry, let's say. So it's a reason why quite a lot of the British drivers do make it to the top end of world motorsport as well, because you do race in pretty much every single condition possible. I wouldn't be surprised at the beginning of the next Whilton Kart Club Championship that we race in the snow at some point.
Yeah, I was chatting with one of our drivers, Mac McFarquhar. I don't think he's actually here today. I was chatting with him on Instagram, and he was saying about how the last round of last year was snowing incredibly heavily. So yeah, indeed, you get involved with every sort of condition in British karting, especially when we get into the winter months. It can get proper cold. And like you say, early next year, we might see some snow once again. But these battles in the mid-pack still continuing. That's the 57 of Sergio Wirtz there, now moves up into the top 10. As no, we've got a spin. The 74 of Charlie King spins it down to the boot. We only saw the aftermath of that, so not sure if any contact was involved, but he's lost a couple of positions, now just ahead of the 61 of Zach Champney. So Charlie down into 6th place.
Zach Champney having a brilliant race, to be honest, compared to where they started, now down into 7th. Not a terrible sort of start or terrible race for them, shall we say, but it's probably not ideal either if they're looking into this championship standings. If we are having a quick look at the championship standings, actually, I mentioned Rocco Shenton already. He seems to be doing very well already in this race.
He's doing everything he needs to, isn't he? He didn't have the most ideal day yesterday, I will say. He got a 3rd place in heat number 1, and he was out of the top 3 in heat number 2, but today, coming in strong and hopefully going to start off with an early win, and that should push him and give him lots of confidence to grab that WM plate by the end of the day. Yeah,
the other protagonist, shall we say, or antagonist, depending on which way perspective I suppose you're looking at it. Oliver Majeski is 2nd in the championship, and Finley Lines as well is 3rd, but everybody else is a bit of an outside shout, isn't it? Jarrett Clark and Zach Starbuck are in amongst those top 5 positions in the championship. But yeah, at the moment you've got to be probably putting your favourite down as Rocco Shenton. Not only is he top of the championship table, he's also very quick in these sort of conditions.
Oh, drivers going side by side there through Oblivion. Sergio Wirtz had a nice little move down the inside, but then ended up on the outside on the exit. Gets forced through. Back through went the 61 of Zach Champney. Zach Starbuck followed him through, then overtakes at Christmas Corner. So after that earlier incident on lap number 1 for Zach Starbuck, he is moving back through the field very nicely. I think now up into P8 for Zach Starbuck after dropping down near the back of the order. Another person I want to highlight as well, our top novice in this race so far, Fenton Stoneman, started in 27th, I believe, on the grid, now up into 16th.
Yeah, I actually forgot about the novices, and that's not because I'm a terrible commentator. I hope I'm not terrible anyway. But, I mean, I was walking into that one.
Yeah, you walked into that one, mate.
Yeah, no, it's mainly because you don't notice that they're novices. They're out there racing so well with the qualified drivers. So it's nice to see them really mixing it with the I should say, pro drivers in air quotes. I should say the qualified drivers is probably the better way of saying it. Teddy Cooper there getting through on Harry Taylor.
Very opportunistic move there. The door just opened after another move. I believe it was from King. It would have been, Charlie King, and then just saw that opening, went for it, forced them out wide, stuck side by side through the final corner, and got the move done. So that was a great move there from Teddy Cooper. We look back to the front though, and Rocco Shenton now has Oliver Miejski and Oliver Spencer for company.
Yeah, the top 2 in the championship are in the same order. They are on the race order as well, of course, with Rocco Shenton not able to pull away from any of these drivers, and this is what we normally see in the dry. You did touch on it a little bit earlier, didn't you, John? That it's quite a slipstreaming event, is the Honda Cadets in the dry conditions, and it just goes to show that even though the wet is the great leveler in some ways, it gets rid of those sort of advantages like slipstream. It's still there, it's still present, and Majeski's not exactly going to take this one lying down, and a little bit of a nudge for Rocco Shenton at the back end there. It doesn't allow him to throw him off his line, but he does give a little bit of a look back, thinking, what on earth are you doing? Let's calm down a bit. This isn't the final yet.
You could see Majeski planning that, coming into the boot of the E-plate of Shenton, went a little bit deep, and he's tried that cutback, but Rocco just closed the door. But he's going to go for it now up into Christmas again, goes down the inside, gets it stopped on the brakes. Can he make that move stick? And he does, so that's Majeski to the lead.
Yeah, I wonder if Rocco Shenton sort of saw that out of the corner of his eye and thought, you know what, this guy seems a little bit too motivated for this one. I'll wait for my battle a little bit later on. And there we go, forcing him a little bit wide through the hairpin, and Majeski forces Rocco Shenton on the outside of the circuit. They're both going to lose out to Oliver Spencer here if they're not entirely careful. 2 laps to go as Shenton launches one on the inside as Majeski looked for that wet line around the outside, but maybe the track is starting to dry up just a touch, and it's not the fastest line anymore. Maybe a few drivers out there on the grid, or on the dummy grid I should say, probably looking at that one and making notes as Majeski again finds the way up the inside of Rocco Shenton through the boot.
That was a rough and ready move, that, wasn't it? Forces his way through, and he's going to try and force him off the circuit there. Oh, Oliver. All right, let's what was that from the briefing again? Let's give each other the racing room. Let's be respectful here. But on to the last lap we go. Oliver Majeski now in the lead. Rocco Shenton doesn't have too long to answer that back. By the way, they're fighting. You'd think they're on equal points going into today, but no, Rocco Shenton does have a 100-point lead, I think it is, over Majeski, so it is definitely in his favour, but Majeski doing everything he can to eke out as many points over Rocco Shenton as he can. There was a driver off there down at Ashby in the wall. I'm not sure who that was. We'll try and pick that up near the end of the race, but here we go onto the second part of the lap, and it was the 29. That's Leyland McNeish, who's gotten a bit beached there in the grass. We look back to the leaders now, and Majeski looks to have this one wrapped up. Only one more opportunity into the boot. Could Rocco Shenton do anything about this? He actually goes wide. Might open himself up the move from our third place man, Oliver Spencer. They're going to try it round the final corner here. Can Rocco do anything? I don't believe so, unless Majeski goes wide. He has a little bit of side of oversteer, but he looks okay, and he gets that P1 across the line. Majeski takes the win in heat number 3 here in the Honda Cadets. Rocco Shenton in P2 with Oliver Spencer in P3.
Surprised Majeski could actually see the corners coming up. He was looking over his shoulder that much going into the boot there, wasn't he? And I suspected there was a little bit of something in that reaction across the line as well, looking over his shoulder.
He looked over his shoulder to do the P1, didn't he?
Yeah, I was about to...
Trying to get in his head.
Yeah, exactly. I think a little bit of mind games maybe. Don't know how much that's going to affect Rocco Shenton, who's probably quite happy to take a second place with the championship lead he's got. But you never know. We're obviously going into a final where anything can happen. This is motorsport.
These are very young drivers as well. I think that can often come with experience and age of that. I don't need to fight this.
Yeah.
I know I'm way ahead in the points anyway. He can just have the first place. There was a bit of fight back from Rocco, but ultimately let that first place go. And I think that was the best idea, because if you got into a silly battle, you end up getting fired off, and then you end up getting no points rather than the 34 that he's just got there for second place.
Oh, exactly. And Oliver Spencer could have made it a lot worse as well if Rocco had tried to go for a move. It didn't work out. Oliver Spencer overtakes him, and all of a sudden he's on the bottom step of the podium, or even potentially not on the podium at all. And in fact, there, the number 42 with a fist bump, Oliver Spencer, very happy with his third place, I imagine, as well.
As he should be, yeah. Now, the rest of the top 10, Charlie King was in 4th, and it was Harry Taylor, Teddy Cooper, Alfie Mew, Zach Starbuck back up to 8th after that incident. That's an impressive race from him. And Finley Lyons and Zach Champney rounded out the top 10. So as these Honda Cadet drivers come back into the pit lane, they're going to have all their front nose cone checked. And through scrutineering, of course, all these results, as we've said before today, very much provisional. There can be penalties after the race, of course, that are then confirmed. If you want to know all of the confirmed race results, make sure you head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC. That's where you'll find all the confirmed results. If you want to check the live timing, that's live.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC. But there we go, Honda Cadets now over. We're going to head straight into the Mini-Maxes. Here we are then, Minimax is already out on circuit. Let's run you through the grid. Emily Cotty lines up on pole position. Alongside her on the front row is Logan Howes. Then behind them, Maxime Smith and Charlie Neve. Then there's Jonas Klimas and Spencer Allen. Row number 4, Michael Dalton and Joshua Bagumbe. Then William Murta and Daniel Brigden rounds out the top 10. Then behind them, Luca Brooks and Noah McNicholas. Row number 7, Josh Salvadori. He's one to watch in the championship battle. Alongside him, Lucy Wielden. Then Oliver Meek and Ethan Carney. Then Victor Hansen and Oliver Smith. Rounding out the top 20, Maisie Creed and Joshua Turnbull. And it's Daniel Hartley and Ryan Gill, Lucas Blanford and Leon Barlow. And then 27 karts for this Minimax heat number 3. Karthik Kometa, then it's Callum Foster and Will Archer. A single driver on row number 14. Now, the driver's still jostling position as they come around the final corner here. There's no way we're going to get this started. They're going 3 wide around the final corner. I don't know what's happening here, but we're definitely not going to get this underway first time I'm asking. As predicted, we go round once again. Drivers need to make sure they're getting themselves into the correct order before we're going to see a green light start here. But gives us a little bit more time to relax from that last heat and have a bit more of a natter.
Yeah, it's. I think it's the Maxim Smith actually who was supposed to be in 3rd place.
He was like, no, I want to be on pole. Thanks.
Yeah, exactly. don't these grids go 3 wide? I thought that's how the motorsport works. No, obviously not. Yes, another driver who I was having a look at in the championship, of course, who I don't think is here. I think entered, but isn't here, is Lucas Blanford.
Ah.
Don't quote me on that because I don't know.
I'm quoting you.
Okay, I don't know. He is here. Yeah. He's on the grid. He's supposed to be in 23rd place.
Okay.
Number 59. He scored 0 points yesterday in heats 1 and 2.
Yeah, and he's not on our live timing, is he? So I think we can safely say that Lucas Blanford won't be here challenging for the WM plate today.
Which is a shame because he was a championship contender.
He was very. It's so close between the top 3 in the championship. There's 7 points in it between the top 3 of Josh Salvadori, Joshua Turnbull, and Lucas Blanford. But as you say, Lucas sadly not here, so it's looking like it's going to be between the 2 Joshes, Salvadori and Turnbull. But here we go for the race start.
Indeed, yeah, it's the 148 on the outside. Emily Cotty in 2nd place, and the number 30 ended up on pole position, Maxim Smith. Not entirely sure how they bullied their way up to that position because it's not on my grid, but hey-ho, we've started the race and we'll get on with it, shall we? As they go through Oblivion for the first time. Seems everybody's made it through cleanly there, but as they go to Christmas Corner, that's when we really start to see the drama. And a big dive up the inside there by the the 60 Charlie Neve, potentially? Or might have even been further back. 67 Oliver Meek, actually. Oh, as we see a driver on the left-hand side, that's the number 81, Noah McNicholas there. It's big off for him, but managed to get back going. However, somebody hasn't been able to get back going, and that is the number 30, Maxim Smith. Full of controversy for the first 30 seconds of the race there, isn't he, the number 30? But back going, it looks like right at the rear of the field. Who is in the race lead then if it wasn't Smith? Is it the 148 of Emily Cotty?
I think it might be Emily Cotty. And there's Josh Salvador in 2nd, Michael Dalton in 3rd. So yes, I think we are right in saying that Emily Cotty is in 2nd. Wow, yeah, you pointing out, what a great first lap for Josh Salvador.
From 8th position up into 2nd is quite incredible start.
Officially, he started 13th.
Wow.
So, I'm not sure what's happened with the grid, what the grids have happened here. But anyway, Josh Salvador, no matter whether he started 13th or 8th, he's up into P2 already.
Yes, and as I said, we'll just get on with the fact that he's in P2, shall we, instead of worrying about our grids. Because at the end of the day, they don't matter, do they? It's the finishing result that actually matters. It is Emily Cotty who leads, Josh Salvador in 2nd place, like we just mentioned, Michael Dalton in 3rd, Victor Hansen in 4th, Charlie Neve in 5th. That could all have changed by the time I look back at the actual screen now and away from my timing screen. The number 10 there, Josh Turnbull, trying to carve through the order as best as possible. Not able to do so just yet as they go almost 3 wide in the infield section and on towards the boot. It's a fantastic overtaking opportunity, isn't it, John? And a one that looks like a few of the drivers are trying to take advantage of. 60 of Charlie Neve being one of those drivers.
Yeah, that was a good move there. Moves him up another position. But, yeah, Joshua Turnbull, as you were saying, needs to try and carve its way through nicely as Josh Salvadori, his championship contender, is now up into the lead, has got past Emily Cotty on that last lap and sets the fastest lap of the race. So possibly we might see Josh Salvadori run away with this one. Didn't actually get a win yesterday. He got 2 third places in Heat 1 and Heat 2, so he's trying to do a bit better than that today, and currently very much doing so.
Charlie Neve getting up the inside of Victor Hansen to try and get onto the podium positions, and then has Emily Cotty to chase down, and maybe Emily doesn't have the overall pace. Last lap was about 2.5 seconds slower than Josh Salvadori, so it's no surprise that she ended up losing that race leading position. and looks like struggling to hold on to second place as well, as Charlie Neve makes up not one but two positions on this particular lap.
Yeah, Charlie Neve's really pressing on, isn't he? He looks like he's got some fantastic pace there. The only one getting even close to Josh Salvadori's lap times in the lead. Another one being Oliver Smith on the 38 plate. We might see him getting involved with this battle relatively soon. But Emily Cotti still doing well there, up in third place. Just has to try and hold on for another 5 minutes, as it's very much Tokyo Drift out of a few of these corners, just hitting wet patches and the oversteer proper kicking in. We're seeing the back end of some of these drivers' karts flying out, but none spinning off just yet. We saw a couple on the first lap having a few incidents, but since then, all keeping it on the black stuff for now anyway. Here's the number 38 of Oliver Smith. He's got past Michael Dalton, now up into 5th place. And I think it might have been Michael Dalton who we saw send it down into Christmas on the first lap, or possibly actually this driver behind. It was possibly the 46 of Spencer Allen on the blue kart. It was quite the send. I wasn't sure if it was actually an attempt at a move or whether he more outbraked himself and happened to gain 2 or 3 positions from it. But either way, you take those positions. We're still watching this battle between the 38 and the 21. And Oliver Smith, now through on Victor Hansen, now up into P4.
Absolutely, yes. Fantastic engagement in YouTube chat. Oh, the 63 is off the circuit, and that's Daniel Hartley trying to get the car back onto the circuit. I'm not entirely sure if they get back in and drive away. I'm not 100% on the rules of WMKC and whether you're allowed to do that. If your feet touch the floor, I'm not sure if you're allowed back in the car. Yeah, I think you can. We'll go with the fact that you can, because he is doing it and we don't want to get him in trouble. 148 over Emily Cotti is you're just struggling to stay within the top 5 now. I think Oliver Smith, actually the top 3, sorry, Oliver Smith is going for that 3rd place. And I was just about to say there's been some fantastic interaction in the YouTube chat as well. We've got polls flying up there left, right and centre, so please do get your votes in on those as well. At the moment, will we see a female WMKC champion in the Junior Max this weekend? Well, it could be Jessica White, or could it be the other drivers of Spencer Broham, Zaki Hussein and Jacob Jukes. Please do get your votes in and give your opinions on the YouTube chat as well. We'll see if we can get you a shout out.
Yeah, currently very, very close in that poll. Jessica White, 41% of the vote. Spencer Broham, 39% of the vote. So it really could go either way there. And with how the points stand, it really could. It's going to be really close in that championship. But we look back here to the mini-maxes. The drivers slightly spacing out. That's what we can sometimes see in the wet. Some drivers taking to the different conditions a little bit better than others. But this battle for the lead now hotting up. We saw Charlie Neve moving his way through the pack very nicely. Now has caught up to the back of Josh Salvadori. Now this really matters for Josh. Of course, Charlie Neve not really in the championship battle, but he doesn't care. He wants that race win, and he goes down the inside at Ashby. We're going to have to wait until we see them at the exit as to whether Charlie Neve has secured that position or whether he took that inside line and went wide, and he did indeed. Josh Salvadori has managed to make his way back through up into the lead. Just over 2 minutes to go now. There's still quite a bit of time for Charlie Neve to try and send a move here, but doesn't decide to go for it at the boot this time around. Josh Salvadori will lead them through to start lap number 6.
I'm actually trying to find where Charlie Neve is in the championship, to be honest. And, oh, there he is, in 7th place. I was looking far too far down, doing a bit of a disrespect for him there, wasn't I? 7th in the championship, so yeah, nothing to really shout about in terms of his season. He's had 1 second place, and that's it. He's hoping to get another one here. In fact, he might actually be going for a race win. That'll be a good way to seal off a championship. They do say you're only as good as your last race at the end of the day. That's what I like to say anyway, because I won my last race. I didn't win much else, but
so by they say it, you mean you say it?
I say it.
Yeah, okay.
I'm a commentator now, so I like to think that I'm spreading some cheer. Yeah, it's a good move there by Charlie Neve. I didn't really think Josh Salvadori really actually fought that very hard, though, did you? Don't you think? Maybe he's just happy scoring the points. Unlike in car racing or something, he won't have a radio in his ears telling him where his championship rivals will be. Josh Turnbull all the way down in 7th place. So realistically, from Salvadori's perspective, the next driver up the road could be his championship rival. So you don't want to give those positions up without a fight. But it did seem that Charlie Neve has fantastic pace here today as well. And before we get onto the last lap or anything else, I saw a YouTube question. How old are these racers? Well, I believe, because it's the mini-maxes, they are between the ages of 11 and 14 for the mini-maxes. They are eligible for, they could be in cadets, they could be in juniors as well, some of them. But yeah, between the 11 and 14, you have to be eligible for the mini-maxes.
Exactly, yeah. There's a nice bit of crossover period for the drivers to sort of move up the ladder and through the increasingly sized engines. And the kart's getting a lot faster once we get up into the senior categories. But even though sort of slightly slower karts. It doesn't mean it's any worse racing. It's always fantastic in this Minimax class. And now one to watch, I think, Oliver Smith in P3. He set the fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago, a 59.64, 1/100th of a second faster than Charlie Neve's quickest lap. So those two really putting in the pace. The only two to have dropped down below 1 minute. And look, you can see now he's right on the rear bumper of Josh Salvadori. And I believe we're going to go on to the final lap now. We are indeed. So only a few more meters of racing here for heat number 3 in Minimaxes, and Josh Salvadori needs to be claiming as many points as possible from this heat number 3 of the weekend. Checks over his shoulder as they head up towards Christmas, and now moves over to the inside to defend from Oliver Smith.
Yeah, so far yesterday he scored 232 points, which I think is 2 third places, isn't it, for Josh Salvadori? With another third place, it's not a bad points haul. But his championship rival Josh Turnbull did take a race victory and a 4th yesterday. So realistically, they're probably averaging roughly the same. And even though Josh Salvadori could end up on the bottom step of the podium, his championship rival all the way down in 7th place still, not exactly scoring many points. So Salvadori still comes out averagely better. There we did see a yellow flag going into turn 1, and of course the last lap board being shown as Oliver Smith ignoring Salvadori's wishes, shall we say, and let's work together as a team. Charlie Neve takes the checkered flag, and Oliver Smith gets that race second place. I was about to say victory. Second place right on the final couple of turns. Salvadori has to settle for 3rd place, but at the end of the day, once he sees that is Josh Turnbull is all the way down in 7th, he won't mind that one bit. Good racing from the Minimaxes. The top 5 rounded up by Emily Cotty, who managed to hold on to that 4th place, and Victor Hansen, of course, in number 21.
Yeah, good end of the race there. Smith was working his way through nicely, and Charlie Neve set another. That is mental. So Oliver Smith pipped him by a 10th to take the fastest lap. Then Charlie Neve has pipped him by a 10th again, 59.63. So the 3 quickest laps in that race, sorry, yeah, the 100th of a second. The 3 quickest laps were 59.63, 59.64 and 59.65.
Shared between 2 drivers.
Yeah.
Who came first and second. That's pretty mad, isn't it, really?
Super quick.
To be fair, Oliver Smith probably would have been slightly quicker as well, but he had to obviously overtake Salvadori on that final corner. So it's, very, very close between those drivers. And look at that, beaming Charlie Neve, you can see it through his eyes, through his helmet. I'm quite often surprised slightly by the iridium visors being worn here. I was always told that they get ruined in the rain, but maybe technology has moved on since I was.
They look cool, don't they?
They look damn cool.
So,
I will give it to them.
Yeah, a couple of drivers going for the clear visors, but I think now the rain has actively stopped. I think
still got a bit
you're
of
in that sort of.
Iridium visors aren't cheap. I'd be protecting that like gold dust. Anyway, that is the Minimaxes done and dusted. I'll run you around the top 10 for the sake of it. Charlie Neve then takes the race victory with Oliver Smith in 2nd place, and the podium rounded out by Josh Salvadori, championship leader. Emily Cotty in 4th, Victor Hansen in 5th, with Michael Dalton in 6th. 7th was Josh Turnbull, 8th was Lucy Whilton, 9th Leon Barlow, and 10th was Spencer Allen. You can still see the drivers on those full wet tyres as well. When is that crossover going to occur? Maybe it's going to be during lunch.
I'll have to wait and see, but there we also saw Callum Foster was your top-rated novice in that one, finished in P11. However, we did see, just got a penalty, I believe, a front nose cone penalty. So that's going to drop him down a couple of places. But that's it for Minimax Heat number 3. Up next, I believe, we have the Army Cadets.
It is the Army Cadets for Heat 3, race 18 of the weekend. And we'll be able to bring you the grid up on your screens now. It's on row 1 and on pole position is Kanishk Rao with Ethan Weldon alongside 52 Austin Gibson and Cole Patterson are on row 2. Row 3 is 82 Henry Clark and 53 Ethan Lucas. Row 4 is the 31 of Levi Sangera with 21 Harley Musk. Row 5 is the 25 of Jacob Nairn and the number 1 of Jesse Phillips even. Row 6 is the 81 of Cold Lepetorel and the number 12 of Jensen Ackerman. Row 7 is my favourite name to pronounce in the entire WMKC, the number 20 Enzo Butterazzi. Number 6, Henry Domain. I probably said that really badly as well. Row 8, the number 57 of Finley Hines and the number 98 of Christian Kobe. Row 9 is the 49 of Jalarth Sayer and the 45 of Blair Smith. Row 10 is 54, Will Green, and 88 of Archie Lovett. Row 11 is number 44, Sukhmani Kera, and number 17 of Knight Measures. In row 12 is the number 71 of Max Mason, and 77 George House. Row 13, the 16 of Millen Tomlinson, and the 84 of Mason Brooks. Row 14, 68 Levi McGrath, and 79 Marcel Pucal. Row 15 is 91 Harry Williams, and 32 Rayan Townsend Grant, with row 16 being 33 Charlie Clough, 36 Jack Holmes, and row 17 75 Josh Cook, and 133 Frederick Wood. 34 carts lining up for the Army Cadet Heat 3, John, and well, they're out so promptly they actually slightly rushed me on my grid order there.
Yeah, there's another bumper grid here for the Army Cadets. Just a little roundup from last round. Will Green has been looking fantastic. Last round, round number 10, he got a first, a second, a first, and a first. He missed round 9, but at round 8, he had a perfect round. 4 first positions. Then so far in this round, yesterday, heat number 1, he got a win. Heat number 2, he got a second place. So I think he's one to watch. However, he's not actually part of the championship battle, as he didn't come to some of the earlier rounds in the season. So our championship battle is between some slightly different drivers, but we'll cover that later on in the finals. Here we go then. Are we going to get this underway? No, we are not. We're going to go round for a second attempt at this start for heat number 3 in the Army Cadets.
They clearly heard that we were rushing a little bit with our build-up there, didn't we? And thought, you know what, they need an extra
They need a little bit more time. Well, now we do have a bit more time. I might as well tell you those championship protagonists. You've got Finley Hines, who was leading the championship going into the weekend on 1,029 points. Behind him, P2 is Max Mason, was 980 points going into the weekend. And then Levi McGrath on 881. Those three, the only 3 drivers who are eligible to take the championship here and take that first ever WM plate in the Army Cadet category. It was Rafe Murdoch who was your 2021 champion, of course not racing in this category anymore. Oh no, the 25 already out. Who is that? Jacob Nairn. Gutted for Jacob, and he
sad sight,
looks around. Oh, what's happened? I don't even get to take the start.
It's a sad sight, isn't it, unfortunately, to see someone who obviously built up their entire morning to come and race and didn't manage to get out there on the circuit. So as we round out the final couple of corners, it's about that time that hopefully we get racing. Even the drivers are telling each other to slow down a little bit here. It looks like there's a slightly different order to what we've got on the sheet as we go racing, though, so we'll try and figure it out as we go along, shall we? The grids are getting mixed up a little bit from what we have in front of us, but it doesn't matter. As I said, it's about who finishes the race in the lead, not who started in the lead. I think it's starting, though, is Kanishk Rao in the pole position, or at least leading the way across the line. There's a little bit of bumping and barging up through Christmas Corner. That's to be expected in these conditions and such hotly contested championship finale. Of course, big lunge up the inside, down the hill as well. And who was that trying to go for that lunge? As soon as I see the number, I'll be able to tell you. It was the 52 of Austin Gibson gets into the race lead. And the 82 of Henry Clark as well is in second place, but not for too much longer, because the number 9 of Kanishk Rao manages to get back up into second place. As that's a novice in the wall. That's the 75 of Josh Cook, who was running down in 22nd place.
Yeah, down at Ashby there, finds the barriers. These battles continuing at the front of the field, though. The 23 and the 6 going side by side. I think that's for 4th place. What can the 6 do? That's Henry Domain. He's had a great first lap. When he crossed the timing being at the start of the race, he was in 11th. Now jumps up into P4. So a brilliant start for him. But yeah, had a bit of a confused face at the start there, because Finley Hums was supposed to be 15th on our sheet, and then I saw him in P4, and I was like, how's that happened? So clearly we can't be trusting these grids this morning, but there was a move. I'm pretty sure that was for the lead, and it is Kanishk Rao back through on the 52 of Austin Gibson to retake that top spot.
They're not messing around here today, are they? They're going for moves everywhere they can, around the inside, around the outside. Doesn't matter for these drivers here at the WMKC. They're here to put on a show, and put on a show they're doing. Kanishk Rao doing a good job not defending too much into these 2 corners and going for that aggressive wide wet line as well to try and get a better exit onto the back straight and maybe fend off an attacking move into the boot from Austin Gibson, and he does just that as well. Good exit from Rao, good racecraft.
Indeed, holds on to that lead for now. Anyway, it was a good lap for Kanishk Rao, but their slight battling is allowing for Henry Clark and Henry Domain to get involved behind them as well, and they also have Colby Patterson and Jesse Phillips for close company as well. Still lots of time in this one to go, just less than 6 minutes on the clock. And the drivers not really spreading out like we saw in the last race. Here might be a move for third place, though. Henry Domain's going to try it down the inside on Henry Clark. Henry Clark goes a little bit wide, might end up losing another position as well, and does. Through goes Colby Patterson into fourth place too. So Henry Clark down from third to fifth in one corner. Now under pressure from Jesse Phillips in the number one as well.
Yeah, it's good racing all around at the moment, isn't it? But look at Kanish Grau actually managing to pull away from a few of these drivers. There's a little bit of a move up the inside there. Was that number one, Jesse Phillips and Colby Patterson?
I think you might be right. No, that's the 82 who's tried out the inside, which I can't see on the time. Oh, that's Henry Clark, so he must have dropped down a couple of positions. He has indeed. He's got two flying down his inside. That's Lovett going through, and the number one of Jesse Phillips, so I think he might be down to P7.
Yeah, not an ideal opening couple of exchanges for Archie Clark, but you know what? You got to ride the punches. Sorry, Henry Clark, even no, not Archie Clark. It's Archie Lovett as well, isn't it? He's managed to get past. Sorry, I'm getting everybody mixed up a little bit here as the Army cadets are confusing me with how many moves they're pulling off and where they're placing at the moment. But all we know is that Austin Gibson, I would say, is under a little bit of pressure from Henry Domain, who's currently sat in third place and doing a good job of putting in some fast times. And in fact, just put in the fastest lap of the race by about half a second as well. The number 6 is really pulling up to the back of these drivers. Not only pulling up to the back of them, I think pulling past them as well. He's lunged up the inside of Austin Gibson.
Has indeed. Henry Domain looking incredibly quick in this one, and now only one driver between himself and this heat number 3 win. And of course, as we said earlier, the more that these guys keep battling, the more that the drivers behind are going to catch up, and they're very much not far away. The top 10 split by less than 3.5 seconds at the moment. We're looking here between a battle between the 82 and the 49. That's Henry Clark trying to fend off Yarla Sire. And Will Green and Finley Hines just behind them as well. So Finley Hines had a bit of a poor opening lap. I don't think you'll mind me saying. He either started P4 or P6. We're not too sure. Obviously, our grids were a little bit wrong. He dropped down to about P12, P13. Now makes his way back up into the top 10. But we'll see what he can do past that. Here might be a change for third place, though. Oh, a little bit of a twitch into the braking area, though. The 23 of Colby Patterson getting a little bit nervous that Austin Gibson might close the door there. But doesn't. Gibson gives him good racing room. And through goes Patterson.
Not sure if he was nervous about Gibson closing the door, if he was just making sure that the door wasn't going to be closed, put it that way, a bit more aggressive. But Gibson lunged back up the inside, but it went a little bit too hot into the braking zone, and a happy Patterson managed to just nip back up the inside on that cutback. Good racecraft there, didn't panic at all. We have had a contact warning for the number 17, which is, of course, one of the novice drivers at Night Measures. Not sure what he measures, something during the night, I imagine.
I'm not even replying to that one, mate.
I enjoyed it. I've been sat here trying to think of a joke for quite some time. Number 88.
That was what you came up with.
That is all I could come up with. Archie Lovett flies up the inside of the final corner. Good move there. I'm trying to find who it was, actually. It was Austin Gibson, potentially, who's not having the best lap to remember.
Henry Domain is, though, another fastest lap of the race, 1:02.2, and he is chasing down our leader in Kanish Rao. That gap now 0.3 of a second. There goes Jesse Phillips on the number 1 plate through on Austin Gibson, I believe that was, up into 5th place, and indeed now has Archie Lovett ahead for company as they go down through Ashby. Just over 2 minutes left to go now, and it's been chop and change throughout this heat, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. It's flown by, really. Actually, it's only 2 minutes to go, and the Army Cadets, I mean, they always provide interesting action, don't they? You know, whenever we're sort of getting a little bit of a lull, which isn't very often at the WMKC, when as soon as we see it's the Army Cadets next up, we sort of get a little bit excited because they do. It's almost like their inexperience makes them fun to watch. It's almost like a naivety when they go into certain moves, isn't it? Which maybe some of the senior races they've sort of learned better of, shall we say, when they get a little bit. Well, you'd like to think they've learned better.
Yeah. You're assuming a lot there.
I am actually. I'm probably giving them a little bit too much credit, but it is always nice to see the armies out there and doing their best. And you can see there's a lot of learning, is what I'm trying to say out there, isn't there? They try moves, and all of a sudden you won't see them try it again because they think, oh, okay, that hasn't worked the last 5 times I've tried it. Maybe I'll just stop it, and it's quite nice to see that development. Domain, though, is absolutely rapid, though. He's clearly done a lot of developing over the course of this year and in these slippery conditions, because he's right onto the back of our race leader, Kanish Grau. He's
trying to go for it down the inside, not quite getting the purchase, though, through that corner as they now head down into Osiers. As he's been all over his bumper, and I think Kanish Rao is going to be a little bit surprised because he got ahead, now started pulling away nicely, but Henry Domain has caught right up to the back of him. Only 50 seconds to go, so we should get 2 more laps here of the Whilton Mill Kart circuit. So Kanish Rao doesn't have too long to hold on to this, but Henry Domain has been looking very interesting throughout this one, but where is he going to pick to go for this move? There was someone spun there down at Osiers. Not sure who that was, slightly further down the order, as Archie Lovett now sets the fastest lap of the race in P4. He's trying to chase down Colby Patterson for that final podium position. Henry Domain not quite close enough to go for a move there into Christmas, and actually a slight gap opened out between them, but I think, especially in these wet conditions, it can look like it's opening and closing a lot more just from one or two tiny little mistakes.
Yeah, it's very important, isn't it, to be able to be as consistent as humanly possible, and again, it's all about that sort of learning curve to be consistent and to take the pressure as well. The pressure really can mount, and the more and more you sort of get used to it, the more and more opportunities you're going to get race victories. And Henry Domain goes up the inside of Kanish Grau. I didn't actually think he was going to get that move done because I thought there was going to be more grip on the outside of the circuit there. But Henry Domain clearly showing that there's a little bit more grip than these commentators are thinking as well. And that's the reason why he's out there racing and I'm in here talking. But I am warmer, I can guarantee that.
Oh, yeah, we're nice and warm. Oh, we've got a spinner down at the first corner. That's never a nice place to get stuck there. That was the 91 of Harry Williams, as this battle for the lead hotting up now onto the final lap. They head up towards Christmas Corner, and the 9 doesn't think about the move just yet, so Kanish Rao actually has now been overtaken. We didn't spot that. Henry Domain has got through on the number 6 plate as we head into the final lap, so he is, or maybe you might have mentioned it and I was too busy focusing on something else. My apologies. It's me that missed that. All of you caught it perfectly. But Henry Domain now leading us through the final lap. I got a little bit distracted because in the YouTube chat we've got a certain Mr. Phillips or Mrs. Phillips asking, what's the average time for Minimax around this track? And I just realised that they've asked about Minimax, and I was looking at iArmy Cadets. Yeah, I can tell you, iArmy Cadets, in the wet they're doing 102s. In the dries they look to be doing about doing 53 seconds. They're a little bit faster. There's a move at the final corner though. Kanish Rao trying to retake that lead at the final time of asking. He gets a good exit, but Henry Domain holds the inside. And unless something can happen around the last corner, it looks like Henry Domain should hold on to this for a hard-fought win here in heat number 3 of the iArmy Cadets.
Yeah, good win there by Henry Domain. To be fair, with the pace that he was showing, I don't think anybody can really argue with it either. It was absolutely rapid. He doesn't come away with the fastest lap of the race, though. Archie Lovett comes across the line with that honour, a 102.08. So if anybody out there is wondering what an average time is for the iArmy Cadets, it's about 102. You're doing well. A 103 is probably more about average.
I can tell you now, for the Minimaxes in the dry, they were doing around 48, 49 seconds. That was yesterday out in the dry. Today they were around a minute, I think they were, just under 59 seconds. So, yeah, about 10 seconds lost in the wet for those Minimax drivers. But a brilliant race there in iArmy Cadets, and Henry Domain just snatching away that win in the last couple of laps.
Indeed, yeah, it's interesting to see, actually. I'm trying to find where our protagonists for the championships ended up. I'll tell you what, why don't you have a quick look for that, John?
Okay.
And I will read out the top 10. Henry Domain takes the top step of the podium, with Kanish Grau holding on to that spot for quite a long time, but not when it counts across the line. He ended up in second place. Archie Lovett was in third, with Jesse Phillips in fourth, Colby Patterson in fifth place, Will Green in sixth, Austin Gibson in seventh, eighth was Jarlath Sayer, and ninth being Finley Hines, and the top 10 rounded out by Mason Brooks.
So our championship contenders, Finley Hines currently leading the championship into the weekend. He finished in P9, second place in the championship. Max Mason finished in 22nd.
Oh, wow.
And then third place, Levi McGrath finished in 20th. Ooh. So some not great races there for our championship contenders. Finley Hines, though, still outmatching the other two by quite some way. So he is looking good to take that first ever WM plate in the iArmy Cadet class. But we'll have to wait and see in the finals. Of course, the finals producing nearly double the amount of points for equal positions. So 60 points for a win in the finals, 36 for a win in the heats. But that seems to be about it for our Heat 3 for the iArmy Cadets. Of course, they're not a split grid, so we'll just be seeing them for their final later on. However, our class that is a split grid, the Junior Maxes, they're out next for their Heat number 4. Junior Max Heat number 4 then. I'm not sure if someone's already out or if this is someone from a previous session just recovering, but let's look for the grid for Junior Max Heat number 4. Stefan Kaczmarczyk is on pole position. Alongside him is Daniel Gurney. Behind them, Joshua Graham and Matas Miazanskas. Then it's Alexander Zingarevich and Ross Tyler. Deacon Russell and Romaro and Ubi are on row number 4. Then George Spilsbury and Timo Youngling round out the top 10. Then it's Blake Noble and Jacob Jukes. Behind them, Luca Magni and Joshua Smith, then Finn Leslie and Reg Hayward. Then it's Oliver Kerr and James Tester. Rounding up the top 20 is Arthur Thacker and Gabriel Cullen. Then Ewan Thomas and Cameron Edmonds. Then Joseph McMahon and Zach Heslop. Row 13, George Allen and Harrison Morrow. Then it's Leo Brown and Spencer Brougham. Then Jack Spencer and James Waring. And that rounds out all the drivers to the grid. I've realised now
I was just about to
why there weren't some results yesterday for some of the drivers. So because they've been split into 4 heats, each driver is only going to get 2. So some of them might gets 3, my apologies. So some of them might have had 1 yesterday and then 2 today. Some of them might have had 2 yesterday and 1 today. So you might see some drivers who were in heat number 3 that we saw earlier now in heat number 4. Some that weren't there in heat 3 who are now are there, and some who were in heat 3 who are no longer in heat number 4. So might have had 2 yesterday. It's a little bit confusing. Even I'm trying to work it out.
We spent about half an hour this morning trying to decide between ourselves, why on earth does Spencer Brougham only raced once yesterday and everybody else has raced twice? You'd think we're professionals, wouldn't you, John? It's clearly the higher amateurs here, don't they? Yeah, but we have now figured it out, ladies and gentlemen, so it doesn't really matter. Junior Maxes, of course, is heat number 4. This is also marks about the midpoint of heat 3 for the weekend as well. We have, if anybody out there on the YouTube chat or anything is wondering, this is the 19th race in total. X30 juniors will be up after this, X30 seniors after that one, and then the senior maxes. And then we are all finished for the heats, and we roll on to, well, the most important part of the day, which is lunch, of course. And then we get into the finals, which is the second most important part of the day, really, aren't they? Let's be honest. So, yeah, plenty of action still to come for your weekend's motorsport fix. I know the F1 is finished, so why not sit down with a cup of tea and Sunday roast and have a gander at some Whilton Kart Club action, even if they are still spinning by warming their tyres up.
Not that it's annoying you,
no, I'm not bitter at all.
Yeah, I was going to try and update on where our championship protagonists had finished in the first couple of heats, but I don't think they've been finalised on the back end of the Alpha Timing website just yet.
Provisional.
Everything is provisional, so hopefully over lunch break, I'm sure the team will get all that sorted, and once we get into the finals, we'll be able to give you a rundown of who's where, how many points each different driver needs, who's still in the championship battle when we head into those finals. And I think some races are really going to come down to the wire, especially in a class like this where we've got 7 possible winners in the Junior Max class. 30 drivers on the grid for this heat number 4, our only split grid of the day for the Junior Maxes. And then we've got a few more races after this to finish off before, as you said, our favourite part of the day, the lunch break. But here we go then for the race start in the Junior Maxes. Will we get it started first time of asking? No, we will not.
No, we won't. And I'll tell you what that gives us an opportunity to do, John. It's an opportunity to plug Alpha Live again. And just like...
Press the button!
Girls Aloud, I'm going to push the button and let you know. It's yeah,
that was a good one. I like that one.
The ironic thing is, I'm not entirely sure if it's Girls Aloud or not. But
I've got no idea,
took a shot in the dark.
Could be the Pussycat Dolls.
It could be. I have no idea.
My 90s pop knowledge is not top level.
When it comes on in Pop World, I tell you what, it's a banger. But it's not one that I have on in iTunes. I'll be honest, or Spotify.
You couldn't pay me to go to Pop World, mate.
Oh dear me, pay me to get out of it. It's a great night out. But yes, it's an opportunity for you guys to go and push that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, and all those sort of good things so you don't miss the brilliant Alpha Live productions and what we bring you, of course. Well, like we mentioned before, motorsport is our bread and butter here, but we do other things as well. There's motocross, of course. There's karting. There's road racing or track racing, whatever you want to call it, circuit racing. Don't like to call it circuit racing because karting is on a circuit as well, so it's a bit confusing.
Yeah, it's
car racing probably, and bike racing, and of course boxing and rugby, like we mentioned a little bit earlier on. And in 2023, there's going to be even more added to the roster as well. I can assure you, the guys behind the scenes are working hard to make sure the contracts are drawn up and entertainment is brought all the way onto YouTube for your faces.
Indeed, lots of content to bring you as we finalise 2022 and move on to 2023. But hopefully we can get this race started, and we do indeed. Heat number 4 of the Junior Max is underway. All managing to make it through. Oblivion and Fine Lady. No, I spoke way too soon, didn't I? We got 4 or 5 drivers off there down at Oblivion, making a bit of contact. Green flag, though, back up to Christmas Corner. Drivers still fighting tooth and nail there. As nearly forced out wide there. I think that might have been the 16, and we got a spinner on exit.
That was the 16 still. So Alexander Zingarevich got forced out a little bit wide there, tried to put the power down and crank the steering on then through Boxing Day, and just sent his car pirouetting and now down to the back of the pack, and actually joined there by Spencer Broham. I think they had quite a near the back start. We got another spinner there. That's the 34 who had a bit of a spin. That's Jacob Jukes, another one of our championship contenders. And look at that, a lot of drivers have pulled over to the start after this one. Pulled over to the side of the track, I should say. And they're already out of this race. So let's count you through as they come under our timing beam, under the gantry. And we'll see who's actually taking the lead of this race. It's still Stefan Kacprzyk in the lead. He's closely followed by Joshua Graham, who sets the fastest lap of the race. Behind them, it's Deacon Russell and Daniel Gurney. Then Ross Tyler and Matas Miazanskas, Joshua Smith, Reg Hayward, Romaro and Ubi and Timo Youngling round out the top 10. Stefan Kacprzyk just about keeping the 88 of Joshua Graham at bay, but for how much longer?
Yeah, that's the golden question, isn't it? It looks like it's going to be almost going for a switch back there. It's very interesting indeed, going through the next couple of corners. Oh, and the infield as well. That's 88 on Stefan Kacprzyk. I think I've just said that probably horrifically wrong. Apologies. I just glanced at the screen and haven't commentated on them before. But it's going very, very well for Joshua Graham. The number 88 gets into the race lead, as number 89, Deacon Russell, is currently in third place. It's going to be a bit confusing when we see those, if we see those two go tooth and nail on track, shall we say. But the front two pulling away somewhat. Oh, look at that. That's the rear bumper of the number 28. Now, that is not ideal. Where is the number 28? I'm not entirely sure I can see a number 28, but we can see him on the screen, and we can see that the rear bumpers are hanging off. So we will get a mechanical flag. It's James Waring, I can see on our messages board, as the number 65, which isn't James Waring, comes into
Spencer Broham. That's one of our championship contenders there.
But we got
two more spins there at Christmas Corner, the 22 and the 15 having a bit of a spin. 22 of Ross Tyler and Joshua Smith. They were side by side going into the corner, so I think getting into each other there at Christmas and both feeling the consequences of it. But yeah, Spencer Broham, one of our championship contenders there, not making it to the end of Junior Max heat number 4, so he's going to get no points, and there's another bit of contact. Oh, and a bit more contact on the exit. 2 more spins. All hell is breaking loose here, and that's Jacob Jukes, I think, in the 34. It is indeed another championship contender out of this race.
Completely passenger, shall we say. I mean, trying to avoid another incident that should have never happened in the first place. I think Joshua Smith nudged one of the drivers up the inside, and to be honest, as I was catching that number, all the rest of them, like Jacob Duke, started to come in, and I actually missed who it was, so we'll be able to see who they come when they come down.
It was Oliver Kerr who he landed on, definitely, in the 222. He's been pretty quick through this season, but just gets unlucky there, gets caught up in that one, and there you see Jacob Dukes returning to the pit lane.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure who it was actually who got tapped around in the first place, though. It
was one of the Air Motorsport carts, but I'm not sure who that is. So we'll try. Oh, that's a big kick of oversteer there for the 40. Dan Gurney was that. Yeah, indeed. And he's going to lose another position to the 12 as well. So 2 positions lost in 2 corners, but he's going to get him on the exit. That was a great exit from Gurney. Re-overtakes that 6th place from Miazanskas, or 5th place it will be actually, as Russell went past him into 4th place earlier on in that lap. However, we missed it earlier on. We were so caught up in all those incidents that Graham has got through on Kacprzyk for first place. And Graham now starting to pull away. 2.5 seconds the gap as they headed on to lap number 5. Reg Hayward, however, sets the fastest lap of the race, a 58.28. He's currently sat in P3, and only half a second separates him and Kacprzyk fighting over that P2 spot.
Yeah, and I was actually looking at the drivers who are not going to finish this particular race, and there's quite a few of them that are big names, I would say, as well. As obviously we've covered Jacob Jukes, James Waring as well, is a novice driver, obviously, who we saw with that back bumper hanging off, but Spencer Broham and Leo Brown. Leo Brown was rapid in the first race that we saw here today in the first heat, and yeah, not going to be finishing. So either.
Those two, Leo Brown and Jack Spencer, must have been involved in that initial first corner battle, because first corner incident. They didn't even make it to the end of the first lap.
No, exactly. Yeah. Of course, it must have been. It's yeah, very strange to have them DNF, because normally very consistent drivers, but sometimes you are a passenger. You can't help it all the time, can you?
Like we saw there, a spin happens in front of you, and it can, especially in these conditions, it's so difficult to just get out of the way and predict where that driver who spun is going to go. Obviously, you're supposed to, once you have a spin, slam on the brakes, but sometimes it can be better to roll back and get out of the way, but then drivers can second guess it and end up going into you, and it's a difficult situation to manage. Look at this battle. We've got 6 drivers involved here, the leader of which is Dan Gurney, I believe, on the 40 plate. Mierzanskas just behind. Yeah, indeed. Then it's McMahon, then Youngling and Thomas, and then also Heslop and Spilsbury. I think they're just behind this battle as well, getting involved. But with all the battling going on, holds up these drivers and allows for more drivers to then get involved, which then holds them up more, and the cycle continues. Yes,
it's a never-ending cycle with go-karting, really, isn't it? And that is what teaches you these things. You don't see it as much in car racing. The number 12 going through, that looks like Matis Mezenskas on the number 30. Oh, was it going 3 wide? I'm not entirely sure there was enough room for Timo Youngling in that one, but he decided there was.
Oh, they've made more contact on the exit there as well.
Yeah, you and Thomas thought, you know what, Youngling's done it. Oh, I might as well launch it up the inside as well and just see what happens, and they managed to get away with it, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of damage to any of those cars.
That was an impressive hold of the slide from Mierzanskas. He got forced off onto the grass on the outside, and then it tried to flick him right, he held it, flicked him left, he held it, flicked him right again, and then managed to get it back together through the last corners. No, now just as I say that, he's going to spin it on the exit of Boxing Day there. Keeps his foot in the throttle though, now he just has to wait for a time to rejoin the race, but Mierzanskas, after a great battle there through the last part of the lap, just loses it on the exit, spins off onto the grass, and loses quite a number of positions.
Yeah, it's yeah, he had a great Christmas day, but looks a bit hungover on Boxing Day, doesn't he? There, it's
we all know that feeling.
Hopefully, these guys don't, to be honest.
Okay, no, yeah, I would agree.
But yeah, it's a bit unfortunate there. He did do really well to hold so many little incidents, but when you get that much little contact and it's so greasy out there on circuit, you're going to end up with a potential incident, aren't you? There's the number. Oh, apologies about that. Managed to hit my mic as I go to scratch my ear. Yeah, there's the number 11 of you and Thomas going through our shot as well, going through Oblivion now, trying to chase down Joseph McMahon into Christmas. McMahon, I'm not sure if he's going for a wet line braking zone now, if he was going slightly defensive. I think he was just going for the correct braking zone, to be honest, as Arthur Thacker is on the back of Daniel Gurney.
He's having a good race, is Arthur. He's, I believe, when I spoke to him on the Paddock Show previously, this is his first season in WMKC and his first season in a properly powerful kart such as these, and he's racing very, very nicely there in the number 14 kart. Looks for the move down the inside and goes for it there into Ogiers. Gets it stopped on the brakes and just forces the other driver wide, makes that position, but there slips through. Is that the 10?
It's Cameron Edmonds, isn't it?
It is indeed Cameron Edmonds. He's moved through past Gurney as well, follows Thacker through, and might try and get Thacker here on the exit of the boot. Can't quite do it there and has to go back behind and wait for the opportunity once again. There's the 59 on the Argenti kart. That is Gabriel Cullen getting involved in that battle as well. I'm now second-guessing myself as to that earlier spin, whether it was an Air Motorsport car or whether it was an Argenti Motorsport car. I don't think we're ever going to remember, so let's just let's forget about it.
I was going to say, I think anybody who's really that curious can probably watch this stream back and have a look at it themselves.
Remember, you can scroll back on the slider if there's any incidents or races that you've missed. If you've tuned in, you realise, oh no, I've missed my friend, my son, my daughter racing. You can just scroll back on the stream and watch anything that's happened today. And of course, once the day comes to a close as well, you'll be able to watch the whole stream back at your leisure.
Absolutely, yeah. But you don't want to point them too closely to that counter, because the mute button is a bit too close there, John. And we can't let them in on that secret.
We can't. Let's look at this. Reg Hayward's taken the lead on the second to last lap there. He's got past Joshua Graham. He'd been closing him down for a few laps and now takes the lead there in the 73 kart. And it doesn't look like the 88 of Graham is going to have anything to answer for here on the last lap. But like you say, you don't want to click that mute button because you want to hear us for the whole day, obviously. And in the YouTube chat at the moment, there's a little poll. Who is your favourite Whilton Mill Kart Club commentator between myself, John Ratcliffe, and yourself, Jack Oliphant, and then, of course, Anthony Jordan, who we're going to see later on today, and then Alex Goldschmidt, who's done a few of the rounds this year in the Whilton Mill Kart Club. So get voting, and, of course, there's only one choice of the vote there, really, isn't it? It's Jack Oliphant.
Well, I mean, obviously. No, but I think DJ's out there. He's currently out there in the paddock, isn't he, paying people to vote for him on the YouTube chat. So
yes.
If you see DJ, just ignore him. Don't need to. While that poll's up, you don't need to talk about it. Checkered flag comes out for Reg Hayward, though, and that took me by surprise a little bit, actually. Joshua Graham comes across the line to take second place. And Stefan Kashmarchik, I think I'm saying that correctly. Kashmarchik, yes. Apologies if we are butchering the name, but fantastic race.
His wheel's gone. Reg Hayward's wheel's gone after the checkered flag. His right rear wheels just come straight off. Well, he's already finished the race, but is that going to incur a penalty after that? I've never seen that before.
Well, you get a penalty when you come into the pit or parc ferme or whatever we want to call it. If your nose cone is damaged,
I don't know how that's going to play out. He's getting it back to the pit lane.
Rather skillfully, I have to say, as well.
It's pretty impressive, to be honest. He's got his brake is just running across the floor. I don't think his mechanic's going to be too happy with that. But there you saw, down the back straight, the wheel just decided it didn't want to be a wheel anymore.
The hub's come off again, isn't it?
It has. It's completely just sheared once again.
What we saw earlier on in another Junior Max race, actually.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah, I think you're right.
Not the same driver, though, but I can imagine the mechanic or the mum or the dad or whoever's there helping him out is already walking to the Whilton Mill Kart shop to get another brake disc. Because that's not going to be looking on tip-top condition.
Probably not going to be much of it left by the time he gets to the pit lane.
Exactly. It's probably grateful that it's on that side, though,
there we
go. It has managed to help him.
There he is coming into the pit lane, and that is an odd one. I can't say I've ever seen that before.
No, you keep an eye on what happens to him, and I'll run out the top 10. Reg Hayward, then, the number 73, takes the race victory, but we'll see what happens to him in a second. Number 88, Joshua Graham, is second place. Stefan Kashmashik is in third, with Deacon Russell in fourth. Fifth was Finn Leslie. Sixth was Timo Youngling. Seventh was Ewan Thomas. Eighth was Joseph McMahon. And ninth was Zach Heslop. And rounding out the top 10 was the number 14 of Arthur Thacker. And of course, we did have plenty of DNFs in that one. Jacob Jukes, James Waring, Spencer Broham, and Leo Brown. Jack Spencer.
Well, I did see Timo Youngling and Joseph McMahon both got a penalty there. However, I did see the lovely gentleman there note something down in his book. But as to whether he's got a penalty, I'm not sure. You'll have to check results.alpha timing for Reg Hayward. Sorry, yeah, to clear that up for Reg Hayward. I'm not sure if he has given him a penalty or not. But a lot of drivers getting nose cone penalties in this race. There was some pretty good racing, but a little bit too much contact to some drivers getting some penalties there. So once again, you need to check results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC to see the finalised race results once we get to the end of the heats over the lunch break. It's a great time to check it because obviously you don't want to miss any action as we get into the last few heats of the weekend and the last few heats of this year's racing for the WMKC. That was Junior Max heat number 4. We're going to swiftly move on to the X30 Juniors heat number 3.
So the X30 Juniors, and we'll be able to get you the grid up on your screen. First time that we're seeing these drivers today, of course, on row 1 and on pole position is the number 35 of Sam Branston. The number 19 of Eddie Dimbleby is in second place. Row 2 is 77 Henry Gregory and 28 Dayton Coulthard. Row 3 is number 15 of Ariman Bansal and 79 Harrison Leach. Row 4, 59 of Archie Heron and 4 Macaulay Bishop. Row 5 is the 12 of Jack Collins and the 48 of Mika Taylor. Row 6 is the number 53 of Katie Ashman and the number 9 Kian Geraghty. Row 7, number 21 Kira Harris and the 96 George Quartermain. Row 8, 88 is Tristan Powell and the 41 Sasha Padbosch. Row 9, 63 Oliver Harris and the 74 of James Shotton. Row 10, 72 of Luke Sintler and the 38 of Macaulay Guy. Row 11, 83 of David McIntyre and the 29 of Morgan Hill. Row 12 is 84 Josh Jones and the 14 of Kai Bacchini. Row 13 is the 16 Charlie Morrison Jones and the 65 of Joseph Smith. Row 14, 10 Zach Green and 34 Jaden Gregg. Row 15 is 76 of Jack Owen Drawbridge. Big shout out to him. It's his birthday today, and he bought us commentators and everybody else Krispy Kreme donuts. And the 23 of Jack Mowat. Row 16, 27 Will Forber and 22 of Thomas Gray. And the row 17 is 47 Caden Everett and 40 Levi Daniels Mackenzie. And just to reiterate, yes, we do take bribes here for shout-outs in the commentary box. If anybody wants to bring another donut, I'll give you a shout-out as well. I'm not saying you have to, but it always helps. What can I say?
Why would anyone think that we wouldn't take bribes?
Well, exactly. Well, that's true. We're not the police. We do take
More than happy.
We do pick favourites here. No, I'm kidding. But it is nice. Happy birthday to Jack. And big thank you for bringing the media team here at Alpha Live. And I think some of the marshals as well, some Krispy Kreme donuts. They were walking around with like 48 of these things.
Wow.
Like, two massive,
they probably had to take out a mortgage
boxes.
for that.
I know, yeah. Three or four
Kreme.
massive boxes of them. So, yeah, big up to Jack.
Huge thank you. Thank you very much. We do appreciate that, giving us some sustenance.
They are looking at me down there. Though.
Yeah, I want
we
it.
haven't had a chance
yet. I want it now. But here we go then. X30 Juniors heading out onto the circuit for, as you say, their first heat of the day, third heat of the weekend. Let's run you through your championship protagonists here. Micah Taylor currently in the lead of the championship. 1,112 points for himself. He starts in the lower end of the top 10 in this one. Henry Gregory is P2 in the championship. Then it's Morgan Hill in P3, Archie Heron in P4, and Jaden Gregg in P5. All 5 of those drivers with a mathematical chance of taking the championship, but it is really looking like it's between Micah Taylor and Henry Gregory to snatch that WM plate in the X30 Junior category. Looking at yesterday's results, 2 completely different podiums from Heat 1 and Heat 2. Heat 1, it was Zach Green who managed to take the win, then Cian Geraghty on P2 and Luke Sintler in P3. And Heat number 2, Macaulay Bishop took the win with Archie Heron on P2 and Kai Piccini on P3. But here we go then, the drivers come round. Oh dear, we've already got someone off. That's the number 10 of Zach Green coming to a halt before we even get the warm-up lap done. But here the drivers come up to the gantry and we don't get it started. First time of asking. We are going to go round once again. Dayton Coulthard, though, of course, if you clicked on the YouTube stream, you will have seen it was Dayton Coulthard on the thumbnail for this final round stream, and he is starting on that front row. P number 2 for Dayton, alongside Sam Branston to get this one started, but the driver's going to have one more lap to get their tyres heated up as much as possible, and you can watch them spin once again.
No, I don't think anybody has to spin.
No one's spun. No. The X30 Juniors knowing what they're doing.
I don't bring it up unless they spin. And although you just brought it up.
I just brought it up to annoy you, so
yes,
that's all I did.
That's all right. I'll let you off, John. Don't worry. But yeah, it's plenty spread of talent here in the X30 Championship, isn't it? It's one of the closer championships, really. Micah Taylor and Henry Gregory sort of leading the way, I should argue. There's only 30 points between them, so I think that's actually the closest between the top 2 that we've got in the entire championships over the heats that we've seen so far. But they are on drop points as well, so it's a little bit more complicated than just saying, oh, this person has outscored them, because they do total points and they also do drop rounds as well, which is where it gets a little bit complicated. So we'll try our best to keep you up to date with the finals, but that's John Ratcliffe's and Anthony Jordan's problem and not mine, so I don't have to worry about it right now. Right, are we going to get racing? We are indeed, and it's Sam Branston who leads the way across the line with Henry Gregory in second place. That means Dayton Coulthard has dropped down to third, and I think he's been forced out wide. There's melee and carnage in the middle of Oblivion. Only 3 drivers actually ended up coming a cropper there. I did fear for the worst as they go to Christmas Corner. We will inevitably see a bit more contact, but well, I'd say it's a pretty good commentator's curse there, actually, because I don't think we did see any contact, which is always nice to see. But as they go down towards the infield section now, there are drivers launching themselves up the inside, hitting the brakes hard as well, and locking that rear axle to try and get the car turned as quickly as humanly possible. But Sam Branston away with the fairies at the moment, just a couple of tenths or seconds away, actually, I would say, even a second away from a few of the second place drivers, and Eriman Bansal ends up getting a little bit of a spin and getting a little bit too keen on the throttle, I think, as well, as number 48 gets his nose cut off going into the boot. That's Micah Taylor.
Indeed, Micah Taylor having a good first lap there. Oh, nearly forces the 39 off onto the grass there on the exit. Was that the 39? Sorry, no, the 79, I believe that was. So we'll try and pick that up as they come through once again. Obviously, in this light, these cameras don't really do it justice. It's a lot darker out there, but because obviously we can change the camera settings, it looks a lot brighter.
To be fair, we haven't seen daylight in a couple of hours, have we now? It could be quite bright.
It could be nice, yeah, but unlikely for a November day here up near Northampton. Right in the Midlands and near the home of racing, Silverstone. And there's more racing going on here at Whilton Mill. Some moves being sent, the 72 there, having a nice little move through. That is Luke Sintler, one of your championship protagonists in the 72. Moving his way through the field nicely. As still just over 6 minutes to go. The 38 has come to a halt there. That's Macaulay Guy. He's always a great one to chat to on the Paddock Show. Always up for a natter is Macaulay, but sadly having to use leg power rather than kart engine power to get himself back onto the black stuff there as the moves continue down to the final corner there. Oh, that was Shotton in the 74, taking a lot of curb on the inside there, but I think managing to make a couple of moves before it. Here's your battle for the top 4 though. Still Henry Gregory in the lead there, being followed by Archie Heron, Sam Branston and Dayton Coulthard now involved in this. As, sorry, it is indeed Macaulay Bishop still involved. Henry Gregory in the lead has already left this battle for dead. And if these drivers keep battling as they are, he's just going to continue to pull away at the front.
Yeah, where is it? Where? Oh,
bit of contact. I thought that was a bit of a late move there from Macaulay Bishop. He saw that move open. He saw the door open and immediately closed once again. He's going to go for it now, down into the boot. He nearly goes off the circuit to try and make that move on the inside, but he does make it work.
I mean, heck, that was a little bit close, wasn't it? A little bit close for comfort. As I said, it's looking that these guys are made of rubber, because that one certainly would send shock spines up the spine.
Oh,
more forcing off the circuit, and it looks like the 28 is Dayton Coulthard got really forced off there, and that's going to cost him an awful lot of time and an awful lot of positions, I imagine. And John, I mean, you squinted away there, and I completely understand why, to be honest. It looked like there was going to be a big coming together, and I thought the front nose cone was going to get caught with the rear back end, and it could have been really nasty, couldn't it? These guys need to maybe just learn to give each other a bit more room than they are at the moment. I imagine there's going to be a few warning flags and probably a few rulers being thrown at them when they come into the pits. Maybe some reminders about driving standards. But at the moment, most of them are carrying on as they were.
Yeah, not much room given by Archie Heron there. Just needed to give a bit of more of a kart's width on the outside there, as Dayton Coulthard now has Micah Taylor for company. Taylor's moved through this race nicely though, however gets forced out wide, and up at the inside goes the number 12 of Collins and takes them both through the boot. That was a lovely little move from Collins. So Jack Collins now, I think, up into 5th place. I think that'll be now. Indeed it is, as Branston's moved through to 4th. Yeah, with that, it didn't give Dayton Coulthard much room on the exit a couple of laps ago. And yeah, I just got a bit nervous there, because obviously earlier in the season, we don't want to talk about it, it wasn't a particularly nice moment, but there was quite a large incident there at the checkered flag at the end of one of the races. So anytime there's any kind of kerfuffle going on down that part of the circuit, I get a little bit nervous. But luckily, both of the drivers making it through okay. It's no more contact there on the exit of Ashby. That was Dayton Coulthard chopping off the nose cone of Micah Taylor. Micah Taylor holding that slide though, and just about keeping it going there in now what I believe is 7th place.
Tell you what, the X30 Juniors are not messing around here today, are they? They're
My heart can't take this, mate.
It's bad, isn't it, really? But they're doing a good job, I would say, of entertaining us for the time being. Henry Gregory is doing a damn good job of leading the race as well, it has to be said. You mentioned right at the start of the programme that if they're leading the race, we don't mention them very often, then that's a good thing, isn't it? We don't get to see them, but that means they're being boring and leading by a couple of seconds. And that's exactly what Henry Gregory is doing. And doing a good job of it. Dayton Coulthard with a warning as well then, because of that contact that we saw down at the hairpin, wasn't it? The 41 launches one at the inside of the 48. That is Pad launching one at the inside of Micah Taylor, of course.
It was a good move there for P7. Yeah, let's have a look at that replay of Dayton Coulthard's incident. This is what caused him to get that warning. You see the 48 of Micah Taylor goes a little bit wide, and Dayton Coulthard just runs out onto his normal racing line, but doesn't really give any room there, does he, to the fellow driver.
The thing is, he was on his racing line and he stayed on that outside.
He should have really
come back
pulled over a little bit
quicker.
You could understand as another driver gets forced out wide there. The 27 is off as well of Will Forber. As I could have understood it more if maybe we saw he was a bit more on the edge of grip and a bit slidey and he couldn't do anything about it, but it looked like he had it relatively under control.
No, he was quite happy to stay exactly
I think
where
that warning is pretty fair there for Dayton Coulthard, as Dayton Coulthard, to be fair, now sets the fastest lap of the race at 57.34. As Macaulay Bishop in P2 looked like he was starting to close in on Henry Gregory. However, now Henry Gregory going even faster on that last lap extends that lead even further.
Yes, he does, and I think maybe just playing with the lap times here, Henry Gregory just trying to make sure that the gap is as even as it can be, as Coulthard looks up the inside, and the number 12 has to give way. That is, of course, Jack Collins, like John mentioned before. Collins looked up the inside through the infield, but it wasn't to be, so as they go towards the boot, Coulthard has enough room, I would say, not to have to worry about defending into it for the time being. As we focus a little bit further forward, this is the fight for the bottom step of the podium. Archie Heron against Sam Branston, number 35, of course. The top two are pulled away. That is the closest fight that we've got for a top end position, shall we say.
Indeed, he's had his pickles this morning, hasn't he? He's flying.
There we go.
He is flying. Oh, mate, I'm on it. Don't you worry. But yeah, they're fighting for those that final podium spot. Is Sam. He's someone we haven't spoken about too much in this race yet. He's just been quietly moving his way up through the field and now trying to steal away that P3 from Archie Heron. As we were saying, Henry Gregory and Macaulay Bishop now in a bit of no man's land. About 2 seconds between the two of them, and then 2 seconds between Macaulay and Archie in P2 and P3 respectively. Dayton Coulthard still putting in good lap times there and trying now to catch Sam Branston. It's going to depend on whether Heron and Branson here begin to fight pretty heavily if it allows Dayton Coulthard to get involved. Or is Dayton going to have enough time to chase down this battle? We'll have to wait and see. I think Henry Gregory is going to come across the line already around about now and should then give us 2 more laps here of the Whilton Mill Kart circuit for this X30 Junior heat number 3. Branston still not quite close enough to look up the inside here of Archie Heron. Archie Heron's someone that we've seen throughout 2022. He's been very, very fast, always up near the sharp end of the field. However, I don't believe he is involved in the championship battle for this one. Yes, he is, my apologies. He's in 4th place. He has that mathematical chance. However, a few points away, about 100, 150 points away from the leader, so looking more likely to be between Henry Gregory and Micah Taylor. And Henry Gregory is doing a great job of it for this one, already starting off with what should be a win here in heat number 3.
Yeah, Micah Taylor has struggled somewhat, hasn't he? It's down in 11th place now, outside the top 10. Really not where he wanted to be. This
could really be a championship deciding race here, but we'll obviously have to wait and see how they do in the finals.
Didn't have a brilliant yesterday either. I mean, Heat 2 particularly was fairly poor, only 17 points picked up. So, yeah, really not going well for Micah Taylor as we go on to the last lap.
Indeed, we do. Henry Gregory doing everything necessary to maximise his points taking from this heat number 3 and maximise, hopefully, getting into that championship lead. There wasn't too many points in it heading into the weekend, but we'll give you a proper update on that after our lunch break once we've had a bit of time to work out the mathematics, because I was pretty terrible at maths at school, so it might take me a little while to get my head around what's happening in these championships. So we continue to watch this P3 battle. Branston has been right on the rear bumper of Heron for a number of laps now, but it looks like Heron's just about done enough to hold on to it. Gives a little bit of a check over the shoulder as they head down that back straight. Branston, he sort of thought about a move there, but realised I'm just too far back here to go for anything, as Henry Gregory now comes around the final corner and is going to take the win in X30 Junior heat number 3. Seemingly easy race for Gregory, but it's never easy in these kind of changeable conditions, and he held onto it nicely, managed that gap to Macaulay Bishop in 2nd, and ended up taking that win.
Yep, he did well, didn't he? And it's a good race all round. I mean, it's a little bit physical, shall we say, for a large majority.
I think that was the most physical race we've seen so far today.
Yeah, they were boisterous. It's probably the most politically correct way of saying it. We'll leave the stewards and the clerk of the course, to have a couple of words with the drivers. We won't make any of our opinions known too much more.
No one cares what we have to say.
No, that's true, actually. No one's probably listening. But Kai Bacchini, Dayton Coulthard and Jaden Gregg all ended up walking off from that particular race with contact warning flags. So normally there's warning flags left, right and centre for track limits and other things like that, but it's for contact here today. So you don't really want to get too many of them, because you will get the book thrown at you, and that's obviously never good, because you're risking penalty points then, of course, as well. So to round out the top 10, have you rounded out the top 10?
I've not.
I'll round out the top 10 then. I was reading YouTube comments. Our first place was Henry Gregory, 2nd was Macaulay Bishop, and 3rd was Archie Heron. In 4th place was Sam Branston, in 5th was Dayton Coulthard, 6th Jack Collins, 7th Sasha Van der Pad Bosch, with 8th being Kai Bacchini, 9th Harrison Leach, and 10th being Micah Taylor.
Dayton Coulthard gets a nose cone penalty, so does the 12 of Jack Collins as well. So once again, how many times do we have to say it? These results are all provisional. As there indeed
just makes it more complicated for us, doesn't it, really?
Indeed.
But yeah.
Sasha Pad Bosch as well, getting a penalty from 7th. Same again for the 14, it seems, as well, of Kai Bacchini. So lots of people getting penalties in that one. Remember as well, you can get involved in that poll in the YouTube chat for who is your favourite Whilton Mill Kart commentator.
You're just trying to be DJ at this point, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. I've seen Little Todd said, I would vote for Anthony, sorry, but he betrayed this championship for the British Kart Champs. And then Anthony replied saying, I'm heartbroken. Well, yeah, I agree with him there. If you vote for Anthony Jordan in the chat, you are just going against the whole ethos of Whilton Mill Kart Club, and we don't like you.
Exactly. So, you won't be welcomed back next year, that's for sure.
Don't try and bribe us with Krispy Kremes after you made that kind of vote. But here, look at this. Some quad biking going on as well alongside the racing here at the Whilton Mill kart circuit. There's loads of little things you can get involved with here at Whilton Mill.
Oh, indeed.
They've got clay pigeon shooting. You've got quad biking, and you've got the mini bugs as well. That's a good one for the kids. Crazy bugs. Sorry, my apologies. The crazy bugs. I was thinking mini because I know you need to be a lot smaller than I am to get in one. So lots of different things to do here. Yes, I have actually tried.
Of course you have. Well, instead of us chatting on about it, why don't we have a quick advert for Crazy Bugs? And that is the Crazy Bugs, and that's exactly where you can do it. And of course, if you are interested in coming down to watch the Whilton Mill Kart Club and think, oh, there's not much else to do, you might have a younger brother or sister you might have to drag along or anything like that, if coming to the racing or anything like that, there's plenty to do out here. You can go do the Crazy Bugs. I believe that's James, our producer's daughter, actually, that we saw, and James filmed it as well. So yeah, big up to Alpha Live, and it's a fantastic sort of venue, Whilton Mill, to be getting on with and spending your weekends. Right, so let's go to the next race, however, and focus back on track action.
Here we go then for the X30 Seniors. Heat number 3, that's running through your grid relatively fast as they're already coming around the circuit. Luke Taylor's on pole position. Alongside him is Louis Johnston-Cool. Then it's Kian Liam Gamiao, Michael Rapsey, Daniel Hackett and Aidan Lynn. Behind them, David Marzial. Then it's Kian Gohill, Lewis Halliday and Martin Alga rounds out the top 10. Behind them, Lucas Ellingham and Alex Johnston. Then it's Christian Brooks and Remy Gilbert. Then Enzo Liu and Vishal Patel, Tiger Dixon and Jack Cox. Then rounding up the top 20, Harry Maynard and Gabriel Stilt. Then it's Sam Heading, Josh Palfrayman, then Jack Norton-Heavey and Paul Simard. Row number 13, Jordan Brown and Stephanie Hebecker. Then it's Harry Torpey and Benjamin Southgate and Jensen Buckingham and Hugo Gilbert. And rounding out 33 drivers for this one, Isaac Barashi, then William Smith and Dan Archer on 33rd of 33 drivers. So we're not long to wait now until we get X30 Senior Heat number 3 underway. Of course, we often call this the Lucas Ellingham Show, and Lucas Ellingham actually rounded up and wrapped up the championship at the last round, at round number 10. So the championship for X30 Seniors already decided, but hopefully that'll mean no one really cares about the championship and everyone's just going for this win here in Heat number 3. Are we going to get it started? First time I'm asking. No, we are
Yes,
not.
we are. No, we're not. No, it's a false start. Yeah, you called it right there. I didn't see it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Lucas Ellingham has wrapped up the championship. So the real question is, why are we broadcasting? Why don't we go and do some crazy bug racing? You know what I mean? Like, it's,
like you're going to fit in it, mate.
If you don't fit in it, I don't have a chance, do I? Go do some clay pigeon shooting. Why not? Sort of thing. Yeah. While away the next 10 minutes? No, of course we want to watch the X30 Seniors. What am I on about? They're always very entertaining, aren't they? Okay, Lucas Ellingham's won it, so let's ignore him for the time being, shall we? But the rest of them, I mean, there's still second place up for grabs, I believe, isn't there? There's Harry Thorpe currently. Yeah, there's only 4 points on drop points to count, basically points to count, i.e. they've included the drop scores in it. Harry Torpey and Alex Johnson are only 4 points in it. 5
points back to the next driver, Jordan Brown, as well. So
yeah, who's
3
1
drivers.
point behind third.
Yeah,
so,
3 drivers involved.
Realistically, as I said,
it is close in the championship.
It is
not
very
quite
close
for P1. And the 2021 champion in X30 Seniors was Lucas Ellingham.
Oh, what a shock.
Yeah. So looking like it's going to be back-to-back championship victories here. However, this year, of course, being the first time that Lucas Ellingham is actually going to get a plate for his troubles, the WM plate to use in all Whilton Mill Kart Club events in 2023. But nonetheless, should still be a great day of racing for the X30 Seniors, and we're going to hopefully kick off their heat number 3 this time around.
Yeah, it'll be the number 61 then of Louis Johnson-Cool, who'll be on the outside, but the 174 of Luke Taylor will be on pole position, and he's waiting to get this grid underway, and they do manage to get underway this time round, and he goes straight on, and it's straight into the barriers. Does he manage to keep it going as he bursts through?
Bit of a bath there.
Tell you what, it's very much looking like Hollywood, doesn't it, when they do that sort of thing? It's stunt driving. But that means going up into the first corner. There's a bit of a nudge in the back end, but I think Louis Johnson-Cool is the leader of this race. The 28 goes straight on at Christmas corner. That's Josh Powell-Freeman. And it's getting a little bit of a mess out there. It's the first time we've seen someone go straight on at turn 1, but it looks to be even a little bit more drama and carnage as they try to go 3, 4, 5 wide, potentially through the infield.
Goodness, we've got a spin.
Never going to work, John, is it? And to be honest, I'm amazed they managed to get that many people through. It's like when McDonald's first opened after lockdown, isn't it? People piling into the car park, trying to get that drive-through first, aren't they? Get that big McDonald's. But it's Luke Taylor, I think, who's not in the race lead. To be honest, I'm struggling to tell you at the moment. That opening lap is mad.
I think it was Louis Johnston-Cool, and it is indeed that managed to get to the lead after that first lap. It was Christian Brooks who we saw have a bit of a spin there down just before Osiers. I think he managed to get going again, but has lost a few positions because of it. As we now have finally finished the first lap, and Lucas Ellingham up from P11 to P4 already. Alex Johnson, I think, has followed him through as well. I'm pretty sure he started in P12.
Yeah, it was, I was only joking about ignoring Lucas Ellingham, of course. We do have to admire.
We can't.
I mean, he steals the headlines, doesn't he? Oh my!
They're trying to go 4 wide through Ashby. That's never going to happen.
Tell you what, these mixed grids, these reverse-style grids, they are very entertaining, aren't they? It's you can understand why the Whilton Mill Kart Club try and deploy these sort of things. It gives everybody the opportunity to potentially do well and get some podiums where they might not have got podiums before if it was just done off qualifying and finishing positions. But it does cause chaos as well, and it's very difficult for us commentators to keep up with, I have to say. Not that I'm complaining too much, not that I complain ever, John, as you know.
No, never. No, I've never heard you complain.
No, not publicly either. It's amazing, isn't it? Louis Johnson-Cole, though, I mean, he's having to defend really rather hard from Aidan Lynn, the number 49. He's piling an enormous amount of pressure up into Christmas Corner, basically parking his cart on the white line to try and just eke out a gap and crowbar himself into that first place position. Hasn't happened just yet, as Michael Rapsey in third place set the fastest lap of the race. I mean, there's only been 2 laps, but still got to give him the purple lap when it counts. Yeah,
exactly. He's absolutely flying, and Lucas Ellingham now just behind is flying as well. Only 0.04 of a second slower, and that was a move from the 55. Rapsey through on Lynn up to second place, so Lynn was pressuring heavily for that second place, but then at the end of the lap ends up losing it down to third, and now Lucas Ellingham all over his rear bumper as well, and maybe up the inside. Oh, a little bit of contact. Keeping out of that wall just about for Lynn, as the 55 of Rapsey there, we must have missed that, has got shuffled back down into 4th. So Lucas Ellingham back to 3rd, Lynn back into 2nd. But a bit of contact there between, it was the sort of front left nose cone of Ellingham and the rear right of Lynn. Just made him lose that rear end slightly, but luckily manages to keep it out of that wall.
I'll tell you what, I've hit that wall.
Calm down,
we're trying.
Says the board.
Is that to us or is that to the driver?
That's to us,
yeah. It's difficult, really, to calm down because of all this action out on circuit. But, I mean, I suppose there is an argument to be said. Maybe race control are listening to us for once. As we're saying that they probably need to calm down. Try and get around the circuit in one piece. And wherever you look, there's action, though, isn't there, John? And that is one of the reasons why we do love the WMKC, is the 99 of Lucas Ellingham. And surprisingly, gets himself into 2nd place. Only one more driver now to go from, I can't remember where we even started, actually, now. But
11th, I think it was.
11th, so outside the top 10, into the lead of this race within, this is starting his 4th lap.
Indeed, pretty good race. Nearly going 3 wide there through the last corner. The 93 makes the move stick with a little cutback from the 50. He's going to see them go side by side now down into the first corner. The 44 trying to get involved as well. Great little battle between the few of them. That's over the bottom end of the teen positions. That was Harry Maynard, Daniel Hackett and Jensen Buckingham, I think, going at it. And also Benjamin Southgate involved in that one as well. But we look forward, back up the pack. This is still Lynn in 3rd place now, having to defend once again from Michael Rapsey, as the fastest lap has now gone the way of Gabriel Stilp in 5th. He's about 3 seconds, just less, 2.5 seconds behind this battle that we were looking at. However, he's closing in at a rapid rate of knots. The only driver to drop down into the 55s, and he's actually in the 55.8s. So he's flying out there as Gabriel.
I wouldn't be surprised if Lucas Ellingham, there we go, sets the fastest lap though, because it's the first time he's had clean air. It spoils the
but
party.
Gabriel still goes faster.
No, he does go faster by half a second or so.
Look at this! Oh my goodness!
Days.
Lucas Ellingham.
There's not a gap there. I mean, fair play for the kart control, but my goodness me. I mean, there's a good overtaking opportunity in about 100 yards, Lucas. You don't need to force it as soon as you catch up to them. Yeah, that was heart-on moment. I think we need to flash the calm down board up again a little bit.
Yeah, the racing line is always to get us close to that curb on the inside there at the kink, and the leading driver, Louis Johnston-Cool, just wouldn't have known he was there, so obviously just pulled over to the racing line, and Lucas Ellingham having to back out of it, gets on the grass, gets it all sideways.
And why would Louis get out of the way? I mean, why does he need to get out of the way? He's leading the race, isn't he? It's not like Lucas is...
not for much longer.
Oh, my days, he really is taking the issue to him, though, isn't he? And a move up the inside going through the boot as Lucas Ellingham gets into the race lead. Not hanging about here today, is he? Shout out to Ambition Gaming, who's giving a shout out to Patel in the X30 Seniors, who better defend the last lap this month. So Ambition Gaming, that's Patel, who is currently in 10th place. Is indeed up into the top 10 for Vishal Patel, so doing well. Let's have a look back at this battle, though. So this is still your leading 5. So Gabriel Stilp has already closed that gap. It was 2.5 seconds. Now it's half a tenth, and I think now, by eyesight alone, that is less than half a tenth. So we've got Ellingham leading Johnston-Cool, leading Lynn, and then Rapsey, and then Stilp. And Stilp, the quickest driver out on circuit, now down into the 54s, a 54.96 for Stilp. He gets one at the inside and makes a bit of contact through the middle of the corner. They're both going to get it back together, and the 49 not happy with that at all, as Aidan Lynn drops down to 5th place, and I think understandable there. Not too happy with that one, as Stilp was a bit too over-eager there, went down the inside of Rapsey, tried to go down the inside of Lynn as well, bit of contact mid-corner, and yeah, it didn't end too well for either of the two drivers there, and I think we'll probably see a contact warning there for Gabriel Stilp. Palfreyman as well, who's all the way down in 29th position. We saw having a spin at Christmas Corner. He managed to get back going. It was himself on the first lap. We saw have a little bit of spin as well, wasn't it?
Yeah,
so
it's been race going from bad to worse for Josh.
Not ideal, really. Maybe something, an issue on that kart, because it seems to be not going particularly quickly. Although, having said that, when he actually gets going, a 58.2 is his best lap, which actually isn't particularly quick compared to what he's used to be able to do anyway. So, yeah, not ideal for him. Is it going to be a move in second place?
No, bit of contact.
It's going to be contact. Lucas Ellingham is
off
off the road.
Our two leaders are off. Gabriel Stilp at the same corner. Osiers once again getting too over-eager with that move. Goes down the inside of Johnston-Cool. Johnston-Cool closes the door, makes contact, spins round Johnston-Cool, who then flies into the side of Ellingham, knocks them both onto the grass. They both managed to rejoin, I think, now, but we're going to have to wait for them to come round and see where they've ended up. Johnston-Cool's going to be in 4th place. Where is Lucas Ellingham? He's down in 8th.
Well, he's done it once. He can do it again, but not in the next 15 seconds plus a lap, I imagine.
He saw after he got knocked off onto the grass, you could see him cursing underneath his helmet, throwing his hands up in the air. What was that? And Stilp, he's up into the lead after that move, but hey, I'm not a steward, but I'd be surprised if we didn't see something come up on the live timing after that one. That was another one of our fighters. That was second place. Michael Rapsey has pulled off of the circuit. That looks to be a mechanical issue, though, for Michael Rapsey. So our top 5 has completely changed over the last lap.
Yeah, I have to say, still, I think after having done that move to begin with, up the inside, his car completely sliding for that inside because there's no grip, because that's the normal racing line, and there's rubber on it, and it's greasy out there. To do it again a lap later is one of those things where you sort of hope as a racing driver that they would sort of learn from that a little bit quicker.
It wasn't really on that second time, was it? And I think even if he realised, oh no, this isn't on, he was already completely committed. Nothing he could do after he'd sent it there, as you say, on the drying line.
You can understand making a mistake once. It's the second time where you think,
yeah,
okay, well that's repeating sort of the same mistake. You know, need to learn from that hopefully a little bit quicker. But yeah, that's thrown it wide open somewhat. I mean, Gabriel still obviously has the race lead. But Aidan Lynn with 2nd place. Louis Johnston-Cool is back up on the podium as well. Lucas Ellingham has gotten back up to 6th position. Of course, he is a very quick driver, so that's not entirely surprising. And as we're starting the last lap now, that's the number 42. In fact, actually, we're on the last lap, aren't we? Apologies. Gabriel still takes the checkered flag. Will he keep it? That 1st place, we'll have to wait and see. It's the 67. That's Dan Archer in the novice class, is just getting back going to finish off this race. Aidan Lynn takes 2nd place with Louis Johnston-Cool in 3rd. Jack Coxon 4th. Harry Torpy, who is one of the drivers that we were talking about in terms of the championship standings for 2nd place, in that fight for 2nd place. He ended up in 5th, where Lucas Ellingham ended up coming across the line in 6th place in the end. But he does already have the championship wrapped up. I mean, he could have just not turned up today, saved himself some money. But I quite like the idea that he just wants to come go-karting, and he wants to go and race and win trophies and see what he can do.
Very few championships offering as good as racing here than at Whilton Mill Kart Club. So why would you not want to get involved,
well,
especially
exactly.
as your last opportunity of 2022. As there you can see, look at that, Anthony Jordan having a bit of a chat in the pit lane with some of the drivers.
He's bribing people to vote for him.
Exactly, yeah, he is. That's all he's doing. He's like, right, if I have an interview with you, you've got to vote for me on the poll in the YouTube chat. And
might be about to get run over, actually.
They might be. They need to watch out for their ankles there. As you could also see, that was Eloise on the camera there. We've got a couple of people that are being trained up here today for Alpha Live. Some new producers. We've got Eloise and Stuart, who are training to be mixers, also jumping on the cameras there, the free roaming cameras to help with those little bits of filming. And then also on the main cameras that we're seeing here for the stream, we've got Laura, Slavek and Patrick as well. So a big shout out to all of them out in the cold conditions today. Luckily, though, for them, not currently actively raining.
No, exactly. And we hope it stays that way, mainly because I'm out there in the afternoon. So, fingers crossed.
Doesn't bother me at all. I'm in this nice warm commentary box all day.
It's, lucky you, eh? Right. On to the next race then. That was the X30 Seniors. It's on to the final heat of the day. Of course, it's the Senior Rotax Max. Shooting over to the Senior Rotax Max grid a little bit quicker this time because we were slightly rushed at the last one, weren't we, really? But we do have to give Whilton a bit of a shout-out. It's pole position for the number 86 of Benjamin Boros and the 72 of Harrison Crook alongside them. Row 2 is the 84 of Chris Banderi with 122 of Max Lee. Row 3, the 77 Leo Lecastro and the 37 of Benjamin Ballou. Row 4 is the 53 of Jude Ferringnuff. Furnath, I think. 59 of Jamie Rogers. Row 5, 33, Tommy Lee Davis and 54 of Archie Elliott. Row 6, 74 of Thomas Byrne and the 63 of Alex Duncan. Row 7 is the 51 of Marcel Latchicki with 66 Samuel Cook. Row 8 is the 40 of Jamie Perrelly and the 88 of Alex Moody. Row 9, 16 George Donald and the 159 of Hayden Phillips. Row 10 is the 10 of Joshua Burton and the 42 of Ryan Willis, with row 11 being 15 Sam Light and 177 Jack Cooper. Row 12, 22 William Young and 60 Luke Ringham. Row 13, 38 Scott Smith and 23 Tommy Edmonds. Row 14 is 89 Lewis Wild and 64 Luke Collins. Row 15, the number 50 is Sam Baker and the 99 of Harry Gibson. And at the back end of the grid is the row 16 and the 76 Kasper Pajecki. Plenty of drivers, though.
Loads of drivers getting involved. It's fantastic to see for the final round here of the 2022 Whilton Mill Kart Club season. In the Senior Rotax, this is the championship that is the most wide open. And I would say throughout the season, it's produced the best racing. It's been absolutely fantastic. 9 drivers are able to take the championship here today. Harry Gibson, Scott Smith, Ryan Willis, Jamie Perrelly, Lewis Wild, Alfie Brooks, Tommy Edmonds, Ronnie Mansfield, and Benjamin Ballou. 9 drivers all have a mathematical chance of taking this championship here and taking that WM plate for 2023. Let's see who it is then for heat number 3 anyway. Will we get it started first time asking? We do. I think that's the first time today. Here we go then. Round Oblivion and Fine Lady. They've all stayed just about as they were and all managing to hold on to it. A couple of big kicks of oversteer, but none finding themselves facing the wrong direction. Now up into Christmas corner. Drivers going 2 by 2. Getting forced out a little bit wide there. Some drivers taking the curb on the exit, but once again, all managing to keep hold of it just about. And I think it's still Benjamin Boros, or it might now actually be Chris Banderi in the lead. 37 finds himself on the grass. That's Benjamin Ballou, one of those championship protagonists, finding himself on the grass on the exit there of Ashby. A bit of contact there through Ogers. Oh, the 40 holds the slide, but then gets forced out once again. And just about rejoins without making any more contact.
There's Jamie Perrelly living perilously. It seems.
It was Jude Fernaho who initially pushed him up wide and then pushed him out wide once again. There's Benjamin Boros going wide at the last corner, but once again keeps it out of the wall. Yeah,
it's again a bit fast and frantic action at the start of this Senior Rotax Max heat, and they have been waiting all morning to get going with the anticipation and the angst, shall we say, just ramping up as the 86 goes a little bit wide there. That's Boros and allowing 77 Lecastro to try and find their way through the inside and managing to do that quite efficiently, I would say.
It was a good move there. It still scares me when they're going 2 by 2 in these conditions, though, through those fast corners. as it can all end very quickly. There's a cheeky move down the inside. That is indeed Jude Fernahoe, making up a move, I believe, on Jamie Rogers. So a good move from himself. We look back to these leaders, though, as Chris Banderi has already pulled out nearly a second lead here over Harrison Crook and Max Lee. Max Lee really pressuring Harrison Crook here for that second spot as we head on to lap number 3, I believe. 6 minutes left to go. And the battle's still continuing throughout the pack. There's the point forward from the 72. Oh, I thought Max Lee might just completely ignore that and go down the inside, but the door was closed. There's a move from Jamie Perrelly, though, on Jude Fernahoe. So Perrelly up into 8th there, and there is the move for second place, but has he gone too deep? He has indeed. A re-overtake from Harrison Crook on the exits. He's in back into P2. However, they're going to continue fighting here. It does go the way of Crook, though, as this battle for second continues.
It's amazing, isn't it, how many people ignore the signal to work together.
It gives it again.
Yeah, it gives it again, even though literally 2 corners ago he already knows he's ignored him once. I'll give it another go. Let's try again and see if it works any better this time. And to be fair, it might do. They could try and catch up to Chris Banderi. And then, of course, to be fair to Harrison Crook, he's not wrong, because if they catch up to first place, they've got a chance at a race win to fight for, not just second place.
Exactly, and when they haven't been fighting, they have been catching Chris Banderi. He gives him the point forward again. Max Lee completely ignores it down the inside at Christmas corner, and that's only going to annoy Harrison Crook now, but both of them slightly faster than Chris Banderi. So if Max Lee can realise that and just thinks, right, okay, I'll sit behind for a couple of laps then, let's catch Chris, and then I'm going to go for it.
Yeah, it's to be fair, Max Lee might just think, you know what, I'm the faster driver here, so I want to be the one who's going to chase Chris Banderi. I want to be the first choice to have that race lead, as Max Lee is now fighting off an attack from Leo Lacastro. No, he's not, actually. That's the 80. That's Chris Banderi. Chris Banderi, the number 84, is now behind 122 of Max Lee, which means as they're coming across the line...
How did that happen? How did we miss that?
Max Lee takes the race lead.
Huh. Well, we've missed that somehow.
I mean, our cameras are only off it for approximately 3 corners, if that.
Wow. Well, anyway, they caught them pretty quickly, didn't they? And through goes Max Lee to the lead. So it ended up being that move at Christmas corner on the earlier lap did really matter, as now he finds himself in the lead of the race on the 122 plated kart.
Yeah, that's confused me. But oh well, they're in the lead. There's no debating it. There's no trick to the camera, is there? Anything like that, or trick to the light. It is Max Lee who takes the lead in the 122. Chris Banderi is in second place with Harrison Cook in third. But however, as I say that, they decide to try and change positions and stitch me up, don't they? Oh, great bit of driving there by Chris Banderi, who did get mugged going into that infield section.
Oh,
then mugs himself, unfortunately, going into the boot, and will rejoin just about, but probably all the way down in about 5th or 6th position. Holds up a number of karts, including George Donald and Jude Fairenough, and manages to get back going, though.
Jude Fairenough.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, fair enough, Jude. You got through there. Nice one, mate. Up into 6th place. Yeah, Banderi dropping down into 7th there, so not the best couple of laps there. He was looking on for a race win. Now finds himself down into P7. This battle continues, though. This is Fernahoe still on the back of George Donald. And there's the 159 getting himself back underway. That's Hayden Phillips there down in P30. And there goes Fernahoe down the inside. Takes away that position from George Donald. Up to P5 goes Jude. Max Lee and Harrison Crook still very, very close at the front of the field. And actually, I think that gap has extended over that last lap. That doesn't look like 0.4 of a second to me. Looking more like 8 or 9 tenths, I think. So Max Lee might have been right in his assumption to get to the front. However, the timing screen doesn't seem to agree. I think overall, Max Lee has been faster. However, overall, more consistent has Harrison Crook. As just as I say that, Max Lee actually now does set the fastest lap of the race, a 54.49. So clearly pulling his finger out in the last couple of minutes of this race and really wants this race win.
Don't you just love it when you try and make a point and then the
immediately gets another
timing screen's just like, nope, you're wrong. Thank you very much. Can't argue with facts and statistics, can you? And Max Lee does have the fastest lap of the race. 54.49 is a very quick time, actually about half a second quicker than Harrison Cook on that. On his best lap, which obviously was the last lap as well. So
almost every driver going quicker on that last lap. So I think we can definitely say it is drying up, and you can see
dry lines there.
There were a lot more wet patches earlier on today. Of course, with it being cold, it's going to take a little bit longer to dry up. But I think for the finals, we can safely assume, especially with a 30-45 minute break, probably going to be seeing dry tyres when we go into the finals.
Yeah, I mean, they're on wets at the moment, aren't they? Which means there's probably 1 or 2 corners. But I imagine some of them, you look at the dry lines, some of them will be actually starting to go offline to try and cool the tyres down, if anything, at this point. Because as soon as the line goes even, dry enough that we can see it, then the tyres will overheat pretty much instantly. And you want to be on really, really scrubbed wets. I imagine a lot of these drivers won't be out on new wets, put it that way. You want to be on scrubbed wets to try and be as close to slick as possible without actually being on the slick.
Definitely. Now, I've just seen as well, Jamie Rogers is having a good race now up into P3. He reminded me of last time as, that was a cheeky move from Jude Fernerho, steals away another position. That was from Thomas Byrne there for P4. Jamie Rogers, one of the best race finishers I've ever seen, was at the last round. It was in the Senior Rotax final. Jamie Rogers and Ryan Willis went to a photo finish at the end of the final. It was 0.00 across the line.
My goodness.
And Jamie Rogers just pipped him coming out of the final corner. It was an amazing end to the race. And Jamie Rogers now in this heat number 3 finds himself in 3rd place. A bit of contact there between the 16 of George Donald and Thomas Byrne there. George Donald thought that door might open there up into the kink, but we saw that earlier. Lucas Ellingham tried exactly the same and nearly found himself spinning. And we saw just the same there with George Donald. A bit too opportunistic and has to stick behind once again for now. As he thinks about it again there into the left-hander. We're going to go down towards Osiers now. Can he go for it here? He does indeed go to the inside. And a bit of oversteer from the 74. And off goes Thomas Byrne. Able to get it back on the circuit relatively quickly. But there's 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5 drivers through. And with only 2 laps to go, that could be costly.
Yeah, I don't want to be spitting out blame here, but I did see a bit of a nose cone movement on the kart behind Thomas Byrne.
And in these conditions, just that little bit of contact can really throw you off.
Yeah, so I'm not going to throw out any blame. It might have only been the slightest touch. It might have been a mistake as well. We don't know, do we? But Thomas Byrne ended up on the outside of the circuit. On to the last lap of the heats and the last lap of the morning, of course, as well. So what do they have up their sleeve to try and entertain as well? Leo Lacastro and Benjamin Ballou, of course, are right there in the thick of it, trying to give us some great entertainment. Now, we do run a little bit of a different competition these days. Alpha Live, if you want a shout-out, you don't want to put in the YouTube chat or anything like that, then please do go to our Alpha Live Instagram page. And if you fill up our notification screen, you will get a shout-out, I've been told. So that will be from DJ, so don't worry, everybody's favourite commentator will be here in the commentator's booth to be able to give you that shout-out. Oh, it's a checkered flag has flown. I thought we had one more lap. Apologies about that. Max Lee then takes the race victory in the Senior Rotax Heat 3. Harrison Crook across the line to take second. Jude Ferniho is how we're going to say it. Okay, apparently that is the correct way to say it. Apologies for getting that wrong throughout the course of the race. Taking home 3rd place. 4th was Jamie Rogers and 5th was George Donald. But before we lose you to lunch, please do go head over to the Alpha Live Instagram page. And as I said, if you go along and you like the last 5 or 6 posts, fill up our Instagram. We'll try and note your name down over lunch and we'll give you some shout-outs before we head into the finals.
And that is at Alpha Live Productions.
It is.
On Instagram.
It is indeed. So, yeah, by all means, head over to there. And if you do it on Facebook, if you do it anywhere else, we won't be seeing it. We will appreciate it. We won't be seeing it as much. We'd like to do it for the Instagram page. So, that is the heat all done and dusted. Let's round out the last top 10 of the morning. It's Max Lee on 1st, Harrison Crook in 2nd, Jude Ferniho in 3rd, 4th Jamie Rogers, 5th George Donald, 6th Chris Banderi, 7th Alex Moody, Leo Lacastro in 8th, 9th is Benjamin Ballou, and 10th in the end was Thomas Byrne, so at least he stayed in that top 10.
Yeah, at least. Jude Ferniho there gets a nose cone penalty. That's going to drop him down to 7th place, I think. Actually, no, 6th place it'll be. Number 16 as well there. That's George Donald in 5th, getting one as well. So, once again, how many times have I said it? Very much provisional results, these. So remember, you can head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk to find all the results from the morning. They should all be updated over our lunch break. And then, after this little lunch break, we'll be going into the finals to decide who will be using that WM plate for 2023 in the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Lots of different championships to decide, and I cannot wait.
Yeah, and there has been a question on the YouTube chat as well. Amano Shrimp, what if you don't use Instagram? Well, Amano, I'm giving you a shout out now. So if you don't use Instagram, don't worry, I've got you covered already. But yes, if you don't have Instagram, by all means, quickly go make an account and and fill up our screens. That'd be delightful. Right, is it about that time for lunch, John?
I think it is.
Right, fantastic. We'll be back in an approximate amount of time. I think it's about 12:25 is the schedule for the first final of the day. It's the Honda Cadets, and you'll be joined by Anthony Jordan and John Ratcliffe at that point. Oh, of course, yes. Apologies
well,
about
we didn't do it, so we completely forgot that, of course, Anthony Jordan filmed a paddock show earlier this morning, chatted to some drivers, some mechanics, and all different people in the Whilton Mill Kart Club paddock. So enjoy that over this lunch break.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final round of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. We're here today in very bleak weather and practice is currently going away. It is Sunday, it is the morning, and if you are seeing this on the lunch break, of course, this was filmed in the morning. So if it's lunchtime, it's currently not lunchtime, if that makes sense. Or if you're not watching this at lunchtime, you're watching it at some other time. But anyway, we'll brush past that little fact. Morning practice is underway, and as you can imagine, tensions are quite high at the moment because, of course, it's not just one round, it's the WM plate up for grabs as well this weekend. So drivers are going to be fighting for effectively a seeded number, or even though it's not numbers, it's letters, but they can only run at Whilton Mill. So it's one of those. So I think this is a junior road tax that's about to go out. We've got Jessica White here. We've got some other drivers just getting lined up. Mr. Smith also just here. I wanted to try and chat to one driver in particular, but I don't know where that driver is. Mr. Jack Owen Drawbridge, because it is his birthday today. I know he's with the Evolve team, and I don't see Evolve anywhere. So far so good with this paddock show. And it's gone absolutely terrible. I probably should have planned this a little bit better. I can't see him. Right, okay, we'll find him at some point. But yes, it's 14th birthday today, so happy birthday to Jacko and Drawbridge. So they're about to go out. You can see here we've got Miami Cadet, Honda Cadet, about to get them signed up. Morning. Lovely. All right, how's it going?
Good.
Excellent. Behaving yourself? Yeah. Good. Carry on. Right, cool. So we'll sneak through the Hondas because they're good to fun. Good morning. They are good fun to talk to, but we want to chat to another one. There's a kitchen there. I'm going to get run over by another one. You keeping up with me? There we go. It's a bit early for you, isn't it?
Oh, well, we have to start early, you know. As I get older, it takes me longer to get round.
That's fair enough. What have we got here?
A selection of home bakes from the bistro.
Thanks awfully. Can I take that one?
Oh, you can, yes.
Oh, thank you very much. Would you like one, Mr. Cameraman? Yes? Yeah? You want one? There you go. We'll give you one of those. Do you like them? Yep. Good, have one of them. Perfect. Cool, sorted. Excellent. Thank you very much. Santa Claus. Wasn't expecting that. There we go. Right, let's ponder up into the paddock then. Let's see who we can find, because I know we've got some of the Praga karts here. Praga with a good showing here this weekend, which is good to see. Kader McQueen, thank you very much for that one. You absolute. I won't say the word that I was thinking of there for that one. Morning, chaps. What we got on there? What are you watching? Oh, you're watching Kader McQueen.
Always.
Well, don't watch his laps. He's terrible.
No, he's not.
Well, he's all right, I suppose. How are you?
I'm great, thanks.
Hey, you're all right. You've got a case on it. This is what happens when you don't have a case on your phone. Firstly, who have we got here?
George Quarterman.
Right. How's your weekend been so far?
It's been all right. Lacking a bit of pace in the dry, but you know, it's good. Getting better.
Lacking pace in the dry?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's wet today, so
yeah, it should be better.
Should be better today. You're watching a wet line there with Caden, so yeah, hopefully it'll be okay. But you know, plans for today. You got the WM plate up for grabs as well. How do we think that's going to go?
Hopefully looking for top 10 maybe.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so a nice solid effort out on that one. Class juniors? X30 junior. Yeah. Okay, cool, perfect. Well, have a good day. We'll see you out there as a very lovely noise revving up there. Some of the X karts coming through, some of the Argenti team coming through. Morning. Oh, this is everyone leaving the pit lane now. Let's see who we can chat to on this one. Now, this is also a junior X30 group just coming out. Let's see, was Mr. Origin here? No, I don't think I see him. We would grab someone now, but unfortunately we will block it. Oh, look, Santa's back. Perfect. Right, we'll avoid them because they're looking busy. Some of the more Miami cadets just coming out. Right, MDL. Let's ponder into there. You keeping up with me? I would open the lolly now, but probably sound quite awful on the microphone, I'd say. Right, got MDL. There's a driver who was giggling at me and then didn't want to chat. Right, come back. You looked at me, you made eye contact, giggled, and then walked away. That's not how it works. Who do we have here?
I'm Macaulay Guy, number 38, racing an X30 Junior.
Right, Macaulay Guy. Macaulay, firstly, how's your weekend been so far?
Not very good.
Excellent. I'll pick good drivers then to chat to. Plan for today then? We want to turn it around?
Yes, hopefully.
Hopefully. Where did you finish yesterday?
22nd and 17th.
Oh, that's not too bad. Out of how many?
34.
Well, that's not too bad. Well, it's not like you finished 33rd or anything like that.
It's not what we'd have hoped to get. I'd have liked to have got 2 top 10s, but...
Yeah. Well, today is a new day. Yeah. Wilton Mill plate is up for grabs as well. Do you reckon maybe stroke of genius you could potentially go for that one?
No.
No?
No.
I'm loving your confidence.
It's very hard to get, considering who's racing here today. Hopefully I can get top 10 if I do well in the next heat, but we'll see.
Who's on the spanners today?
My dad's somewhere.
Somewhere? That's not a good sign.
He's run away.
That's definitely not a good sign. He should be working on the kart, cleaning it up. But, well, have a good day today, Macaulay, and we'll wish you the best of luck, the rest of the MDL team. Lots of karts in here. It's quite busy. Are we in your way here? No, yeah. When a mechanic says no, it's all right, it means get out my way. So, there we go. We'll squeeze through here. There you go. Squeeze. Out you come. Perfect. Nice to chat to Macaulay there. There's our other drivers. We've got the Pro Train team here. We don't usually talk to the Pro Train team. Let's jump in here. Morning, chaps. How are we? Who do we have here?
Paul Simard.
Paul Simard. Lovely. Paul, firstly, how are you today?
Not too bad, thank you.
Yeah, excellent stuff. Last weekend of the year here at Wilton Mill.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it?
Always looking forward to some racing, so yeah. It's always good.
Greasy conditions out there. How do we think it's going to go?
Pretty good. I think I'm starting going to be hectic, but I mean, looking forward to it, so that's good. Yeah.
That's what we like to see. And of course, they have the Wilton Mill plate, the WM plate up for grabs. That of course only can be run here at Wilton Mill. Looking to potentially come away at the end of the weekend with that?
For now, I'm just trying to stay focused and stay clean, and we'll see where we end up with penalties because they've been quite recurrent. So we'll see where we end up. We can end up gaining a few positions just by coming without a nose cone. So try to get it home basically and be aggressive and try to make some nice moves.
Yeah, clean nose, keep it clean, and just get to the end of the race.
As always.
Excellent. Well, Paul, we'll wish you the best of luck today, and yeah, have fun.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there, Paul. All right, how's it going?
Just my friend.
Oh, he's just your friend?
Yeah, I was just watching his interview.
What's that on your head?
It's my thing, my ritual before a race.
Your ritual before you race? Hot towel?
Yeah, it like makes me more concentrated.
Excellent. Lovely. We'll leave Pro Train to it. Brilliant. Nice bunch of guys. Yeah, Pro Train. Good showing here at Wilton Mill for the club round. Now we've got Coles racing here. It was a busy day yesterday. He's in the Evolve awning. I'll go and get him now. Right. Okay. Fine. How are you with running? Can we run? I don't particularly want to run, but if we need to run, I'm not gonna run on camera. Don't worry. But we're gonna head to Evolve. Morning. That is not the driver I'm looking for. Now we said up here to Evolve. Problem is, I'm not seeing Evolve at the top of my head, but we're gonna. If ever there's a chance to sing happy birthday to someone, ladies and gents, we sing happy birthday to them. We get the whole team involved at Evolve. There we go. That works out quite nicely. Careful, don't drop that. Right, Evolve. Where are they? Oh, that's the Energy Course team. That's nice to see them here. They blessed me with a T-shirt at Shennington after I got soaked by a certain Caden McQueen. Right, MLC. That's not them. That's not Evolve. I'm sorry to say we went the wrong way. Are you keeping up with me? Am I walking too fast for you? Sorry if I'm walking too fast for you, but got a short amount of time and so many people to talk to. Right, Evolve. Hopefully we've not missed him. Oh dear. The thing is down. Oh dear. All of that. We've missed him. They're gone. Empty. Oh well. Ooh, some premium karting drivers. Let's go and annoy them because they're always fun to annoy when we do these paddock shows. Morning. Right. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are we?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Louis Johnson, cool.
Hello.
How are we?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very well. New weekend. What on earth is this on the side of your kart?
It's the Euro wet box.
A Euro?
So you had to use it when we did the World Finals in Le Mans.
Right. Okay. You still got it on?
Got it. Use it. Do you know what I mean?
Well, that's fair
Save
enough.
a bit of money.
Have you still got those windmills that you put on your visors when it rains?
No.
Are they not cool anymore?
No.
Not part of the fashion? No?
I've never even used one.
Never used one? Oh, you've missed out. I'd get one. They're premium price on this one. Don't look at the pressures that he's putting in. It's a track secret. Oh, you show me what you're putting in. It doesn't say anything. It's broken. He's just guessing. But firstly, how was your day so far? How was your weekend?
It's been all right. We haven't been in a kart for about a month, but we had a 5th and a 4th yesterday from at the back of the grid. Yeah. So we were fast in the last one. We were about a 10th up the road. So, and we got a 2nd today. So it should be looking good so far.
Talk us through your teammates that you got in here. Who do we have in here?
It's got Luke over there. He's joined the team. He's new, and Moose is housing
Luke in the orange helmet.
Housing the Evolution bunch.
Yeah.
So you've got Brooks over there.
Brooks is there.
Yeah. That's we're racing those two, and then the Rotax here. So, yeah.
Okay. So is he any good?
Yeah, he's all right. Yeah, he's all right. He's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
It's a very distinctive bright helmet there.
Yeah, you can't miss him. No. He's very clear.
Yeah.
You know where he's at.
Yeah.
So
are you teaching him how to do it?
Obviously, it's part of the job.
Yeah.
So
teaching them and just showing them how it's done.
Yeah, we went through some GoPros yesterday, so just give him a help because.
You went through them, so you broke them, or no?
No. We
oh right, you were watching footage.
Yeah, I went through what I was doing and all that to help him because I was a few tenths off. I think 1 or 2 tenths off yesterday, so just help him out, might as well.
Okay, fair enough. Right, okay. Well, Louis, enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Best of luck. Yes, I'm going to step over this and not get trip over. Lovely and noisy. We'll head. Down here, who do we got? We got a number 52. It's a livery that I don't recognise. Ralph Youngling. Hello, good morning, how are you?
Yeah, fine, how are you?
Yes, not too bad. How is Ralph?
It's actually Timo.
Is it Timo?
We're using his brother's kart today.
Right, so it's got Ralph's name, but it's Timo who's racing it. Well, how's Timo?
Look, he's fine. He, after the British Champs last year, he took some time off. So we've been 3 months now in Rotax, and we're slowly catching back up again.
I say, because this is obviously a big change for Timo, because he's obviously used to cadets and now he's in juniors. So yeah, big step up for him. And it's going okay?
Yeah, look, it's fine. Obviously, a bigger kart, more power, takes a bit of getting used to. And after sort of taking 6 months off, we're still lagging the leaders, but I'm pretty confident we're pretty competitive next year.
Okay, excellent. What is the plan for next year for Timo?
We'll do the British Champs and we'll start racing in Europe. That's the goal.
Brilliant stuff. Well, we'll wish him the best of luck and enjoy your day. Nice one to see there. There's Mr. Oliver Rowland. We can't. Ollie, you can't walk around the corner. We can't chat to you, Oliver Rowland. How are we?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm not too bad. Team looking strong this weekend so far?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, yesterday we had a heat win with Archie and Kanish and Henry were looking strong, and then the two younger ones doing a good job. So yeah, I think so. We should have a good day. Yeah,
brilliant. WM plate up for grabs. Do you reckon some of you drivers could get away with that?
Well, I hope so. Yeah, that's why we're here.
That's why we're here. Brilliant stuff. Good to chat to you, Ollie. We'll know he's quite busy, so we'll let him crack on. Nice chap, Ollie, obviously Formula E driver and runs the karting team here as well. Is the Jamie Green racing outfit. I bumped into these guys at Campillos over in Spain. Morning, but there's no one in here, so we'll leave you to it. Thank you. We've got the Zip factory team here. Is there anyone in here? Morning, hello? No? This is pointless. There's no one here. Right. Who do we have here? We've got a couple of karts in an awning. It's not marked up. We got a Tony kart here. We got another Tony kart here. Right. We got Tommy Edmonds.
He's not here at the moment.
But he's not here. Who are you?
I'm Matt. I'm his dad.
You're Matt, his dad. So Mr. Edmonds.
Yeah, that's me.
Excellent. Right. So Mr. Edmonds. Firstly, how are you?
I'm all right. I'm good.
You now you've stood up. You're much taller than me now. So there we go. Tall enough. How's he done so far this weekend?
Not too bad. He started 12th in the first heat, ended up 11th, then started 11th second heat, and ended up 5th. So not too bad. No incidents.
Yeah, pretty solid first day then. So today looking a bit stronger.
Starting from 28th in the third heat, and yeah, so it's just going to be difficult with the track conditions. So as to if it dries up for the third heat or the final.
So setup-wise, setting it up for a pretty slippery, full wet setup.
Yeah.
Okay, so like you say, chance of it drying up. Any major changes that you're going to have to do to the kart?
Just a normal setup, really. Gearing and adjust the hubs, and yeah, that's it.
Well, brilliant stuff. We'll leave you to it, but thank you very much, and we'll wish Tommy the best day. I'm not sure who's in the number 6. Who's in this one?
That's Luke Brigham.
Oh, right, okay. That's Superman. Okay, so Luke Brigham in that one. But again, no drivers here. They're probably watching the actual racing right now, which is a solid idea. I don't know why we're not doing it. Should we go stand at the side of the track for a bit? I know they're not racing at the moment. Morning! How are we?
I'm good, how are you?
Yes, I'm not too bad.
Oh, God.
What do you mean, Og? It's only a harmless interview, isn't it? How are we this morning?
I'm good, how are you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. Weekend so far, how's it gone?
Not too bad. Was P1 in free practice one.
Nice.
After 6 months out of the car, so
Yeah.
that's nice. And then P18 to P8 in heat 1, but we got dropped down, so 16th in the end. And then heat 2 was a shambles, so we'll forget about that.
WM plate up for grabs. Think you're going to get it?
No.
Good talk.
Yeah.
Have fun. So brilliant. Right. Loving the confidence there. So we've got Thule Motorsport over there. We've got a Fernando Alonso kart and a Lando Norris kart just there. Can you see a common trend with Formula 1 drivers and releasing chassis? You've got a Charles Leclerc chassis. You've got, well, obviously the Lando Norris one. You've got the Fernando Alonso one. There's also more. Do not attempt to run me over again. Thank you. Good morning. There we go. Never know what he's going to do. Good morning, good morning. Hello, how are we? How are we? All good?
Yeah, good, you?
Yeah. It is Reg, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
Excellent, lovely. I saw your race suit. Looking a bit...
Yeah, it's a bit small now.
It's a bit snug, that suit. When you put it on, does your voice go squeaky?
Yes, very.
Yeah. How was your day yesterday, Reg?
It was all right. We just had, like, the bad things, like the exhaust came off.
Yeah. That's never a good thing.
No, not at all.
Suboptimal. Who was responsible for that?
Well, obviously my mechanic, he's just terrible.
Who's your mechanic?
Sam Stansbury.
Sam Stansbury. I'm sure Sam will appreciate that. I'm sure he's good, ladies and gentlemen. Sam Stansbury for any engineering needs. A new day today. Tricky conditions out there. Have you been out so far?
Yeah, we did, and the brake shattered.
Oh, so exhaust fell off. Now the brakes have shattered. So all in all, it's not been a good start to the day.
No, but hopefully we still pull through.
Well, let's hope the engine doesn't fall off in the final, eh? Well, Reg, best of luck. We'll keep an eye on Reg, and yeah, we'll see if his engine falls off in in his race heat. We'll sneak through. That fence really didn't do a good job of keeping us out there. But hey, each to their own. Committed to it. Right. So, noise generators. There's X-Kart. We're going to sneak through because there's a tent here and there's people polishing karts. I do love it when people polish a kart because it makes it look nice and clean. Let's chat to our driver here. It's the number 15, but off the top of my head, as soon as you take your helmets off, I don't know who you are. Right, who we got here?
Josh Smith.
Joshua Smith, that's it. Right, Josh. Firstly, that's a nice little what you got there. Cleaning the kart.
Yeah.
When's your next session?
About 20 minutes away.
Bit of a waste of time, really, isn't it?
No.
No? I mean, it's going to be filthy again in 20 minutes' time. As soon as you leave the pit lane.
Drive properly.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's like there's mud on the track a little bit.
Well.
I know, Wakely. It makes it look good for the cameras, doesn't it? I appreciate it. Looks good. But how was your day yesterday, Josh?
Pretty bad.
Good. I'm picking the best drivers here to chat to. Right, okay. So today, how's it going to go?
Pretty good.
Excellent. Good. That's what we like to hear. You got racing drivers breakfast. Look, we've got some raspberries here. Absolutely fantastic. Get a nice close up in on the raspberries. They look brilliant. Did you wash them before?
With a bit of a jet wash, yeah.
You gave them a jet wash?
Yeah.
I don't think they'd exist if you jet washed them, but yeah, good man. Right, well, Josh, enjoy your day, and we're going to go bug someone in the tent as well. We'll see who's in there. So cheers, Josh. Let's see if we can pick a driver who's had a good day. Is there any drivers in here? There is no drivers in here, but we'll chat to this man here. Well, we've got Ryan Willis's kart here. Good morning. Who have we got here?
Andy Waterman.
Andy Waterman. Right, Andy. Well, firstly, how was Ryan's day yesterday?
Not as good as what we wanted, but yes, we're hopefully going to make progress this morning.
Brilliant stuff. Challenging conditions that you got out there today.
So yes, yeah, quite slippy. So I think Ryan struggles in those conditions, but yeah, hopefully today we're you know, we've made a few little changes, so hopefully we're a bit big.
If it dries out later on in the day for the finals, do you reckon he might come back through the pack?
Shout, hopefully, yes. Yeah.
Because WM plate's up for grab as well.
Is it? Really?
Yeah. So there's a chance for technically a seeded plate, but you can only run at Whilton. Right. So yeah, kind of yeah. But yeah, do you think he's going to do okay with that one?
I think so. Yeah, we're in a shout. Yeah,
brilliant. Well,
with a good shout, I think.
Good. Well, we'll leave you to it because the kart's looking lovely and clean. I've got to say, it won't look like that when he heads out for his first session. It definitely won't look like that for his first session. Brilliant, lovely. Oh crikey, blimey! The hazards of a karting paddock, that is. Almost got my face hit off there. Interesting. Project One, fabulous team. Right, let's crack down. Results from yesterday. I could go over them, but my phone's quite broken, as you may have saw earlier. You can head to Alpha Timing on there. Head to the Whilton Mill Kart Club website, and you can check out all the results, and of course the live timing as well. You can get involved with that one. There is another tent. Morning. It's quite a large motorhome there. Glamping, karting weekend, why not? Bring a huge tent. Here's a kart, 75. Good morning.
Morning. Oh no.
How are you?
I'm all right, thank you very much.
Who do we have here?
My name is Hazel.
Hazel. And who is your driver?
Harrison Morrow.
Harrison Morrow, right. Hazel, everyone's cleaning their karts. I don't understand it. They're going to be filthy again in about 20 minutes' time. How's his day been?
Okay so far.
Yeah. And yesterday was an okay day?
Yes, it was actually, yeah.
Yeah?
Not too bad.
Not too bad?
Finished really early, but it was all right.
Oh, good. So he's got one more heat today, and...
We've got 2 heats today.
You've got 2 heats today, and then a final?
Yes.
Right, okay, so he's got 3 races to do, so quite a bit of time he's got out there. WM plate's up for grabs as well. If you win, is that a confidence boost for him? Does he want to go for that?
Oh, yeah. If we can, yes, we will.
If we can, perfect. And what is your role this weekend? Are you on the spanners as well?
We co-spanner.
You co-spanner?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Better than me on the spanners.
It's better at you. Okay, that's a nice car. I think he's after something. we won't bring that up. No, so far it's been a good weekend. Going to have a good result. Excellent. That's what we want to hear. Well, best of luck this weekend. Thank you very much, Hazel and team there. Lovely to chat to some of the... Well, it's lovely to chat to everyone. Everyone's so friendly in these British paddocks. It is very nice. We've come to the glamorous end of the paddock with the bins. That's lovely. That is. I think I was stuck behind that this morning. It had no rear tail lights on. Not that I've just outed him there whatsoever, but it was that one. I was stuck behind that one this morning. Let's pop into our Genti because I think there is a couple of drivers in here who I'd love to chat to. Got Mr. Sweeney here. Let's let's see if we can chat to Danny just very quickly. Danny, we've got a bit of time left.
Yeah.
Firstly, how are you?
Not too bad. Getting to the end of the year now, so looking forward to a break over Christmas time. It's been a difficult year.
Yeah. Aren't we all looking for a break? But, you know, last one here at Whilton Mill. Excited for this one for the drivers?
Yep, we got 2 classes worth of drivers. We've got Junior Max and Senior Max. The juniors looking strong from the heats yesterday. Seniors just getting used to the class. So, yeah, hopefully we'll have some good results today in the wet.
Yeah. Brilliant stuff. Obviously, yeah, challenging conditions today, so I guess everyone's kind of on the edge, really, of setups and preparing themselves.
Yeah, that's it. We're on wets at the moment. Looks like it may dry this afternoon, so yeah, we're just going to have our wits about us, keep the mechanics busy anyway.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Danny, nice to chat to you, and yeah, best of luck to you and the team. You can see there the drivers there. Suspect watching GoPro footage. We'll quickly squeeze in because we've got about 30 seconds left, so we'll chat to these drivers here who are just watching some footage. If you get in on there you go. This is what, if you ever wonder what drivers do when they're not racing, they're watching racing. So there you go, here's what it is. Perfect, right, thank you Argenti, and I think, thank you ladies and gentlemen, I think we're just about out of time, so make sure that you stay tuned. Finals are coming up if you're watching this during the lunch break. If you're watching this after the weekend, where have you been? You know, sort it out. But from us here, we'll see you back in the finals in just a moment's time. Stay with us.
And that was the paddock show for the finale of the 2022 Whilton Mill Kart Club with the wonderful Anthony Jordan. It was great to hear him chatting to all of those drivers. Now, just a little bit of a point to make to everyone out there at the circuit here at Whilton Mill. And of course, if you're still watching on the live stream as well, it gives you a bit of an idea of the timings. Everyone's going to go back to their posts, all marshals back to posts at 20-1. Hopefully then for our green flag for the first final of the 2022 Whilton Mill Kart Club to get underway at 1:45. So not too long left to wait, about 25 minutes until we should see the green flag for that first final. Now, of course, we enjoyed that more relaxed and subdued paddock show from Anthony. Now, coming up, we've got a bit more of an interesting video where Anthony can be a little bit more cheeky, and I feel like he's definitely going to be more in his element. So enjoy this upcoming feature.
Here we go, first race of the day. Woo! Steady. Nothing to worry about. Yeah, it's the small angry man. It's Dave Hillary. Dave, how are you?
Fine, thank you very much.
You're okay? I'm good, thank you. Thank you for asking. The first person who's actually asked that today.
We care.
Good morning, what's your name? No? Hello? Right, firstly, who do we have? George Donald? There we go. I've just come to find you because we were going to sing happy birthday. Hi, JP.
Yeah, mate. What?
George, how are we?
Good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. The second person who's asked how I am today. This is quite nice change.
No, my name's Jack. I like timing.
Hey, who do we have here? Who's our driver?
Enzo.
Enzo?
Yes.
Why do you seem like... No, I don't want to... No.
No, I'm very shy on cameras.
Are you?
Yes.
Well, this is perfect then. Face your fears.
All right, then. Let's go then.
Perfect. Hi, Darren.
Hello. How are you?
I'm not too bad. How are you?
Not too bad. We're just showing some photos out.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so if you'd like to have a look at them, they're really nice.
Are these photos of me by any chance?
You go in red, so I'm not saying no more.
Absolutely not. We're not showing that. Don't be silly. Don't be silly.
14 years old today.
Yes.
Yeah. Perfect. Has he been grunting like a teenager already?
Already.
Yeah, already grunting like a... Just responding with
No.
Challenging conditions today. Is it all right out there?
I prefer when it's wet. I don't like it when it's dry very much, but yeah. So I'd rather it stay like this, but it looks like it's drying up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not a fan of it.
Never mind.
No.
Oh well.
Oh well.
Oh, wow, there we go. Silverstone Rally School. Lovely stuff. You know, Razza Micro around a field. Hello there. Can we have a chat?
We certainly can.
Oh, brilliant. Who do we have here?
I'm Sharon. I'm the manager at Silverstone Rally School.
Brilliant. I'm Anthony. I'm someone who walks around a paddock and talks rubbish all day.
Really? Or just today?
Just today.
Okay.
Yeah. So I have other hobbies.
Excellent.
Perfect. What brings you to Whilton Mill today?
Well, Well, we're doing a little bit of a road show. We were at Shennington last week. Next week we're at Cartmania. This weekend we're at Whilton Mill. Just introducing rallying as a maybe next step for the youngsters. Just planting that seed. Talking to youngsters about our academy that we run for 14 to 17-year-olds with a view to them going into rallying.
Nice. There's a lot of drivers here who like to do rallycross out on the circuit. They shouldn't do it, but they do it anyway. I think sometimes forced, sometimes by accident. Yeah, this is brilliant. Lovely little micro. I didn't know you had micros. These look great fun.
Yeah, we train a lot of stunt drivers, and as part of their training, they have to do 3 rallies, and they just need to get round. They don't need to set the world alight. So we start them off in these little bomb-proof 1 litres. And these are all dual controlled, so our 14-year-olds learn in these in the school as well. So yeah, so it's a really good starting point. Really affordable rallying.
Yeah. Oh, nice. So dual control. So there's control on both sides. God blimey, there is. They haven't got the steering wheel though. Here, there, look, it's got the, just like your driving instructor would have. There's one very crucial pedal. I think that's a brake pedal, isn't it? Yes, yeah, it's a brake pedal. Yeah.
Some of them have the clutch as well for the real youngsters, and there's also a kill switch.
Yeah. I think that one would be needed for when I have a go, but yeah, perfect. Thank you very much.
That's all right. We're running a free prize draw. If anyone's interested, come and win a day at the rally school.
Perfect. I'll be back later then. Hello, Lauren. How are we doing?
Hello, Anthony. How are you?
You've left Whilton Mill now, haven't you?
I have, yes.
You're now a full-time employee at
Motorsport UK.
Ooh, what are these?
Krispy Kremes.
Krispy Kremes?
Yeah. Do you want one?
What's that? Do I get the whole box?
Yeah, well, we've got 5 people to go.
Right, okay, right. So go on. Open that up.
You want one?
Do you want it? Go on. Go on. Look at these. Get in there. Get in there. Which one do you want? Pick one. Go for it. Go for it. Is that a raspberry filled one?
Yes.
I'm going for it. Right. So your role is to look angry at the drivers and give them a nose cone penalty.
Big smile on your face when you're giving them a nose cone penalty, make them feel wanted. You see, that's it.
Right. Okay. Perfect. Cheers. It's the last round of Whilton Mill Kart Club. This was your baby, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It's all gone really well so far this year, and this is a final one. It'd be good to see the year out, and then, leave.
And then leave. That's it.
I'll still be around here and there when I can, but it's been a good year, yeah.
What on earth are they? Oh dear. It is a red speed chassis. Hello. Who do we have here?
Noah McNicholas.
Noah, how are we?
Good.
Good?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Perfect. How's the day been?
Bad.
Oh.
I went off twice.
You went off twice?
Yeah.
Why'd you do that?
I got caught on someone's rear bumper and then I got punted into the barrier. Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
What's the plan for the next race? Not do that?
Yeah, don't do that and get top 10 hopefully.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Whilton Mill Kart Circuit for round number 11, the finale of the 2022 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. You join us this afternoon for the finals. This is where it will be decided in each class as to which driver gets to use that WM plate for 2023. Of course, it's myself, John Ratcliffe, in the commentary booth. We had the lovely Jack Oliphant alongside me for the heats this morning. Now, I was told for the afternoon that I was going to be getting ex-British touring car driver Andrew Jordan, but instead, I'm stuck with Anthony Jordan. Welcome, sir.
Thank you for that wonderful intro, John. Thank you for that.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I know the person who definitely told you to say that one, so I will be finding them and beating them later on this evening. But yeah, no, it's been a fantastic end to the season. I think it's been a brilliant day's racing so far. I've been out there wandering around the paddock, chatting away. Everyone seems chirpy and happy. So it's either they're chirpy and happy because it's the end of the season and they get to go home at the end of this one, or they've just enjoyed the season so much that they're always happy.
Everyone's always happy here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. The season has been absolutely fantastic. The racing has been brilliant. Heats this morning were fantastic, but I can imagine it's probably going to heat up quite a bit out there on circuit for the finals.
Is it a pun on heating up? Because
it's not really heating up
it's not.
in real life, is it?
No.
It's still pretty chilly, but surprisingly warm for a November day.
Well,
Some people are braving it out there in T-shirts, which was impressive.
I've seen people in T-shirts and shorts and already questioning their sanity, I think, is the way we're doing it. Because there you can see 10 degrees that we're going into round about now. And again, you know, it's all right in terms of temperature-wise. Like you say, it's actually quite mild out there. It's pretty nice, but the track conditions have been suboptimal.
Yes,
you know, there is
definitely
a solid racing line out there. There is a dry line, and the rest of the track is just greasy, wet. So they're out there on slicks now, I'm guessing.
We were saying that before. We weren't sure when the changeover was going to be, but I think between the end of that last heat and this opening final, we could see some change. I'm still not 100% sure, though, because offline you can see it's still pretty moist.
Yes, I do love that word. But yeah, no, that image that you're seeing there, obviously turn 1 and 2, technically 3 as well involved in that area. Definite dry line there that's formed, and if you're running on wet, it's just going to get chewed up.
It really is, and if you're on the slicks and you're trying to go for a move on the inside, you're suddenly going to find it rather slippery.
Well, there we go. As it said there, the first final about to take to the circuit in just a moment's time. You can hear the 4-stroke rumble in the jungle revving up, and the Honda Cadets make their way out onto the circuit. John, take us through the grid because you've been doing it all day, and I don't know many of the drivers are out there right now.
Right, let's have a look then. Oliver Majewski and Rocco Shenton on that front row. They're who to watch for your championship battle here in the Honda Cadets. Charlie King and Oliver Spencer are behind, then follow them Zach Starbuck and Teddy Cooper. Row number 4 sees Harry Taylor and Finley Lyons, then Zach Champney and Alfie Mew round out the top 10, then it's Kian Bernard and Eva Morris. Row number 7, Sergio Wirtz and Jada Mead, and behind them Jake Cossey and Jacob Batchelor. Then Ralphie Branscombe and Jensen Walker. Rounding out the top 20 are Fenton Stoneman and Amaya Thompson. Then it's Jack Freeman and Archie Cannon, Leyland McNeish and Ralph Racketis. And that is your full grid for this 2022 Whilton Mill Kart Club Honda Cadet Final.
Is going to be a good one. Timing at the moment isn't updating on our screen. I'm sure when they cross the line, the ladies in the timing tower who are going to be doing a fabulous job for us. We'll be updating that for us shortly. Of course, standing start for this one. So the Honda Cadets are the only grid that have a standing start here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club weekend. Of course, we do not run any Bambino classes here over the weekend. So yeah, this is the only category that does have the standing start.
Indeed it is. We've got some love in the chat already from Clay, and they are cheering on Amaya Thompson, starting in P20 for this one. Amaya on the 55 plated kart that you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, but it looks like we're almost ready to go.
Championship, how's it done in this one so far?
It is very close. However, it's looking like, unless something goes really wrong, Rocco Shenton on the E-plate should take this, starting on the front row, but in P2, alongside him on that pole position is Oliver Majewski. He's a bit outside of it in the points even, but we're still with a mathematical chance coming into the day. So we'll just have to see how this race runs out, but the E-plate, definitely the one to watch.
Well, I'll leave the maths to you on this one.
Don't do that.
Definitely don't leave it to me on this one. It'll be an absolute fail. 5-second board then goes up, and the first final of the last weekend gets underway. Honda Cadet, the 4-stroke Rumble in the Jungle, gets underway. It's a great start from Majewski, who squeezes Shenton and squeezes him onto the grass. Shenton cuts the corner, comes back out onto the circuit in front of the entire pack and finds the gap, but now is way down in the order. Majewski leads then up into Christmas.
That could be big coincidences or consequences even for the championship. We'll have to wait and see how this plays out as Allsack Starbucks getting up involved with it, and that's Sergio Vert's round. Down at Boxing Day, another driver was involved as well. Can Sergio get it back on circuit? He can indeed in the 57 plated car, but that drops him right to the back of the pack.
Yeah, it was Jacob Bachelor in the number 12 getting involved in that one also. So, yeah, shaky start then for Honda Cadet for their final. But like we say, it's a busy old grid, and that first lap, and I'm just trying to look at the tyres. There was still a lot of wet tyres out there. I'm not sure if a couple of them may have gone for slicks, because it does look like there is a solid dry line all the way around the track, though.
If we see anyone sliding a load, then I think we can assume that they're probably on the dries. But from our cameras anyway, looks like most, if not all, are indeed on those wets.
Yeah, probably a good call going into
I'd say
the
so.
final. Teddy Cooper, fastest lap of the race across the line, 1 minute, 0.78 seconds. Currently in second place. He's half a second off your current race leader. There was Finley Lyons in the number 6, making a move down the inside on Oliver Spencer, I believe that was, for P4. So gets that done. And
Finley Lyons is your other championship protagonist. He's currently sat in P3 in the championship, again with mathematical chance, but Rocco Shenton still sat in P6, still looking on course to take that WM plate.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on that one. Now, the WM plate, is that for the winner of this final, or is it the winner of the championship?
The winner of the championship.
The winner of the championship, right, okay. That's probably why lots of people were giving me strange answers then when I was asking that question. Clearly, I didn't read the rules.
There we go then. End of lap number 2. Majewski starting to pull out a little bit of a lead. Over 1 and a bit seconds now, and Shenton up to P2. We've missed that. New fastest lap of the race, it seems, for Shenton, into the 57s. And he jumped up from P6 to P2 on that last lap. So we'll double check that when we come around and see the leaders, but that would be a very impressive lap for Rocco Shenton if he has managed that. The 79 there of Teddy Cooper slipping back through. He was up in P2 earlier on when we were checking, so there's been a bit of a shuffling of the order on that last lap, but these four battling intensely, and Teddy Cooper pointing forward, saying, come on guys, let's work together. I'm not sure if the 53 is going to follow him. Does through that corner, but there was a move from the 32 of Alfie Mew down the inside.
Harry Taylor there looking to the inside, going into the boot section. Gets that half done, fully done, sorted. Easy move, that one. Well, it's not easy, actually. I completely lie there. It's a very difficult move to actually pull off, but gets that done. So Harry Taylor, 2 positions gained, now up into P6. Teddy Cooper down once more. Under 9 minutes to go. There's your top group. Majewski with a pretty good lead at the moment. 1.1 seconds is the gap from Rocco Shenton. Charlie King, though, P3, fastest lap of the race, 56.66. So definitely a driver to keep an eye on.
Definitely, he's flying out there right now. Here's might be a move down into Ashby, up the inside for the 82 of Kian Bernard. He goes through on the 32 of Alfie Mew. Takes away that 8th position, however runs a bit wide there, might be open to a move up the inside, and indeed Alfie Mew goes back through down at Osiers. So lots of chopping and changing as we continue through this final, and we're only just sort of ticking down to the same time that these drivers had in their heats. Of course, these finals just a little bit longer.
Yeah, that was Zach Starbuck also making the move there, moving up another position as well, crossing the line again. Now Harry Taylor, fastest lap of the race, 55.89. So several drivers now into the 55 seconds, so very quick times there as these two teammates side by side, the two Project 1 karts here working well, using that slipstream and the switchback. Do you know what? That move there reminded me of a certain film involving NASCARs. You know the film I'm talking about?
I do know the film.
The old Slingshot. Yeah, good film, that.
Great film.
Talladega Nights. Recommend it.
It's certainly a polarizing racing film, I think I would say. Some people love it, some people absolutely hate it.
It's brilliant.
But it's pretty funny.
brilliant.
I'll give you
film.
that. It's
Yeah.
pretty funny. Shake and bake, baby.
Yep, indeed. 7 minutes to go. Speaking of shaking and baking, Majewski is doing that. Gap increasing 1.7 seconds. I say that. They cross the line. It's now down to 9/10 of a second. So Shenton is closing the gap visually at the moment. You can see that it is closing, and on the timing screens, they also don't lie. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. 7 minutes to go. Second between them. You can definitely close it up, can't you?
I think so, yeah. A lot more time left, as we say. These finals 12 minutes in length rather than the 8 minutes of the heats that we saw earlier today. And we'll see, well, one final for each class. However, we're going to see 2 finals for the junior max class, as we've got such a big grid for those. We're going to see a B final, which I believe is 10 minutes instead of 12. Don't quote me on that, but I believe the B final will be 10 minutes. And then, of course, we'll see the A final later on today for the junior maxes as well. But current focus still on these Honda cadets. We were saying earlier in the heats, in the more dry conditions, we often see a lot of slipstreaming in these karts, but now they're slightly wetter conditions. It is drying a lot, but the gaps being a lot larger than we're used to seeing in Honda cadets. But that's only because of the talent of Majewski and Shenton at the front continuing to push on ahead.
Yes, indeed. So, battles increasing all the way throughout there. Have a look at the novice drivers at the moment. Of course, 3 novice drivers out there. Fenton Stoneman, Archie Cannon and Jack Freeman. Stoneman leading the trio, currently in P13. So, fabulous showing there from Fenton. Archie and Jack currently 19th and 20th. They're having a battle between each other. But I think the gap between them is quite large. So I think, actually, no, it's quite small. So they're having a good little scrap. This battle here, though, is the one that we're watching. It's the battle for P5 and chopping and changing. Side by side, Taylor down the inside of Spencer. And Spencer fights back, squeezes Taylor there just to say, no, you may have got that move, Sunshine, but I'm going to take it right back from you. Through turn 1 they go, back up the hill. And again, just keep an eye on that slipstream now, because Taylor will just want to, again, find that gap. Not finding it here, though, at Christmas Corner. Slotting through they go. Absolutely line astern. So, again, if they just continue to work with each other, they might be able to catch up to Charlie King, who's just up ahead, the number 74, currently in P4. But that gap's around 2.5 seconds, so they need to just focus on working together. But Taylor doesn't want to. He wants to lead out of this one. He thinks, no, I'm definitely the faster out of the two of us. But Spencer's fighting back and fighting all the way into the apex at Christmas Corner. And not Christmas, into the boot section, I should say, and gets that move done and opens up a fair gap between the two of them. So out of the final corner they go. 4 minutes, 20 seconds to go, and the gap's still the same. Majewski leading by Shenton by 9/10 of a second.
What was that you said about working together?
Yeah,
I don't think they were listening to you.
Yeah, turn the PA up. They might hear me then.
They need it in their helmets, I think, sometimes.
Yeah, we do.
But they're continuing to battle, aren't they? Down towards Ashby. 53 right in the wheel tracks of the 42. Taylor continuing to pressure Spencer as they come up on a back marker there. The 24 of Rakitis. And through they go, continuing once again. As you say, just over 3.5 minutes left to go. Not too long to get anything done. And as you say, once again, Rocco Shenton, that gap to Majewski, not really changing. They're sort of trading times, aren't they? It gets a bit bigger and it gets a bit smaller again.
Yeah, they're kind of in a stalemate at the moment. Finley Lines, though, he's not in a stalemate. He is set fast of the race. 54.80 is closing in on Rocco Shenton. The gap between them, about 0.8 of a second. So keep an eye on that one. The battle for first, second and third, I suspect, will heat up when we get into the latter stages of this race. But right now, all eyes on this battle for P5 still, as these two chopping and changing. Once again, Taylor gets past Spencer going through Christmas Corner. You know, Spencer, though, is again, Spencer is a driver who likes to just go for that cheeky move down the inside where, you know, I saw a gap, I went for that gap, and 9 times out of 10 they actually pay off. So, you know, he's a very, very talented driver. Both of these are very talented drivers. So, and you've seen that throughout this final so far. Like I say, chopping and changing all the way.
The Ayrton Senna-esque moves there. If you see a gap, you've got to go for it. And the 53 of Taylor did that indeed up into P5. And last lap, Finley Lines has overtaken Rocco Shenton. And there we see it on our cameras. So that's a change to a second place. I don't think going to matter too much of the championship. And I think Shenton will know that.
I said he was catching.
Yeah, he's done a great job, and now he's through.
Yeah, indeed. So is there an issue for Shenton, because he lost quite a large amount of time on that last lap alone, a full 0.8 of a second, which in karting is an eternity.
That is a very slow lap for Shenton.
Yeah, so he's got to keep an eye on that last lap on that one. Yeah, it was a 55.9. It's a whole second. Yeah, Finland was faster on that last lap. So, yeah, not the best lap from Shenton on that last one. So he's now behind lines, and these two will work together if they get given the opportunity. Former teammates, no longer. Shenton now a privateer out there. And... yeah, they've got some work to do ahead of them, because that gap, like I say, is increasing. Now about 2 seconds is that gap there. You see Majewski well off in the distance.
Yeah, he's sort of, as we were saying in the heats earlier, when we don't really talk about you on commentary, you're probably having quite a good race if you're out front.
Yeah.
And we haven't really spoken about Majewski in this final much, have we? He kept that gap nicely at about a second, and now has drawn that out to almost 2 seconds as Lyons and Shenton began battling over said position. Here we see the 32 having a nice little battle. This is over the final couple of positions in the top 10. Alfie Mew against Kian Bernard here.
Yes, indeed. You can see there, just trying to look for a move there. Not managing to get that one done. I think they're doing a solid job of just sticking with each other here. And just trying to, you know, they're not actively trying to hunt the group in front. They're just trying to keep up with the pace, really, I would say, on this one. So if it does kick off, they're in a prime opportunity to really close that gap. But less than a minute to go. I suspect we could be seeing the checker flag very shortly.
Yeah, I was going to say now they've got about 30 seconds to go in the race. I think probably the gloves are going to come off relatively soon, and they're going to try and go for those moves. You look back to this P2 battle. Shenton now back ahead of Lyons, so we've missed that on the cameras, but confirmed there. Back up to P2 for Shenton, so he sent a cheeky move at some point earlier on the lap. Lyons still pointing ahead to work together. However, with 10 seconds left to go, it looks like we are about to go onto the last lap. So whether Lyons is trying to fake him out and say, let's work together, and then that opens up a move for him to go through, it would be very cheeky, but I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah, I think the battle's on here for second place, because Majewski has broken away 2.2 seconds ahead as the final lap ball goes out. Yellow's in sector 1, so someone's off around the Christmas corner area, maybe up, and there it is, the number 66 off the track. That is Jake Cossey. Was running in 16th place. Driver is okay. He makes his way over the barrier, but he's all good. Back here with these two now, and I've got to say, I think Charlie King's starting to close in on these two as well. You can see him just in the back of shot as Shenton starts to go defensive and is just trying to find a gap now is Lyons. Lyons switches back to the outside here as they go through Wilkins down into Osiers for the final time, and it's going to have to be a lunge into the inside of the boot.
Indeed, that's the last real opportunity, isn't it? And Shenton knows that. He covers to the inside, but then goes back over to the racing line, to be fair, on the entrance. Takes a lot of speed through the corner. He's not going to get a great exit. Can he go up and under here? No, doesn't try it, does Finney Line. So it is going to be Majewski who gets the win here in the Honda Cadet final. But Rocco Shenton comes across the line in P2 and provisionally, we believe, takes that Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship for 2022.
There we go, across the line there. Your race winner then, Majewski.
Oh. But, that was a bit close across the line, wasn't it?
I think just a gentle squeeze across the line. I think that was Bachelor and Mew there across the line there. I think Dan Ashton, the fact that he's holding his ear means that he's probably talking about something. Oh dear, that's Kim Bernard there.
Oh, on the last lap as well.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. But yeah, no, I think, do you know what? That's probably the tamest Honda Cadet race I've ever seen.
Yeah, usually they're pretty elbows out, aren't they, in the Honda Cadets? But there was a lot more. It was a more mature drive, I'd say, from a lot of the drivers, which was impressive. And I've got to take my hat off to Majewski. What a race! 4 seconds in the lead, a brilliant finish.
Yes, indeed. So yeah, I think Shenton, a fabulous season. I think he ends that one, like you say, on points, looking like that's going his way, which would be absolutely fantastic. He'll be delighted with that one. Majewski gets through. Nose cone is clean. No dramas there. Here is Shenton, who looks pretty happy. He's all good. No nose cone issues there. Finney Lines. Yep, your top 3 good. So no dramas there. They all go through to that one. And like you say, a lot of wet tyres there. I think the conditions there really showed how challenging it was out there. I think, you know, a lot of drivers despite the fact that there is a dry line, everyone is on those wet tyres. Be curious to see what the next group's going to be doing, but it seems a very issue. And there, a very unhappy Zach Champney, the number 61, who is getting a nose cone penalty. And yeah, last round of the season, last race, and it's never nice to get a penalty, is it?
No, it's a tough way to end the season, but you've got to keep your head up high. I know Zach has been very fast throughout the season, and he has a lot to be proud of throughout the 2022 season. So although maybe the last race didn't go quite to plan, still a good season overall, as we see the driver, the 66 that was, wasn't it, that was off, Jake Cossey, off on that last couple of laps down at the first corner, managing to get back to the pit lane now. But as we bring that Honda Cadet final to a close, we're soon to start our only B final of the day. The Junior Max grid is incredibly big, and the Junior Max B final is up next.
Yes, indeed. The only B final that's going to be heading out onto the circuit. Let's have a look at how they're going to be lining up then. Roman Ubi is going to be starting on pole position. Harry Grover is going to be going from second place. Zaki Hussain and Jack Spencer, they'll go from row 2. Luca Magni going from row 3 with Ross Tyler alongside. Blake Noble, Cameron Edmonds, Ollie Miel and Daniel Gurney round out the top 10. James Wernig is rounding out the entire field. 18 points. Of course, these are the drivers who have not made the cusp to go straight into the A final, meaning that I believe there's a cut-off in this one. The top 4 go through.
Pretty sure it's the top 4.
Into the A final, yeah. So effectively, there is a bubble.
Indeed, and we should be watching said bubble throughout the race.
Yes.
Now, one big point that I've just realised, Zaki Hussain is in this B final. He's one of our championship protagonists in this class.
Not been a good weekend.
It's not been a good weekend for Zaki Hussain, and I don't want to speak too badly about his weekend because I know he can probably hear me down there in the collecting area. But he was in 4th place. He was in 4th place going into this final round. 925 points. Championship leader Sam Baker on 1,028. However, Sam Baker is not here this weekend, so it looks likely in the A final it's going to be between Spencer Broham and Jessica White. However, in that last heat that we saw in this category, at the end of the morning, Spencer Broham did not finish the race. He pulled into the pits after a couple of laps done. So it could be very interesting, and I think this class is going to be one that really, really tests my mathematical abilities. But we're going to get into the B final to begin with. And as we say, the top 4 looking to go through to get onto the back of that grid for the A final later on today.
Yes, indeed. So going to have to watch out for that one. Like you say, Rotax probably taking a hit this weekend, of course, because the Rotax Max Grand Finals are on at Portimao. I think that's finished now. I think they finished their races yesterday, so Britain did quite well in that one. Drivers representing the UK did quite well over at Portimao, so good to see UK representing in the world of karting.
Good to see. That track is beautiful as well. Not only the kart track is fantastic, but also the main circuit. It's one of my favourites, the Portimao Algarve circuit, in close proximity.
I mean, it's not as good as Whilton Mill, let's face it.
I mean, obviously, come on now.
Nothing as good as this track. But weather's nicer though there, I'll give them that.
Yeah, that's one thing that they went on.
Yeah. Even though it was raining there. It was raining.
It's probably a little bit warmer, but it does not look like we're going to be good for a start this time around. So, okay, it's 8 minutes long, this B final, not 10. My apologies, I was wrong about that. So, same length as our heats earlier this morning for this B final. But who is going to be able to get into that top 4 bubble by the end of said 8 minutes? We'll have to watch and wait and see.
So Dan Ashton there again at the side of the track, hand up in the air, waving it around like I just don't care, but I think more of disapproval of that one. It was quite...
he definitely does care.
Yeah, I think he does care about that one. It was, I don't think he was too happy with the formation that they had. And like you see there,
there wasn't a formation.
There wasn't much of a formation there. Yeah, to be fair. They're working on it again now, so hopefully they do get themselves all squared away, sorted out, and we get to go racing. But, I think...
They've had a crash.
Oh,
they've had a crash.
They have had a coming together there. So methinks that's going to be another false start.
So the 10 of Cameron Edmonds has gone into the back of the 22 of Ross Tyler there. Luckily, it was at pretty slow speed, so I think they could both carry on. But I think you're right in saying that we may go round again here.
Maybe not.
He's going to try and get back in his good position, maybe.
He's not allowed to.
Nope.
At that part of the circuit. And green flags are out. We are going racing, so that's not what the number 22 of Ross Tyler wanted to see. He wanted to see a false start flag, but he didn't get it. Great start from the top three, though. Already a clean breakaway.
Indeed, already building a nice little gap, and Zaki Hussein right in the middle of it. He's got Romario Nube ahead of him, Harry Hurst-Grover in behind, and then the 98 of Luca Magni is who leads this huge pack behind, but down the inside goes the 54 already. That's Blake Noble moving himself up into 4th place, of course, being the last position on that bubble. However, I've already seen a penalty for your leader. Romario Ubi has got a penalty off of the start, so whether that's maybe a jump start penalty, there was definitely no contact. He was out ahead, so I can only assume it must have been a false start there, or a jump start even for Romario Nubi.
Not too sure. We'll have to see what happens at the end of this race then, what happens with that decision. 7 minutes to go then, and across the line they go. Like you say, yeah, clean breakaway for that top three, but the battle is going to be for those two drivers behind you, Luca Magni and Blake Noble. That is the battle for the last transfer spot onto the grid.
I've just noticed they're definitely all on slicks now as well.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. So here is the changeover from wets to slicks, and it does mean that you've got to be extra careful, particularly under load of acceleration and under load of braking, because the kart can quickly get away from you, especially if you get slightly offline onto that wet stuff. You're going to find yourself facing the wrong direction pretty soon.
Yes, indeed. So, look over the shoulder there for Ubi, and just sees Hussein behind. Hussein in that 131, just trying to squeeze that kart down the inside, looking for that gap there, very close behind Hurts-Grover. And looks like Hurts-Grover is starting to drop off from these top two. Battle for 4th has ceased to exist as well, as Blake Noble now has a clear advantage. So the top 4 currently, as you see them, are okay, but that question mark for your race leader in the number 77 has that penalty. What would it be? Is it a 5-second time penalty that he's got? I mean, I've not seen a graphic appear, but I can see it on our timing screen. It's not too sure. So he has got a 5-second time penalty. So far, 5 seconds would drop you back to 9th place, meaning he'd be out of this one. But they are currently breaking away from the main pack. So if we can break away with the top 4 more than 5 seconds, he'll start the A final at the back of the grid.
Indeed, yeah, that's his goal at the moment now, is just to get back into that bubble, even though he's got the few seconds of penalty. Yeah, we're going to assume it's a 5-second penalty, but we'll have to wait until those results are confirmed on results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC after the race is over. The lap before last, it wasn't a great one for Luca Magni. He was in that bubble in 4th place and then dropped 3 positions on that lap, dropping down into 7th. So he's got his work cut out for him if he wants to try and get back up into the bubble to get into the A final. Here is Blake Noble in 3rd. He's managed to clear Harry Hurst-Grover now, so Blake Noble looking incredibly quick. A 49.50 last lap for Blake Noble. So we've got a full course yellow out on circuit. The Battenberg flag comes out. I'm not too sure what that's for. We haven't spotted anything on the cameras, but I'm sure for a very necessary reason. The marshalling always done fantastically here at Whilton Mill, but as you see, full course yellow means drivers come to a controlled pace. They've got to be ready for anything, as there you can see there is a kart stricken on the exit of Fine Lady, turn number 2. And I can only assume that that's Luca Magni, as he's now dropped down into 11th position. So had a bit of a poor lap earlier on and now out of the race.
Yes, indeed. Again, yeah, not sure why the full course yellow is out.
Luca Magni.
Oh, sorry.
He was stopped on the end of turn 2.
Sorry, I had my face in my laptop.
It's okay,
so,
that's okay.
Yeah.
I saw you slightly distracted, but that's all right, my sir. So Luca Magni out of this race now. So now being pulled to the side of the circuit, so hopefully we should be able to get underway relatively shortly. But I think Brandon Klein-Nagelvort, you maybe jinxed him a little bit there, as you've literally just said good luck to Luca Magni in the chat. And now, I'm afraid, Luca is out of this race.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see if they can get it underway this time. I'm asking. It looks like we are about ready to go. Let's see if we see the green flag. out of that final corner?
No, still under
not this
yellow.
time.
Obviously, the only person who really doesn't like this is your man who's currently leading the way, because now that gap has closed
Of course.
back up again, and the timer is obviously running out.
That was that another spinner at the first corner? It
Yes,
was.
it was,
Yeah,
yeah.
the 31 of Jack Spencer.
It
And
was
that-
in fifth place.
I don't know how favourably the stewards are going to look upon that one, spinning
Well,
at the corner where the incident is.
They're definitely not going to like what he's just done there, which was cut the track. And
Did he? I missed that.
yeah,
Yeah, that's yeah.
yeah.
He's not in their good books right now. I think we can definitely assume that.
We'll see. Full course yellow looks like it's come in then, so I suspect that we'll be going green flag this time around. They've not seen a green flag yet, and the drivers obviously are not racing under green flag conditions as of yet. Sizable gap between the first two, third and fourth. So green flag's now back out. We're back underway, and the gap needs to be 5 seconds for your current race leader.
Well, Ubi is hopefully going to be shaking the hand of Blake Noble after this, as Blake Noble's left over a second gap between himself and Zaki Hussein in second, which could really, really assist Ubi there to try and get back that 5 second gap and build it out to Harry Hurst-Grover. As they went across the line, it was nearly 2.5 seconds, so he's got 2 minutes to try and build out 2.5 seconds. I will be incredibly impressed if he's able to do that, but I've seen crazier things in karting.
Oh yeah, I've seen some some weird things in karting too. But I think in this one it is doable, but he's got his work cut out against him here. Like I say, those top four do go through into the A final later on today, but with that 5 second time penalty looming over your race leader, Ubi at the front, what is he going to do really in this 90 seconds that are remaining? Current gap between first and sixth place is 3.5 seconds. 5 seconds would put you down into P7.
Yep, definitely out of contention there in P7. That wouldn't help. I did see on the gantry, nothing on the timing screen, but on the gantry it said Kart 20, Holly Meal, and Kart 22, Ross Tyler, under investigation. So I'm not sure what that's for, but I definitely saw that on the gantry, so we'll have to see that again after the race. But it's been an interesting B final, to say the least.
For a grid that hasn't got a lot of drivers in it, there's been a lot of warnings and flags to go out. So despite the fact that it is a small grid, they have given us a relatively entertaining race so far. Fastest lap now comes from Jack Spencer in the number 31, currently in 5th place at 49.29. So looking like he wants to close in that gap. Less than 30 seconds to go then on the timer. And so far, I don't think that gap's been able to open up.
It's been pretty stagnant, hasn't
it has. So you always see the gap between the two of them, Ubi and Hussein. It closes up, then it opens up. It closes up, so showing that the consistency is just not there, I don't think.
No, the driver's still trying to work out these conditions. The first race of the day on those slick tyres, and especially when you go, say, like out wide at that last corner, those curbs still absolutely full of water. So if you're getting involved in that, you're then going to get the water all over the tyres. It's going to become proper slippery again.
Yeah.
Last lap board now out, and to be fair, Blake Noble has closed up that gap pretty impressively. 48.3 is the fastest lap of the race from Blake Noble last time around. That was over half a second quicker than the two ahead of him. So he's closed up nicely, but he's only got about half a lap to try and go for a move here.
Yeah, definitely so. And I don't think he's got enough waft in wagon. And I think he's gonna cross the line as the race winner in this B final. But on paper, I think he's gonna drop down the top 5. Well, actually, tell a lie. I think he's good. I think he's going to finish 5th.
It's the top 4.
It's the top 4, yeah, of course.
It's the top 4. So it was the gap to Harry Hurst-Grover, which, to be fair, he did extend on that last lap, but only 3.2 seconds at the line. He needed another 1.8 there to clear that. Oh, that is a big end to the race.
Oh, dear, that's not good. That, I think...
Was Ross Tyler involved in that?
Ross
definitely.
Tyler. And...
There was, I think one of the carts was Luca Magni, which was pulled off earlier, so it was another car involved. Might have been Holly Mile. But, wow, yeah, we missed that. Not the ideal end to the race. Holly's come across the line, so it's not her, but I could have sworn there were 2 karts involved in that.
Sizable impact they've had at
Yeah,
turn 1. And
nearly ripped that rear bumper off, didn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the sort of thing that you will expect to see in these sort of conditions, of course. The drivers who, well, there's no Mr. Nosecone Man anymore. Dave Hillary has ceased to exist, and everyone is coming through. Oh, there he is. Finally appeared. There's Darren in the black puffer jacket, pretending he's doing work as well. The last time he was here at Whilton Mill was February. So, yeah, he's been slacking, basically.
You're lucky he can't hear you.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
He wouldn't be too happy with you.
Oh, he'll watch this back, for sure. He'll watch this back, for sure. So, yeah, interesting. And then to the Junior Max B final. And yeah, the next race will be coming up in just a moment's time. What that race is, I'd love to tell you. It's the Miami Cadet final, who's out next. But yeah, like you say, Nosecone Watch then coming in thick and fast, no dramas whatsoever then for the majority of the field. So it is all good for them. And Miami Cadet final's up next. So it was Minimax that was going at this. My timing screen had already updated. Here's a look then at the starting grid then for the Minimax final. Josh Salvadori and Joshua Turnbull, they start from the front row. Oliver Smith and Victor Hansen, they go from row 2. Ryan Gill and Michael Dalton, they'll round out the top 6 on row 3. Leon Barlow and Luca Brooks, they'll take row 4 from Charlie Neve and Emily Cotty, who round out the top 10. Ethan Carney and Lucy Wilden will go from the for 6 rows. Callum Foster and William Murtaugh, they'll go from row 7. Daniel Hartley and Noah McNicholas go from row 8. Will Archer and Jonas Klimas round out the top 18 on row 9. Macy Creed and Spencer Allen, they round out the top 20 with Oliver Meek and Maxim Smith going from row 11. Karthik Cookmeter and Daniel Bridgeton will go from row 12, the top 23 and 24, rounding out the entire grid. Lucas Blanford, join me in the commentary box. Hello.
Hello.
How are we?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good.
Nice.
Thanks. What brings you to Whilton Mill this weekend? Here to watch the racing?
Yeah, here to watch racing and driver training.
Yeah.
Kart 67, Oliver Meek.
Okay.
He's doing all right. Just needs to get a few confidence, and then we'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's and confidence in these sort of conditions is quite crucial to have, really, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Whilton Mill is definitely a very hard track, especially in the wet. It requires a lot of experience and confidence, definitely.
Yeah, even more so in, like you say, in these conditions, because it's not wet, it's not damp, there's a dry line with a damp outside of the track, so it's, you know, you come off the racing line and it's like, oh no, and it's, yeah, so it needs 100% concentration at all times.
Yeah, definitely.
But these sort of conditions, you've raced here many times in these sort of conditions as well?
Yeah, many times. Second in the championship at the moment, so it's just unfortunate that I can be out there with them.
Yeah, yeah. So you're just going to watch now what happens in this one, and just, yeah, you're going to congratulate the champion as they cross the line on this one.
Yeah, sadly, but well done to whoever wins it.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Where are we in the championship's points? You've highlighted them, thank you. Josh Salvadori then leads the championship points, 992 from Joshua Turnbull. Like you say, Lucas Blanford, who's sitting right next to me, third in the championship. Michael Dalton, Victor Hansen, of course, in that one. Daniel Moore, that's Amore, was last year's champion in 2021. Obviously not in this class anymore. How many points do separate them? There's only a handful, 5 or so. So it's going to be a close one at the end of this one. Who do you think is going to take it? Who do you think's got the confidence in this one?
Oh.
That's a bold call as well, isn't it?
Definitely. Turnbull's been looking strong all weekend, really.
Yeah.
But Josh has definitely been the most consistent out of both of them.
Okay, so be a crucial one to see then. Obviously, a bit of waiting time that these drivers have got before they head out onto the circuit. This race is due to start at some point. I don't actually know. Usually there is a little message on my screen when it's supposed to start, but it's not appeared. But yeah, that's it's going to be a challenge for these drivers, of course, and it's it's the last round of the season. A lot of these drivers, for some of them, it's just a hack. It's just a weekend to have some fun in and not worry about it. But what would a driver be thinking right now? Last race of the season, let's just go out with a bang.
Well, obviously the top two in the championship, they'll be wanting to go for it because obviously only 5 points separate them. So it's kind of whoever beats the other wins, basically.
Well, yeah, in fact, that's how racing works, Lucas. There you go. I think you've hit the nail on the head with that one. But yeah, you can see the next group lining up, waiting to go. That's the Miami Cadet class, who are all going to be eagerly watching this race. And of course, Minimax is a class that has some pretty fierce racing in it, doesn't it? Because they're not at the junior level yet, but a lot of them are just squeezing into that sort of area now, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely one of the toughest categories to be in.
Sort of like elbows out.
Yeah, don't really care really.
Well, I'm sure they do care.
Oh, yeah.
But I think there is definitely some boisterousness about them as they go through, because they're not that. It's not cadet racing where it's all line astern, push, slipstream, all of that, and then it's not junior racing or senior racing. It's just that in between. Yeah, it's just So you get some pretty decent racing out of the Minimax category, and like you say, busy old grid in this one. So lots these drivers are going to be going through for these final couple of sectors. But you've had spells in juniors now, haven't you?
Well, yeah. Unfortunately, my most recent one didn't go to plan.
Yes, we won't bring that one up.
Yeah,
but
we're going to that one.
But what sort of major differences would you expect from going from a mini to a junior? Is it purely the extra power?
Yeah, pretty much. But obviously, the throttle application is you got to be more smooth with it. Whereas a mini, you can kind of floor it in a way. But with junior, you've got to be very gentle with it, as if you've got traction control.
Yes, yeah. So it is literally just that little bit of extra power. To put it into a concept that I would probably know is motorbikes. So if you've got let's say a 125, like a Honda CBR 125, fantastic little bike. I highly recommend them. They're great fun. But you could just go full throttle there, fully twist the throttle and just go for it, and it'd be absolutely fine. And then you step up to something like 600cc. And then you can't do that anymore. Otherwise, the front wheel goes up. You've done an endo, and then it's all gone wrong.
Doesn't end very well. So basically, exactly the same principle on this one.
These are a 125, and then the juniors are a 600. In bike terms, obviously, that one. They're all 125s, cc engines, of course. They're just slightly restricted, these ones, aren't they?
Yeah.
So quite a lengthy delay that we've got before getting the minis out on track. I think that is just as they are clearing up after the last race that we had.
I think there's an incident at turn 2.
Turn 2. Well, as we say, revs fire up and we get underway. Drivers will head out for their formation start. Now, we talk about formation starts, and obviously people watch them on the live stream and they just say, that looks all right. That doesn't look too difficult to drive like that. How difficult is it to stay in such a tight formation?
Well, obviously you've got to watch out for getting a nose gun, because if you get a nose gun in the formation lap, your race has already ended.
Yeah.
Obviously, one of the most embarrassing ones is spinning it. You don't want to be doing that, because you're not going to embarrass yourself, but you'll screw your race over.
Yes.
But it's quite hard to do that, especially when there's only one dry line and the rest of it is wet.
Because of course coming over the line, someone's not going to get a decent getaway, and I think it would be the line who's got the inside line going in towards turn 1, because of course the racing line goes across the track. So whoever's starting effectively on pole position on the outside line, because pole is on the outside here, isn't it? Yeah, I think it is. You've got the more optimal drive off the line. Yeah, so
like seeing someone go over the grass.
Hey?
Might be seeing someone go straight on at turn 1.
Oh, we might definitely see that. We did see that earlier on in this one. Here we go then. Minimax final about to get underway. The final Minimax race of the season into the tram lines, and it's a false start. So
quite spread out there.
Was,
inside section.
Yeah, so they've got to be careful of that. They've got to bunch it up. Like you say, it's not easy, is it?
Yeah.
It's not easy. You've got to watch out for it. Lucas, you got lots of love on the chat. You got some people saying hello. Oliver Webster.
Oh yeah.
Yes, Lucas. Toby Bedford.
Oh, the good old Toby.
Yeah, he's saying hello to you as well. So and of course, drivers saying hello to drivers as well. Good luck to Emily Cotty as well. That was Daniel Otto saying that. RM, good luck to Ethan Carney as well. So do get your comments in. Let us know who you are supporting. Lucas is the owner of the Great F1 League. Is that true?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What? Tell me more.
So basically, I've got this F1 league that starts in January. We've got over 30 drivers so far, so we're hoping to increase that before January.
Nice,
Yeah.
nice, excellent. There you go. Get involved in that one. Oh, and apparently you're a good friend too. There you go.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
You'll take that. Good man, good man. Here we go then.
Round 2.
Yeah, take 2 on this one. So hopefully they've all closed up now and they're going to get going this time around. Out of the final corner, they'll go then. Salvadore on the right, Smith on the left, into the tram lines. Green flags out, we're off and racing. Great start then from that front row, and it was a great breakaway from Salvadore. He managed to close the gap as there's a spin in the mid-pack.
Ryan Gill.
Yeah, Ryan Gill there. Now gets himself back into a straight line and straight off the track under braking.
Foster.
What on earth happened there? Foster under braking. I think, was it an avoidance of going into the back of someone of those tyres?
He got hit from behind there.
Yeah. Well, you think it was hit from behind? I didn't see his head go back. I just saw him just spear off the circuit. So
that wet lane.
Well, yeah, exactly. It could just be one of those. So obviously a much longer race this time around. 12 minutes for their final. And as drivers tried to negotiate their way around the track, of course, this will be the first time that they've done a lap around here today on slick. So for a lot of these drivers, it's going to be into a learning curve straight away, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
For a lot of these drivers. Across the line they go then. Salvadore leading the way, 53.49, fastest lap of the race as he crosses the line. Oliver Smith still there in P2 from Joshua Turnbull. Like we say, Turnbull needs to gain those points, so he needs to try and close that gap up as much as possible. You think in these sort of stages where you have the start of that race, it's now you've just got to try and get into a rhythm now as Turnbull sends it down the inside.
Lots of contact there.
Yeah, it's got to be very, very careful as Dalton tries to get involved.
Oh, even more contact.
Oh, dear. Oh, no, and Turnbull's off the track.
Hansen goes down the inside now.
Yeah, so Turnbull now well down the order, tried to go for the move, and yeah, that's not ended well for Joshua Turnbull. He's got a lot of work ahead of him now. You know, luckily that happened at the start of the race.
Not the end.
No, long way to go as Oliver Smith gets himself a contact warning. So the 38 currently sitting in P3 now, and Michael Dalton's just said, oh, well, thank you very much. The driver is currently sitting 4th in the championship standings, now up into P2. So currently 2 seconds down. Like you say, so for a driver like that, so if you're Joshua Turnbull, you know, you've just tried to go for a move, you know it's for the championship and it's all gone a bit wrong, you know, what's going through your mind now?
Just got to keep it calm, not get too hot-headed. Yeah, you've got another 9 minutes to make all that back up, so there's no point losing your head.
Yeah.
That early in the race.
Yeah, of course.
Makes a move while we speak anyway.
Does indeed. So as it's all starting to kick off here, as Turnbull, who's now back into
more contact there.
P3. Yeah, these drivers are really shopping and changing. Yeah, Luca Brooks just in the back of this group, the number 75. So they cross the line then. Salvadore leads by 1.6 seconds from Michael Dalton. Then you've got this group of 4. This is Smith, Turnbull, Hansen and Brooks, who are line astern. Twitching under braking there. It's so sketchy when you're just trying to find the traction out there, because I suspect trying to get the temperature into the tyres right now is incredibly difficult.
Especially with the track temperature being so cold.
Yeah. So they've got to really watch out for that one. Now you saw there Smith taking a very defensive line as Turnbull goes down the inside at Wilkins, and Hansen follows. Brooks tries to make the move as well. This is more like a cadet race. You lose 1, you lose 4.
Yeah.
Now the rest of the pack is closing in. The number 60 of Charlie Neve, Ethan Carney, Ryan Gill also now have closed into this group. Of course, this is the battle for 3rd place that you're seeing here, but Turnbull now, who has got that clean air at the front of this, has got to try and find 5.2 seconds to catch up to just second place.
And another 1.6 to Josh Salvadori.
Yeah, so a lot of work ahead of him there. Do you reckon that could be done? 8 minutes?
Depends if Dalton and Salvadori start fighting, but I don't think it's possible, personally speaking.
At that far behind so much, yeah, you can see there that your race leader in second place, they're going into Bat Osiers now, and you know these guys are just going through Wilkins, so Wilkins and Osiers.
Quite a big gap to find.
Yeah, so quite a big gap to find. A lot of real estate between the two of them. So as they go through there, you can just see they're now getting back involved. Ryan Gill, after that early spin, still within touching distance of a potential podium, and straight off the track was one of the Crop Promotion karts.
I think that's Luca Brooks.
It was indeed, and there's another kart off there as well, the 81. So Noah McNicholas and Luca Brooks off the track. I don't think that they collided with each other.
Yeah,
I just think, I think, yeah, it was just, two drivers straight off, and that just shows that, turn one. It may be you watch all the videos on YouTube and everything like that of everyone going flat out, but if you just take that wrong racing line, or there's just a bit of a jink of the steering, or you hit a bump the wrong way.
Turnbull's back in it now.
Oh, he is, yeah. Battenberg flag is out, so...
Just what Turnbull needed.
He did indeed need that. I suspect Josh Salvadori was not happy about seeing that flag come out. I can imagine some fruity language coming out of his mouth after seeing that.
Top 3 in the championship, top 3 right now.
Yeah.
Just shows how close it is.
Oh, and there's another driver straight off there.
Emily Cotty, I think.
Yes, I think that is the 148. Yeah, it is. Yeah, Emily Cotty. So, again, just shows very, very tricky out there still.
A tiny bit off the racing line, actually.
Yeah, exactly. Reminds me of the Canadian Grand Prix 2011.
Oh, yeah, Sebastian Vettel in the final lap.
Yes, yeah, caught him out. Catches out the best of drivers, you know. So, don't take yourself too much harm on this one. You know, if you have a spin, never mind. Brush it off, crack on.
Exactly.
Every time you have an incident like that, you learn from it. So it's just experience as you try to gain in this one. So 5 minutes remain in this race, and we saw how spicy it was for P3 earlier on.
Can't imagine it for first place now.
Yeah, it's all going to be down to what Josh Salvadori can do just to try and break away from this pack once again as they all concertina back up. Are they going green flag this time around? I see a... No, I don't see a green flag ready, so no, we're going round for another lap. So again, drivers will be rapidly trying to maintain temperature in the tyres. Rachel Bullard, I was timekeeping that Canadian Grand Prix. Longest race of my life. Give me a Minimax final any day. There we go. It was the longest race. Actually, that race caused the FIA to make a rule. The 2-hour rule, where a race could not extend over that time because it was the longest race, and so now that rule exists because of that race. So there you go.
Thank you, Canadian Grand Prix.
Yeah. Thank you, Canadian Grand Prix. They're too long as it is.
Yeah.
Do you prefer the sprint races?
No, there's not enough action. I don't think.
Not enough action in them.
Well, for the first 3 laps, I think there's loads of action, whereas for a full race, there's action the whole way, I think.
Yeah.
Because it's strategy in that.
It is strategy, isn't it?
There's Oliver Meek.
Yeah, and he's watching the rest of this final from the sidelines, unfortunately. Wagon roll no more. So you can see there all the karts that have gone off the track. You can see the different lines there. I'm not sure if that was a quad bike, Marshall quad bike, or a kart. So because that's a very interesting line there in the middle of the grass. I'm not sure who's been all the way out there.
Green flag this time round.
Yes, indeed. Race will restart with 4 minutes to go then. Your top 3 in the championship are 1, 2, 3 on track. Green flag out, and it's a bad start.
Salvadori's had a terrible start.
He has. So Salvadori has now dropped back into P3, and Michael Dalton leads the way. So Dalton now up into P1, in towards Christmas Corner. Constantina under braking as Turnbull squeezes down the inside but can't quite make the move. Salvadori then also under braking, just locks up and and just gives them a gentle nudge into the apex, but they all squeeze their way through cleanly as down the inside is straight off the track. Who's that? That's 21.
Hansen.
It is Hansen who's off the circuit, and Hansen won't like that as he wheel spins that
in the
car.
championship off the track at Ashby's.
Yeah, he's just digging that kart further into the mud there. He's got to be careful he doesn't get that beached, and he has got it beached. He's had to get out and pull that kart off the grass. But your top three now, a much better start then from Dalton. Dalton leads, but Turnbull is closed in. Side-by-side action here as Neve dives down the inside of Ryan Gill. But Gill gets that switchback move again. And Turnbull here, back for the race lead, is now all over the back of Dalton as Dalton is scrambling to try and find any traction in those tyres. Dalton then out of Christmas corner just holds on to the lead, doesn't lose it, and you've got to think Salvador at this point, and look at the direction change there as Dalton just slams the door closed going into Ashby. Salvador will be liking this because he's now got momentum to get through. Side by side for the race. He's 3 wide. Oh! And Dalton's round. Dalton round and has fallen down the order and the kart stalled. He could be out of this race. Smith now back up into P3 as Salvador, after that terrible restart, now retakes the lead with 2 minutes to go. Well, goodness me. This is all starting to kick off now. Ryan Gill's back in this one. He's in P4. 2 minutes left on the timer then, and there's a bit of real estate, bit of breathing air now between Salvador and Turnbull. Turnbull there in the number 10, P2. He's got the pressure of Smith behind. Smith not going for the move though. But, well, that's not what you wanted to see going into the end of this final, is it?
Definitely not. The 3 championship rivals as well.
Yeah, that is definitely not what you wanted to see. 90 seconds left to go then on this race. And it's all starting to shake up now. Salvador, who's in the best possible position he can be in right now. He's leading this race. He's leading the championship. So he'll have to see what he can do in these last 1 minute and 20 seconds. Turnbull is starting to close that gap, though. Turnbull's not done quite yet. Yellow flags out through Sector 1. So I think a driver off at Christmas corner looking for a helmet. Well, I can see a marshal there. I can just see his high vis. So Turnbull lifts up the radiator cover, tries to cool the engine down.
Bit of a gap to 3rd place now.
Yeah, so they're starting to break away, aren't they? So Turnbull right now at this stage, kept a cooled head, has got that momentum, as like you say, there's Dalton recovering with a huge lunge down the inside, and there it's starting to kick off once again as Turnbull looked like he tried to go for the move at Wilkins. Out of Osiers they go, down into the boot section then. Last lap board's going to be out this time. It's going to be a last-ditch effort for between one of these two drivers. First and second in the championship. Currently first and second on the track as we go on to the last lap then. I think it's the last lap.
Oh no, there's 19 seconds left.
There's 19 seconds left. There's 2 laps to go. Right, okay, so there's not the last lap yet. So Turnbull now looks down the inside, gets it done. That was clean, that was tidy. So has that been enough now for Turnbull to get that done? As again, it's all kicking off in the background here.
Down the inside.
Yeah, Gill just trying to defend that position. But like you say, yeah, Barlow getting that job done. Running in the X-Kart there. So 2 laps remaining of this race. And back here, Salvador has kept with Turnbull. Turnbull's not breaking away too much.
Still in striking distance.
He is indeed,
but
it
goes onto the wet.
Yeah, goes onto the rumble strip there. So in this position, of course, Salvador will be okay for the championship. But obviously you want to end it.
Oh, Barlow's off.
Oh, dear me. And looks to be in a bit of discomfort there. Does Barlow. And again, very tricky conditions. But I think Salvador at this moment, and there's another cut off. There's
three people.
There's several cut. If there's something down on the track and the red flags have come out.
So Turnbull.
So the last lap on this one, the red flags come out, so the results will go back to the previous lap. But I think Turnbull was still leading at that point, so Turnbull will take the win on this one. And you can see there Josh Salvador in the background, obviously unaware of what's happening out on track, but is aware that he technically now has won the championship here this year. Nose cone check though.
Will this change anything?
It's all good for Turnbull. All good for Salvador. And Oliver Smith, it's all good. So surprising there that it's all good, despite, like you say, all the jostling they were doing. Out of 10, what would you rate that race?
Definitely a 10. I was on the edge of my seat.
But there you can just see, a lot of the drivers there just getting recovered there. But you're looking at the live chat now. Giving it a good read. But, oh dear, nose cone penalty coming in there for the number 22 Creed. Maisie Creed there, finished in P12. We'll see a 5-second time penalty. That will drop that driver down to about P15, which is a shame. But yeah, like you say, a very challenging race out there, and I suspect the marshalling team have got quite some job to get that track cleaned up, I would say, before the next race. But Lucas, thank you so much for joining me on that one. Obviously, giving your inputs. There's the angry little man shouting again. He does shout quite a lot. But there we go. But I think a very exciting way to end the Minimax season. Like you say, Amy Cadet will be coming up next in just a moment. But yeah, Lucas, thank you so much. And so everyone in the chat's enjoyed having you with us in here. But yeah. I think for a lot of these drivers, it's the end of the championship, and I suspect a lot of them are quite happy down there. We can see a lot of you who are down there at around the apex of Turn 1. If you can hear us, give us a wave. We can see you. I can see a man walking in an ST T-shirt. That man clearly doesn't know what a good car is. And he's not reacted to that just yet. But yeah, I think they're all just more interested in what's happening behind, or just a little further ahead of this camera. So hopefully everyone is okay at Turn 1, of course, because quite a big accident there. But can see that apparently has been now stood up out of the car, which is good to see. Obviously, next race coming up in just a moment's time. We'll bring you that action. Do stick with us. But driver walking into the ambulance, apparently just holding his wrist, so hopefully it is just a wrist injury. Yeah, it's nothing more worse than that. So, but at least you could say at this point, yeah, obviously accidents are bad, but at least it's the end of the season, you know. But hopefully he's not going to spend Christmas in a cast. That would be the worst thing to. It might be a struggle to open Christmas presents. I think at that stage that'd be.
It's always a pain.
Yeah, I can imagine. But. On your sessions, have you had any ones that you've come away from and you thought, oh, I've been lucky with that one? Either it's been it's been a crash and it's not been lucky, or
well, all my crashes have been unlucky.
Oh, so right, okay, fair enough.
Not the best.
But there you go. Yeah, well, there you go. Oliver Webster there. Lucas has an experience in a car, so there you go. Yes, not the best thing to have happen to you, is it?
Yeah, definitely not. Probably one of the most painful ones, I would say, as well.
Yeah. You can see the ambulance coming back off the circuit, so that driver has been seen to, of course. Marshalling team and the medical teams here at Whilton Mill, second to none in terms of experience, so great to see them and have them here, of course. Of course, without them, we couldn't go racing, so we do thank them, of course, for their fabulous work throughout the entire season. So, yeah, been pretty good. So you can see the crowds there, eager to get the next racing underway. Lucas, once again, thank you so much for joining us. And, Miami Cadet final. That'll be coming up next. Stay tuned.
Thank you.
So, may have unmuted your microphone a little early there. I do apologise. Josh, John, back in the commentary box.
Yeah, sorry guys, you're stuck with me again, and my apologies.
Yeah, no, that's Julian Blanford there. Good job commentating Lucy.
Yeah.
Nickname for Lucas, I'm guessing.
Pretty cute.
Here's the grid.
Nickname. Yeah, let's run you through your grid for the Miami Cadet final coming up soon. Will Green is going to be on pole position for this one alongside Archie Lovett. Behind them, Jesse Phillips and Canish Rao. Then it's Vinnie Hines and Colby Patterson. Row number 4, Henry Domain and Austin Gibson. Then it's Yala Saya and Enzo Buttarazzi. then Jensen Ackerman and Harley Musk. Row number 7, Cody LaPatrell and Levi McGrath. Then it's Henry Clark, Mason Brooks, Max Mason and Sukmani Kira. And rounding out the top 20, Frederick Wood and Levi Sangera. Behind them, George House and Marcel Popakul. Then Charlie Clough and Christian Kobe. Then it's Ethan Weldon and Millen Tomlinson. And Josh Cook, Ari Williams, Jacob Nairn and Reen Townsend Grant rounds out the 30 karts on your grid for this one.
So, apparently it was pronounced Lukey, not Lucy. So we'll call him Lucy. It's fine. I'm sure he won't mind. As you can see there, the next final about to get underway. Miami Cadet. Again, a very busy grid in this next one.
Indeed. Shame that we didn't see Lucas out on track for that final. Obviously, he was involved in the championship battle, but I think we've got a budding commentator on our hands there. Lucas Bamford, he did a great job.
Full pundit entered in that one, so obviously lots of knowledge.
We need Luke's notebook at the next next round, I think.
Oh, we're quite good. Let's see if we can organise that. There we go then. So you can see karts just coming in off the circuit. There was the recovering number 42, Leon Barlow, who I think was the driver who was involved in that incident. His kart back into the pit lane now. Do hope he's okay.
I'm not sure if you've got any update, but a couple of races earlier, James had said we think that there might be something down at turn 1. I think after that incident at the end of that one, I think we can probably assume that there was. Hopefully it's been cleared up by now, but yeah, you don't usually see that many people go off at one corner without there something causing that.
Well, I think what potentially may have happened there is drivers going off the track, obviously onto the grass area, and then they're bringing debris, water onto that dry racing line again. And of course, as they go through, drivers are going around, and that dry racing line that we're flat out on earlier is now covered in water again, and they've got to ease off. And before that, it's then a spin and they go off. So maybe that is the case. And you can see there the Desbrez being cleared.
Desbrez, like it.
From the circuit.
And that second corner is not a really great one to be going off at, because you find that wall comes up pretty quickly on the outside there.
Comes up pretty sharpish. Nothing softer than a tyre wall.
Indeed. Right, let's have a look at the championship then.
Yes,
so for IARMY Cadets, your 3 that are battling. So going into this weekend, Finley Hines was your leader, 1,029 points. Max Mason in second place on 980, and Levi McGrath on 881 in third. So Levi definitely a bit of an outside shot in this one, and Finley Hines is looking good to take this championship. He starts in P5 for this final. Levi McGrath down in P14 and Max Mason down in P17. So we're going to have to see quite a bad race from Finley Hines and quite a good race from Max Mason for that order in the championship to change at all during this one, I think.
It always strikes me in karting how the points system works. They end the season with 1,000 points. It's like, it's a bit difficult to keep track of.
For us with low mathematical abilities, it is quite difficult.
I don't need a chat. There's I think that's Joel there. You can see in the puffer jacket asking for some hair advice from the chat next to him. See, how on earth did you grow so much and I can't grow any? On top of my head. Everyone else being very clever there, wearing a hat to disguise what their hair looks like. But your man there, fantastic head of hair. Wish I had a hair like that. I don't think I could pull that look off, though.
I don't think so either.
Anyway, back to points. Like I say, would it not be simpler to just run like? We'll use Formula 1 as an example. 25 points for a race win. Down, and only the top 10 get points. Yes, there are so many drivers in this championship.
Yeah, that would be my main.
And you'd have a lot with 0 points. It'd be hard to determine where they are in the standings, sort of thing. But there are drivers in Formula 1 who have no points. A lot of them have no points. Like 5 of them could run with no points throughout the entire season. So they obviously have to figure that one out in a way. So yeah, I think maybe you go along those lines. I can't see an argument of why you can't run like that in karting. And then it makes the maths a lot easier. I think it then promotes the drivers who have done well through the season, and I think get rid of the drop rounds.
Yeah, I would agree with that final point about the drop rounds. I think it's a good thing for just the fact of maybe you physically can't come to one of the rounds. Something's happened in your family life or something that means you literally cannot come to it. It's a nice thing to have there as a bit of a buffer.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does make it a little bit more complex. One thing I would say is, especially for the novices, I would say, who are normally starting down near the back, if you make it so that it's like the top 10 who get points, then if they come from, say, a 26th to 28th position start, they have a storming race up to 12th, they still get no points. Whereas if they still have a bad race and they stay around 28th, they still get no points. So it's kind of like, oh, I'm putting in all this effort, getting all these positions, and I'm still not really getting anything out of it.
But I think it would give the benefit, like, it's the chase, isn't it? It's the chase of getting your first championship point.
Yeah. I think there's arguments for both sides.
I definitely think there's arguments for both sides. It's matter of opinion. Let us know in the comments. What do you think? Do you think they should scrap drop rounds? Do you think the point system should change? Let us know your opinions on the matter. Obviously, we can waffle about it and chat all day. Lucas Blackford's back in the commentary box because he forgot his hat. Oh dear. Hang your head in shame, Lucas. Yeah, it's a lovely hat though. There we go.
Good at commentating, bad at remembering. Lucas Blanford there.
Luke Austin puts, DJ just wants less points because he can't count past 25.
That's very true.
Well, you also struggle with maths, John.
All right.
So, don't bring all the hate over to my side of the commentary box,
Don't pass off that diss onto me, sir. Thank you.
But, I just think it would make life, I think, a lot easier for I think everyone are trying to work it out, because then when you include, like drop scores, he's got drop scores, so yes, he's leading by 125 points, but after the drop scores, he's actually 4th in the point standings. It's like,
yeah, that I can get behind.
So it's just one of those things. Rachel Buller comes in and says, I think it would be kind of sad for really young drivers who do the whole season and not get a single point, especially if they go from 34th to 11th in every single race. Yes, obviously that was the point that you bring up, and it's a very fair point is on that one, so maybe you change it to the top 15. I
think especially, as she mentions, at that young age.
Yes, yeah, it is.
You don't quite have that confidence and maturity yet, and you can really get thrown off by something like that and be like, oh, I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah.
I'm not moving anywhere, when actually you are doing really well and you are progressing, but you're not getting that physical accomplishment from it of getting those extra points and moving up in the championship and really fighting it out. So yeah, then maybe the argument comes of whether you do it for different classes. The older classes have one and the young classes have another, but then that gets even more confusing. So I think we're just going to go around in circles here.
We could. There you can see a poll has just come up on the Alpha Live chat on the YouTube channel. So if you are,
I feel like we might be a bit biased on that one.
Favourite UK kart circuit: Whilton, Mill, Roundwood, GYG, or PFI? Get your comments in. Get your votes in. Let us know. I'll get rid of that on the screen. Well. Nico, there comes in, 34 points for first and down. So, obviously in this one, there is a maximum of 34 karts that can enter into that one.
I think it is nice to have a couple of extra points for the top 3, though. So maybe if you did, as he said, what's that, 32, 30, so 31 for 4th, and then maybe 33, 37, 40, something like that maybe. Gives you a bit extra for getting into the top 3.
But, there we go. Lots of
from Lord's Brewing Company. That's a lovely comment from themselves.
Yeah, thank you. So I agree with dropping drop scores. It can be tricky to calculate, especially if everyone does different rules and one can be dropped. Yeah, it can make things quite confusing. Hello from Mark Fleming. Looking in from the west of Ireland, looking forward to the cadet final. Just moved from cadets to junior X30. There you go. How would you all deal with the clash of British champs or Super 1 if there is no drop scores? So that's another good point. Obviously, you've got those sort of things. And I think, again, I'm going to be quite controversial, obviously, when I say most of these things. You know, I think karting in a way has become quite saturated in the UK. There is lots out there for you to choose from. There are club championships. There are several national championships. Of course, and you've got IKR, you've got MSUK. There's, you know, there is so much, and I think for a lot of parents, a lot of drivers, how much is too much? You know, how much do you commit to?
There's so much choice nowadays; it's difficult to decide which ones to do. A couple of people in the chat asking a few questions as well. Ryan Murphy, when's the Junior Max A final? That's going to be the last race of the day. So we're on race number 26 at the moment. It's just about to kick off. Race number 30 will be the Junior Max A final. And then Neil McKay says, what time's the Honda Cadet finals? I'm afraid you've already missed it, sir. It was the first final kicking off this afternoon. So if you scroll back on the YouTube player, you'll be able to find it there.
Yeah. Harry YT as well said, when is the Junior X30 final? That's after this final, so stay with us. Stay with us. Like I say, Miami Cadet, yeah, we've not really spoken a lot about them. But yeah, no, these guys, very talented grid. Slippery surface flag is down at turn 1. And
so they've done the best they can to sweep away everything. But obviously, drivers just need to be a little bit more mindful, especially on the opening couple of laps of this one, I think.
Salisbury and Company used to love watching cadets when I raced in seniors. They are absolutely mental. Well, they're still absolutely mental, so stick with us, enjoy. Yes.
Especially with a bumper grid like this.
Yeah.
It's going to be brilliant. Now, once again, just a little reminder, 5th position on the grid, Finley Hines in the 57 Kart. That's who you're going to want to be watching. He's our main championship protagonist here in the Army Cadets. And also, looking back a little bit further, Max Mason starting a bit further down the grid as well. He's the only one that can really challenge him, but is going to have his work cut out for him, starting down near the bottom of the team positions.
Indeed. Here we go then. Looking slightly untidy there with the formation into the tram lines. Are they going round again? They are. False start. I thought that was coming. Didn't look like the cleanest route there. Well, yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah, luckily we're not accountants.
Yeah, we're not accountants though, Terry. But yeah, no, it makes a point. Obviously, it's just a little bit confusing for everyone with the point side of things.
We're doing our best to try and work it out in real time, but
yeah,
give us a break if we do get anything wrong. We do apologise, but looking forward to this final to get underway. Of course, Jack Oliphant is down in the collecting area, or sorry, the post-race sort of area in the pit lane, getting some interviews with drivers once they come off, trying to get interviews with the race winners, with the championship winners, and then of course anyone else who's down there, mechanics and that. Still looking a little bit spaced out here to the start, waiting for the 54 to come alongside, and isn't really. Let's see if we can get this underway. First time of asking here for the Army Cadet final, or second time of asking even. And it looks like we are indeed underway. Through Oblivion go the Army Cadet drivers, still a little bit slippy through there. Got to make sure they keep it in a straight line, and they all just about managed to do that. Here we run up towards Christmas Corner, and there is already going to be a move for the lead. I think that's Jesse Phillips going through on Will Green to take that lead already. And Jesse's going to now hope to try and pull a bit of a gap, especially if they start fighting like that behind. That's the 57 of Finley Hines getting overtaken. So he had a good start up to third there. Now just drops one position to the 6 of Henry Domain. Henry Domain, I think, has been the standout, at least today anyway. In the earlier heat we saw, he was incredibly fast. So can he do the same in this final? The driver ahead, pointing ahead, that's Will Green wanting to work together, but I'm not sure Henry Domain is going to oblige.
No, I don't think he is at all. Well, down the inside goes the Henry Domain, gets that move done, just squeezes down the inside. Finley Hines there in P3 now. The all green driver, you can see just streaking through your shot. So Jesse Phillips then leads the way as the number 36 of Jack Holmes goes through an unintentional rotation and gets back onto the track, albeit now at the back of the grid. 10.5 minutes to go then as they make their way down into the Ashby hairpin, and it looked like there was a bit of a concertina effect there just closed in. Drivers trying to fight for the same piece of tarmac at the same time. It never usually ends well, but luckily for those two drivers it did, so they were okay with that one. Phillips then starting to pull away from the main pack.
He is, yeah, like you say about the trying to share the same amount of tarmac. We saw that in that last final where your top three all tried to go for the apex down at Osiers, and it didn't end particularly well. So hopefully not going to happen again, and it didn't happen that time around for those drivers. Oh dear, the 33 is off into the wall.
That's Clough there.
Yeah, Charlie Clough. That's down at Fine Lady once again, so whether lost it on their own or whether that slippery surface still playing a factor there for the drivers, and a shame for Charlie to end off his final like that.
Coming in, what is the age group of cadets these days? They start from around 8 years of age to around 11, 12, sort of that area, before they can then step up into around minis. They can go from minis between the ages of, I think, 11 and 13 or something like that, and then it's the step up to juniors from 14 onwards, and then seniors, of course, from 16 plus.
There's quite the crossover in age range now between the classes, so it can get a little bit confusing as to when they can jump up between the two, but loads of different options to choose from for the drivers to make their way up that sort of Motorsport UK karting ladder.
Well, you say it's confusing now. You just wait till next year, because there is quite a shake-up, and there's someone straight off the track. Who was that? Was that Phillips?
Phillips, yeah. Jesse Phillips from the lead.
It wasn't. No, it's not Phillips, is it?
It is the number one.
It is the number one, yeah. And he's trying to get it back on track, and he's now come to a stop. And now those tyres now, they will just be wheel spinning in the thick, dense grass there. And he's just going to have to get out of the kart and pull it off. So from the race lead, and there we go, all by himself. And it just shows the slick tyres, yes, they are the right choice, but you've got to be so careful. Too much apex, you get wet tyres, you go skating off in the next corner. You've got to be so careful.
Exactly, yeah, and just so gutted about that. It would have been a red, because we saw Jesse sort of bounce off the barrier on the outside, tried to keep it going, and it's so gutting when you just slowly come to a halt there, and there's just nothing that Jesse could do about that.
Yeah. So they go through then. Domain now leads the way from Archie Lovett. Finley Hines there in P3 from, let's say, Kinish Grau, Austin Gibson, Jensen Ackerman in the top 10, currently running in P7. He's got Enzo Butterazzi in P8 just behind. Colby Patterson and Harley Musk rounding out the top 10. Yellow flag still out in turn one, and that's the reason as the number 52 goes off the circuit. That is Austin Gibson from P6.
Wow.
And again, it just shows it's really difficult out there still. It's not... These conditions are probably the worst to race in, and the full course yellow flag comes out. Domain won't like that, because now the rest of the field can close in, and his teammate Archie Lovett can close up, and crucially this man here, Kinish Grau, can also close up as well. So Battenberg flag out for the third race in a row.
Indeed, yeah, we've still got a problem down at those first couple of corners, haven't we, with the slipperiness. So I think, yeah, for the safety of the drivers, full course yellow comes out again, and because a couple of drivers were making contact with that barrier on the outside, might need a little rebuild from the marshals here at Whilton Mill. And the crowd's huge for this final round. I was amazed when I went out there when Lucas jumped on the commentary. I was having a little walk around. There's so many people out there watching, and everyone getting properly into it. Of course, drummed up by your fantastic commentary, Anthony, obviously.
Don't try and flirt with me, Carl. Don't try and flirt with me. It's not going to work. But yeah, no, it's very busy here this weekend. There, the paddock you can see in the background, full capacity paddock here. Even the mill circuit is completely covered as well. So the entire main paddock, all round where M Sport, KKC shop is based. There's teams down there as well. The mill circuit's covered also. Car parks are full. The cafe's full. Everywhere's busy. All to watch some karting this weekend, because there's not a lot of karting going on now. Most of the karting's packed up for the year now. It's the end of the seasons, and a lot of these drivers for now, Christmas is the next stop for them. So,
literally, they're about to get.
Well, yeah, quite literally. Yeah, they are heading into Christmas corner. I always forget that,
but it will be within a blink of an eye, and the 2023 season will be under the way.
Oh yeah,
it will be so quick.
Yeah.
Time absolutely flies at the moment, I find anyway. So I'm sure it will creep up on us extremely quickly, and I'm very excited about that.
What are you doing for Christmas, John?
Just going home, mate.
Just going home?
Back to Surrey. I don't like going abroad for Christmas. It feels wrong.
Yeah.
It feels wrong. I want to be at home. It needs to be a bit chilly. Hopefully a bit of snow, but that's very rare now in December. It's usually when we get to like February or March that actually that decides to come.
Yeah, yeah.
But no, I like it being all homely and nice for Christmas.
I will. I'll agree with you on that one. So yeah, nice to see. Full course yellow flags then still out. If you are just joining us, welcome to the final round of the Whilton Mill Cup Club Championship for 2023. Green flags back out. Late call, but here we go then. 5 minutes to go then on the timer. Clean breakaway for Domain and Lovett, and hopefully at this point they can latch on to each other, work together, and break away from the main pack.
Indeed, Finley Hines still sat there in third place as well. That's all he needs to be. Remember, his closest challenger, Max Mason, he's not having the best race. He started P17, still currently in P17 for Max Mason, so not moving his way through the field like he would need to challenge Finley Hines for that first place in the championship and that inaugural WM plate in the Army Cadet class.
Yes, indeed. So they make their way round, and nice breakaway then for the top three. No dramas between them altogether. Like you were saying with championship points, who is leading it at the moment?
Finley Hines at the moment had a decent little lead coming into the round, and I think has had a pretty good weekend as well.
P3, what would that do for them?
You put me on the spot now, mate. I think that's 56 points, I want to say, because it's 60 for a win in a final. Just find out how he did in the previous heats in the weekend.
Oh, I have put you on the spot there.
You really have.
I'll let you figure that one out with the last 3 minutes to go. Question for the commentators. We'll answer that question at the end of this race. Like we say, yeah, 3 and a bit minutes to go, and Lovett all over the back there of Domain. Again, don't expect to move from Lovett in these sort of stages of the race. I think Lovett's just going to try and stick behind, but Lovett's got to be aware of Hines behind, of course, because if Hines goes for the move, Lovett's going to be caught short there as the rest of the field slots through. Nice big scrap a little further back in the field. Kanish Grau, though, also there, and the number 9, he's closing in also, so keep an eye on that one. Got the close company of Jarvis Sayer in P5. Jensen Ackerman's still there, Enzo Mutarazzi, Colby Patterson, Harley Musk, George House, Mason Brooks, Christian Kobe, then it's Ethan Weldon, Levi McGrath, Kobe LePetrel, Sukmani Kira, Henry Clark, Josh Cook, Frederick Wood, and Will Green rounding out the top 20, separated by 7 seconds. So not much separating the top 20 out there at all.
No, it's ridiculously close, as it always is in our Army Cadets, and I think definitely helped by the full course yellow that we had earlier, but the pack really hasn't spread out since then. But yeah, looking back at Finley Hines, he's had a decent weekend, not one of his best, a 2nd, an 8th and a 9th so far. However, Max Mason, his closest challenger, it really hasn't come to him this weekend. A 13th, a 17th and a 22nd, and he's currently looking at another 17th, I believe. He's jumped up a little bit, or no, has he fallen down? No, he's fallen down to 21st. So I think Finley Hines will have known that coming into this race, and he can be pretty relaxed, sat there in 3rd place.
Yeah, exactly. Note to worry about there, but something to worry about here is between these two drivers, Domain and Lovett. Again, absolutely line astern. No moves been happening yet, as they, like you say, they've just been trying to work together to try and break away from the main pack. They've done a good job of breaking away from 4th down, but they've not dropped Hines yet. Hines still there, and I would say at this point Hines is in the prime position here, because he's got a bit of breathing space between the two of them in front, and if Lovett goes for the move, to which he will when it comes to the last couple of laps, it's inevitable, that you know, he's in that prime opposition to just, as they concertina up and lose time overtaking, he'll just send it down the inside there as the number 23 comes into the pit lane. That is Colby Patterson retiring from the race. Shame there. Colby, very quick driver. Last year, Bambino contender in the championship for the British Kart Championships. Again, very quick driver. So, you know, I think this is his first year in cadet racing. So, you know, he's had a tough start to his year in the next category up. So, you know, a lot of work to do ahead of there. support out there for Harley Musk. Go Harley, 21 from all the Musks. So the Musks are watching.
Or even Elon.
Maybe.
He's too busy with Twitter at the moment, I think. Right, 30 seconds to go. We should get 2 more laps here of the Whilton Mill Kart Circuit. Still your top 3, as they have been throughout this race, really. And Finley Hines, check over the shoulder there, just to see what kind of gap he has. Back to Kanish Rao in 4th. And a nice little second gap as they went across the line between the 2 of them. But as you say, when or is Lovett going to go for it on Henry Domain for the win of this race? Of course, neither of them fighting for the championship, so it's just all about getting this final win and their final race of the season. So indeed, confirmed on the timing now, this is your second to last lap, and if Archie Lovett does decide to go for it, can Finley Hines pick up any pieces? But then again, he's still got to be a bit careful, because he doesn't want to get involved in an unnecessary incident that then puts him down the order and might put the championship wide open again. I think he probably has enough of a buffer from this weekend, but still, you don't want to play with fire because you're probably going to get burned.
Yeah, exactly, and I think he has dropped back a little bit there from these 2 as they squeeze past there. Harry Williams, the 91, currently in 27th place. Williams not getting involved in that one. Good driving from him. And now we'll see Lovett. Okay, look over the shoulder. Domain dives to the inside, defends that inside line. Now it's starting to heat up between these 2. Side by side then as they go into Wilkins. Watch for the switchback as they exit back out. And side by side once again, looks to the inside, keep an eye on Hines. Hines tries to get the switch back, can't quite find it. Only the boot to go though. John, who's going to take it?
Yeah, you see there Finley Hines pointing forwards, wanting to work together still, not just throw this away. All down the inside though from the number 9 of Kanish Rao. He's trying to get involved here. Might steal away 3rd place at the last corner, and does indeed. But it is going to stay the same at the front. Henry Domain is going to take the win in the IARMY Cadet final. Archie Lovett follows him through in P2, and Kanish Rao jumping up into the top 3 at the final time of asking, but I think Finley Hines didn't fight that too much. He realised he had bigger things on his plate there and comes home in P4.
Yeah, nothing to worry about there for Domain. Did go defensive just that small bit, but didn't have to worry too much as they went through. So it's a Oliver Rowland Motorsport 1, 2, 3 then. Domain, Lovett and Rao cross the line in the top 3. Oliver Rowland here this weekend, so he'll be very pleased with that one. And yeah, absolutely brilliant to see those top 3 drivers going through. Hines then at the end of that finishes in P4 from Yalis Sayer. Jensen Ackerman finishes in P6. Enzo Butterazzi finishes in P7. Harley Musk takes P8 from Christian Kobe. Mason Brooks finishes P10. Great result for Mason. From George Housley, Di McGrath. Mali Kira finishes in P13 from Will Green. Henry Clark, the top 15 from Josh Cook, who was the leader of the novice class, from Cody Le Patrel in 17th place. Frederick Wood taking 2nd in the novice class, finishing P18 overall. From Max Mason, Jacob Narin, Ethan Weldon, René Townsend Grant finishing in P22. Marcel Papicol finishing in P23. Miller Tomlinson in 24th place from Jack Holmes, Night Measures. Then it's Harry Williams, Colby Patterson, Austin Gibbon, Jesse Phillips and Charlie Clough, all retirements from the race. Nose cone check comes in. You can see the 3 stooges there. You've got Dave, Gary and Darren, all pretending that they're doing work. They do a fabulous job.
We'll keep them in my mouth shut.
No, they do a fabulous job with those.
I know what's good for me.
They work hard.
Oh, so we did have at least one driver there on wet tyres. Number 75 of Josh Cook, finishing 16th as well. Your leader in the novice class.
There's a couple more out there.
Yeah, a few on wet tyres. So clearly some still feeling that the wet tyre to be the better choice, but I think primarily 75–80% of that grid were on the dries.
So, the question that came up earlier for commentators, what is your bird of choice for Christmas?
They put duck as an option.
Yeah.
Who has ever had duck for Christmas?
Many.
Really?
Yeah, it's fabulous.
Well, you have that with pancakes.
Yeah.
It's a good shout, to be fair, but I wouldn't have it at Christmas.
There's a nose cone penalty going out there to the number 96 of Ethan Weldon. He won't be happy with that one. But yeah, no, I mean, there's another one going out to the number 32 of Townsend Grant. Yeah, no, it's for Christmas.
I think it has to be turkey, though, doesn't it? Like, I know it's just it's tradition. It's not a very tasty meat, but it's fine, and it's the Christmas thing, isn't it? We tried beef last year, but it just felt a bit wrong. It was nice, but it just felt wrong.
I just fill my plate up with pigs in blankets.
Yes, that's the best part of the meal. I would just have pigs in blankets as the meat, to be honest, if I could choose. Just have 20 pigs in blankets and I'm sorted.
Yes, indeed. Well, good stuff there for Miami Cadet Junior X30 is coming up in just a moment's time.
We saw there Jack Oliphant running around the collecting area.
Jack Oliphant
after.
running?
Yeah. Anyway, he was
goodness.
moving quickly, I think was a better way to put it, trying to find the right drivers to have a chat with after the race there. But let's look at your grid. For the X30 Junior final, Macaulay Bishop lines up on pole position. Alongside him, it will be Henry Gregory. Row number 2, Archie Heron and Luke Sintler. Then it's Kai Bacchini and Morgan Hill. Row number 4, Cian Geraghty and Dayton Coulthard. Then rounding out the top 10 are Jack Mower and Sasha Pad Bosch. Then it's Micah Taylor and Jack Collins. In row 7, Zach Green and Joseph Smith. Then it's Jaden Gregg and Tristan Powell and Katie Ashman, Kira Harris. Rounding out the top 20 are Sam Branson and Josh Jones. Then it's Ayaman Bansal and Jack Owen Drawbridge. Then it's James Shotton and Charlie Morrison Jones. And Harrison Leach and Macaulay Guy and Oliver Harris and George Quartermain. And rounding out the top 30 and all drivers involved in this one, Eddie Dibbleby and Will Forber. Now, I had a little bit of a chat with Macaulay Guy when I got shoved out of the commentary box a little bit earlier.
Oh, okay.
And he was feeling good ahead of this final. He was saying how today hadn't really gone to plan, and he also said, you better give me a shout out. So that's exactly what I'm doing right now for Macaulay Guy. I saw you had a good chat with him on the Paddock show. He's always up for a little chat, is Macaulay. He's a lovely lad.
Well, he didn't seem up for it when I approached him with a microphone. He ran away from me, but I chased him down and got an interview.
Good to see you're doing your job well. But someone's already off there on the grass on the exit there, and they rejoin. So still the slipperiness, catching some drivers out.
Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here. I'm just rejoining.
Yeah. But
yeah, Macaulay didn't have the best heat number 3 earlier today. He's trying to make up for it in this final, starting in 26th for this one, and said, he said, I'm going to make up 10 places on lap 1. So let's see if he can do that from 26th position. Here come the drivers then, around the boot, getting that last little bit of tyre temperature in before we get this X30 Junior final underway. Can they do it? First time of asking here, and they do indeed. 12 minutes of racing to come. And here we go then, round the first couple of corners. Still Macaulay Bishop leading the way. A couple of drivers all getting a bit wide through Fine Lady, but just about keeping it on the black stuff. Oh, a move for the lead. There's going to be a bit of contact there, but all keeping it together, and Macaulay retakes the lead. Bishop back to the lead under lots of pressure from Gregory and Heron, but managing to keep them behind for now. Was that Kai Bacchini all over the road in the background, I think? Oh, no, it was Lewis Wild, my apologies. But all kicking off already, and I think this could be quite the feisty one.
Yes, indeed. There, Bishop leading the way. The Dan Holland Racing team, obviously based here at the circuit, chopping and changing though for second place, as again Cian Geraghty just trying to make the move there on Archie Heron, failing to complete it though as they slot through, getting onto that wet part of the track as well. Henry Gregory in the number 77 still there in 4th place, and huge dive down the inside there from Luke Sintler. Sintler absolutely sent it under braking at Christmas corner, and I don't think Gregory was ready for that one because he still went for the apex, but then saw the gap and just thought, oh, okay, yeah, I'll avoid that one. Well done, well done. But yeah, that was quite a committed dive. Loses it again though, but you know, still well done.
It was a great initial move, yeah, but just couldn't carry the speed through that second part of the corner, and now gets overtaken himself to Sintler. Oh, I'm going to get forced off. Oh, they're crashing at the final corner. Sintler's round. I think that was Micah Taylor involved with him as well, wasn't it? It was indeed. So Micah Taylor, that's quite large for the championship. He carries on, though, does Micah, down to P9. He started P11, had a great first lap up into 7th, but now just coming together there with Luke Sintler.
so easily done at that part of the track there. Just get squeezed and then you get pinged up.
As soon as those wheels connect, yeah, they're just whoop, straight up in the air.
Up it goes. So very common incident you would see in karting. If the tyres touch, they do go. The thinking gesture there from Jaden Gregg, currently in P10 behind Micah Taylor. Just ahead of Micah, you've got Sasha van Bad Bosch, obviously the driver racing in the IAME Euro Series over in Europe. Finished P4 in this year's IAME Euro Series after the final round at Genk, so a very experienced international karter is Sasha from the Netherlands, joining us here for the final round here at Whilton Mill. Good to see.
I'd not seen the name before, so it threw me off a little bit. It's a
very experienced karter, yeah.
An interesting one, but brilliant to have Sasha here. I assume the comment that's on the timing is just incorrect. Is that what?
No, it's Sasha van Bad Bosch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. That threw us off earlier, and we got a bit confused with our British tongues. We were like, what is going on with this? But brilliant to have Sasha here, as we say. Now, just a quick rundown of the championship, the ones you're looking out for. Micah Taylor, who obviously was involved in that incident, could have been a big one, sat in 9th at the moment. Henry Gregory is the closest challenger. He's up in 4th place at the moment. And then you've got Morgan Hill, Archie Heron and Jaden Gregg, who are also mathematically involved coming into the weekend, but a little bit further back from the leader of Micah Taylor, so they probably have a bit more to do.
Heron and Garrity there. Line astern as they go up into Christmas corner. Also line astern. You've got these two here. You've got, I think, Henry Gregory and Morgan Hill scrapping for position. 8 minutes to go in this final. And sizable gap between everyone. Like you're saying with the championship standings,
this one is really, this is too close for my non-mathematical brain to work out, because your championship leader, Micah Taylor, has not had a brilliant weekend. A 6th, an 18th and a 13th. Closest challenger, Henry Gregory, has had a 5th, an 11th and a 1st. So it's going to be close after this one. Coming into the round, they only had 30 points between them, but then, of course, we've got to then work out what's going to be a drop round and what's not as well. So that makes it even more complicated. So we'll try and call it and see what happens. But once again, if you want the fully non-provisional results, head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC.
Yeah, that was a brief look further back. You had Jack Mowat, Dayton Coulthard, Jaden Gregg and Joseph Smith all in a scrap. There on your screens is Micah Taylor, who is battling with Sasha van Bad Bosch, and Sasha just doing a good job showing the talent here at Whilton. 7 minutes to go then, timer quickly running out. You see the two slightly different racing lines there between these two drivers. There's Luke Sintler again, walking off the track, and again I can imagine not a happy bunny under that helmet.
No, terminal injury to the kart after that incident earlier with Micah Taylor, just getting forced out wide at the final corner, then getting up on that grass, getting a bit slidey, and then coming together with each other. Never great. I was going to mention there's a bit of a Talladega Nights chatter going on in the chat right now.
Started a trend. We've moved off the trend of the film Snatch, and now we're on to Talladega Nights. If you ain't first, you're last. I'm never going to do that again. 6.5 minutes to go, and Archie Heron sets the fastest up the race. 46.6 seconds. The gap, only half a second between first and second place. Macaulay Bishop, a driver who usually breaks away, finished 4th this season in the British Kart Championships, of course, running that number 4 seed in this category. He's struggled to break away.
Yeah, he is struggling, isn't he? Keeping it in the lead, of course, which is a feat of its own, but Archie Heron behind, certainly not a slow driver. Fastest lap of the race goes to Archie so far, 46.60. To be fair, Macaulay not far off, a 46.67. Both of those set on the last laps. However, if Archie Heron can keep consistently quicker, he's going to be right on the rear bumper of Macaulay Bishop in no time. And of course, with these finals being a little bit longer, being 12 minutes, that's more time for Archie Heron to try and go for a move.
Yes, indeed. Zach Green now with the fastest lap of the race, currently in P6 in the number 10 for the Jen Green outfit. So again, good job there.
Jack Mowat hasn't had the best last lap. He dropped a few positions, 3 or 4 positions, and got a contact warning. So clearly coming together with a driver on that last lap. Drops him outside of the top 10 for Jack Mowat.
This is a very strong showing for Dayton Coulthard here. currently running P8. A young driver, not had the experience of a lot of these other drivers. Started karting in junior category as Sasha van Bad Bosch goes down the inside. So gets that move done through Osiers and says think, and Dayton's all instantly, no, I want to go for that move again.
He did think, he thought about sending the move.
Yeah, he thunk about it and then thunk against it. But yeah, goes through. Greg's still there as well. Jaden Gregg keeping in touch with these two. And 3 very talented drivers, and they've got a lot of work ahead of them in these last 4.5 minutes to go. You know, the battles will be raging all the way through the pack. There'll be battles for 20th, there'll be battles for 15th, and currently this one that we're seeing here, this is the battle for 8th place on circuit. As again, Dayton Coulthard just trying to cover off the attack from Jaden Gregg. A little further up, though, this is the battle for 2nd place, as I think Garrity's managed to get past. He has. So, Kean Garrity has moved up now into P2.
Whoa. Sparks there from underneath the cart of the 59 of Archie Heron. He took quite a bit of that curve on the inside.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that battling between these two has meant that Bishop has broken away. I mean, it's unfortunate for these two. It's not unfortunate for Bishop. Bishop's love that. He's just like, yeah, you crack on, guys. I'll drive away with this now. So, going into the last 3.5 minutes, gap 2 seconds. Can that be closed?
I think unlikely, especially if Garrity's got ahead of Heron. Heron was the one chasing down Bishop, wasn't he, earlier? So I think Heron's going to want to be getting back up into that 2nd position. So as long as Bishop continues to set these quick laps consistently, as he now sets the fastest lap of the race at 46.41, he's going to continue to pull out that lead, I think.
Yes, indeed. We'll keep a close eye on that one. Local time here at Whilton Mill is 2:30 in the afternoon. Daylight will be soon running out. Of course, daylight saving, it gets dark very, very early here in the UK now. So, of course, running on the GP circuit, we've got to make sure we're done before it gets dark.
Exactly.
So, yes.
Exactly, yeah. It's so depressing at this time of year where you go into work and it's pitch black and you leave work and it's pitch black. It's
I know,
horrible.
I like that.
What?
Yeah, I like that.
You are weird, mate.
It's cozy. It's cozy.
No, mate, no. I will say one thing, though. Dayton, as you say, having a great weekend. And I'm going to give us the thanks for that, because we've, of course, put him on the thumbnail for this stream as Dayton. Dayton looking menacingly into the camera on the thumbnail. So clearly the Alpha Live effect having a reason for that one. No, of course not. It's all down to Dayton. Oh, no. One of the back markers getting in the way there and causing an overtake.
Yeah, Levi Daniels Mackenzie, currently in 29th. Unfortunately, just being caught by second of that at the worst possible time.
Yeah, Garrity tried to go around the outside, and then the back marker then took the normal line, squeezed him out, and Heron was able to slip through on the inside.
Yeah, it's just one of those unfortunate timing moments, and you can see there, yeah, I think that was Thomas Gray, and then number 22 just squeezing out the way. Again, very tricky to do as you know, a driver who is being lapped. You've got your own race to deal with, but then of course there's another race that is coming through. So yeah, that gap now increasing, 2.7 seconds between Bishop and Heron, who is now obviously, like I say, back up into P2. No managed to close that gap up, unfortunately. Gregory still ahead of Hill. That was for 4th place. So their battle still rages, that you can see on your screens now. 1 minute remaining of this final. And I've got to say, finals have been pretty tame on this one. It's been a good day for a lot of these drivers. Hard work all the way throughout the season, of course, as well. You know, as they end these championships, a lot of weight, I think, comes off the shoulders of these drivers as they end the seasons, because it's just like, you know what? That's it. Karting done. Can hang the boots up now. Roll out the martinis. I mean, these drivers can't have martinis, but you know, the seniors, some of the seniors can.
Get out of the orange squash.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but yeah, 30 seconds to go. Been a pretty solid season, hasn't it?
It has. It's been a great season of Whilton Mill Kart Club. It's been a pleasure to be involved with it. The racing has been absolutely fantastic, and the size of the grids throughout the season has been brilliant, but particularly today. 235 total drivers involved today. And the racing has been mega as we come into the final 10 seconds. They're just about going to cross the line. Of course, Macaulay Bishop is a little bit further ahead, so we are going to get 2 more laps of this X30 Junior final. And there you can see the gap between Bishop and Heron, now almost extended to 3 seconds out front. So Macaulay Bishop just needs to bring it home here to take the win. However, we were just saying in our little WhatsApp chat, it's still too close to call here between Gregory and Taylor. Gregory currently sat in 4th place, Taylor in 7th. And with the drop rounds, as we were speaking about earlier, we're really not sure of which one of those two is going to take the championship here.
I'll let you figure it out. So,
thank you.
Yeah, Brandon Klein-Angervoort said it best. I hate doing live maths. 2 laps to go then in this race. All eyes on this battle for 2nd place. Heron and Geraghty. Nothing between the two of them as they exit through, and a concertina of marshals there congregating round turn 1. No incidents, though, can be seen on our cameras. So battle for 2nd and 3rd, 4th and 5th as well. And so far, Bishop uncontested. You can see him there further up the road. Heron there with Geraghty, not managing to get anything done on this last lap. So into the boot section they go. It's going to be a tame finish. It's going to be a controlled finish. Is it going to be a last-ditch attempt, though, here by Geraghty? Maybe not. It's not going to be. So Bishop will take the checker flag across the line. He's clear by 2.7 seconds then from Archie Heron and Cian Geraghty. Henry Gregory will cross the line in P4 from Morgan Hill. Zach Green rounds out the top 6 with Mackay Taylor and Sasha Van Bad Posh rounding out the top 7 and 8 positions as they cross the line now. Jaden Gregg with close company of Jack Mowat, who are absolutely line astern. They cross the line clear as they open up the gap. They round out the top 10 from Tristan Powell, Harrison Leach, Josh Jones, Joseph Smith, Harriman Bansal, and Jack Collins. Macaulay Guy rounds out the top 17 from James Shotton. Jack Owen Drawbridge, who is 14 years of age today. He's the 1/4 Jack Owen Drawbridge. He gave me a donut earlier, so he's in my good books, is Jack. Katie Ashman rounding out the top 20. Here are the drivers entering the pit lane, and nose cone checks just being checked now. So, Belinda Dewey joins us in the live stream. Just put on whilst cooking a roast chicken dinner. Has the X30 Senior been on yet? Not yet, Belinda. Stay with us. Will be joining us soon. So do keep comments in. Yeah, apologies for any bots that you may see in the live chat. Guys are dealing with it as best as they possibly can. It's the unfortunate side of live streaming on the Tinterweb. You do have that issue sometimes. Then the drivers then coming in, and let's see. Everyone's all good. That sinister look there that Levi Daniels Mackenzie just gave Dave Villa as he came in. Just a sinister stare. But all good then for Junior X30. We'll obviously clarify who the championship winner was at the end of that one. Obviously, I'm not really aware of the points in just a moment. But next race we're coming up shortly. As we watch the rest of the field come in, and there's a driver who is going to be receiving a nose cone, and that's Jaden Gregg, who finished P10 in that one. Jaden Gregg with a 5-second time penalty will demote him to about quite some way to about, I think, 16th, 17th place, which is a shame, you know, with having such a tight grid, isn't it?
It is indeed, yeah. When everyone finishes so close together, a penalty like that is even more costly. Knocks you down a number of positions. The Macaulay Guy, who I spoke to beforehand, he said he was going to make up 10 positions on the first lap, ended up making 10 positions across the race. So I still think that's a pretty impressive showing from Macaulay Guy after not the best start to the day. Now, we don't have grids quite yet for the next 2 finals, but I can assume from how we went earlier that we'll be seeing the X30 Seniors and then the Senior Road Taxes and then the Junior Max A final. However, it seems like the X30 Seniors are already out on circuit.
Yes, indeedy, Belinda Dewey, your request has been answered. Senior X30 final is out on track. Here is how they're going to line up then for their final race of the final round of the final everything. So it's the end of the season. So it's the end of it. We can all go home at the end of this one. I don't think this is the final race though. We've got Senior Road Tax up next after this one.
And then the Junior Max A final.
And then the Junior Max A final, of course. Yeah, we've got a couple more races to go. So do stick with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll try and get the grid up for you as soon as we can. Apologies if we can't get it up for you.
We don't have any on the back end of results .alpha timing, I'm afraid, yet, so not sure.
How are your blueberries?
Lovely, mate. Thank you very much.
Yeah, as well, yes, you were talking and shoved one in your mouth.
Yeah, I realised that was really stupid after I did it.
Hey, it's a healthy food.
Thank you.
But, there we go.
I'm being good. I'm avoiding the Krispy Kreme that's out over there.
Oh, is there more in
Hey,
here?
no, there's only one.
Oh, well,
get your grubby mitts off that.
You've got your blueberries.
Hey, that doesn't mean I'm not going to have the donut as well. Come on. I'm just doing this so I don't feel so bad when I do have it.
There we go. Here we go then. Senior X30 coming across the line, and it is green flag. Here we go. Johnson Cool with a great start. Ellingham not able to get the breakaway that he wanted. Slots into second place as they all skrill their way through. Turns 1 and 2 and a spin in the background there. It's the number 48 now in the middle of the track, and another one going for a sympathetic spin. It was Alex Johnson who went round, and also the number 11 of Enzo Liu, who's also gone round. The 44 also with a rotation. That is Daniel Hackett. So 3 drivers off at turn 1, all seemingly just out of nowhere.
Yeah, with someone spinning ahead of them, it's never a great sight to see when you're coming out of a flat-out corner to see someone sideways in the middle of the circuit, but drivers all managing to avoid him. But some, slamming on the brakes, getting it spun themselves, and some taking avoiding action to the grass. Hopefully all able to carry on through the rest of this X30 Senior Final. So it's Gabriel Stilp to the lead. He has had a good start and is already nearly a second ahead of Louis Johnston-Cool in second place. Lucas Ellingham has already taken the championship in X30 Seniors. However, of course, still wants that final win. There was a move from the 73 of Harry Torpy, getting through on Vishal Patel for 5th place and getting a proper slidey there through Boxing Day down towards Ashby. As they continue once again, the gap's opening up relatively quickly here in the X30 Senior Final, but I can imagine that they'll close up throughout the rest of this final, still with 10.5 minutes to go.
Yes, indeed. So lots of action still to happen within this time remaining. As you can see, everyone just slotting into position. The closest battle there just coming out of the final corner. That's a little further down. That is Kyan Gohill and Aidan Lynn, who are having a good little scrap there. That is for 7th place, as down the inside under braking. Gets that done, does Vishal Patel on Harry Torpy. Torpy the Torpedo, we like to call him. But unfortunately, he was torpedoed there. I'm
sure he loves
Harry
that
Torpy.
nickname. Yeah.
He does. He loves that nickname.
Vishal re-overtook Harry at the same place that Harry overtook him on the previous lap. So just give him one back there at Christmas Corner. And now Torpy has a couple more drivers to deal with, as there's a move into Christmas. Nope, the door's closed by the 45. That's Gohill defending from Lynn. Lynn not managing to find his way through just yet, and they've also got Christian Brooks for company as well.
Yeah, Christian's closed in, so he's going to have his hands full to deal with that one. Here's a look further up, though. P2, P3, Ellingham and Johnson Cool, line astern. Johnson Cool, who had a good start off the line, lost it going into this one as Stilp went through. Stilp didn't have a great race earlier on. I think he got a nose cone penalty. And off the track again goes the number 11. That is Enzo Liu. Spin on the first lap. Only his second time racing here at Whilton Mill in the club. So he's a bit of a learning curve up for him.
When a lot of these drivers, it'll be their 11th round of the season. They've got a load of experience around this circuit when you're doing practice sessions and then heats and then finals.
Well, you've got all the sessions that I've done across the season in the Whilton Mill Kart Club, and then you've had the British Kart Championships who've been here a couple of times, and you've had other championships who've been here a couple of times. I won't name them because I'm not involved in them, so I won't name them. Who's that driver walking off? He's a breakdown there for a driver. I think that's Daniel Hackett, or it could be Dan Archer. One of those two drivers, and which is a shame. Retirements for the both of them. 8 minutes to go on this one. Stilp's looking pretty good in this. He's, Stilp, very quick driver. Oh, dear me.
It's Vishal Patel from 5th place.
And that just shows you the temperature that they've got in the tyres.
Yeah, look at that.
And,
as soon as they get onto the wet grass, they're just steaming.
Yeah, not good. Of course, Stilp leading the way, 2.3 seconds. Of course, Stilp, very talented driver. It's Dan Stilp, the team boss at Crop Promotion, the team that is based here at Whilton Mill. They had a fabulous weekend at the Miami World Finals at Le Mans. Stilp taking the win in that one, of course, as well. Fabulous to see. So, very, very talented driver. And, back here at Whilton Mill, I think this is, again, just a nice little, let's just do some racing. Spoke to Stilp as well at Campios for the Miami International Games, and I couldn't get a smile out of him there. He never smiles, does Gabe Stilp. He wins all the time, and he never smiles. Smile, Gabe. You're winning.
Don't think he can hear you, mate.
I don't think he can either. Nice dive down the inside there for Kine Gohill. Gets that job done, retakes that position back from Aidan Lynn. Lynn just slotting in behind, but no dramas between these two.
And they were right on Christian Brooks at one stage, but Christian has managed to extend that gap a bit. Now very close to Harry Torpy there, so they're battling just ahead over 5th place. As there you can see them just exiting Osiers, a second or so ahead of this battle.
Yes, indeed. So,
and here is that battle. Just going through your shot. Oh, full course yellow. Full course yellow, another one. Do we have some more people off at the first corner? Not that we can spot through that camera shot, so not sure as to the reason why yet, but we can assume that there is a reason. It doesn't look like the drivers are hugely slowing down as of yet, does it? I haven't seen any flags out either, so let's just double check that is
I have seen flags
correct.
out.
Yeah, it's on the timing as well, isn't it? So definitely, there you go. There is someone
why,
off, the number 15.
Yeah, Benjamin Southgate. Hopefully he is okay. That looks like quite a heavy hit in towards turn 1. And that looks to me like that's just gone straight on, because it's a lot of front end damage, meaning that it didn't go in sideways and then rotate to the front. It looks like it went in straight away.
Probably had full lock on the steering wheel and absolutely nothing happening.
Yeah. So Gabriel Stilp then, who had a commanding lead, has now lost that lead, which I think will be to not his liking.
Oh, some of the drivers coming in quite hot there onto the back of the pack, all managing to get it stopped though just about. And as you say, Stilp not going to be happy with that, loses his 2.5 second lead. And the man of the hour in X30 Seniors, Lucas Ellingham, is now right behind him on that 99 plated car. As I say, he already took the win in the X30 Senior Championship at the last round. He sat out round number 9, I believe it was, then came back for round 10, sealed off the championship. And then, but it is good to see him here for round 11, despite him having won in the championship. He could have just sat out and just enjoyed himself from the sidelines, but no, he wants to get back involved in the action. And now he's very much on for a win here if he's able to somehow get it past Gabriel Stilp.
Stilp has excellent starts here at Whilton Mill as the cars whiz through the shots there. Even though they're going slow, that's how quick they whiz through a shot.
Less than half pace, they're still absolutely flying past the camera.
Yeah. So who's going to get the better breakaway then on the restart? Stilp from Ellingham, Johnson, Cool and Brown. The top 4. Are they going to be going green this time? It looks like we are, as I think the Battenberg flags they're still out.
We did see that earlier though, where they went around the last corner and they were out and we went green, so he is definitely holding them up quite a bit, is Stilp.
He's pounced now, has Stilp. Green flags back out, restart underway, and Stilp does get away well. And that gap instantly opens up as they try to, again, scramble for higher temperatures. They struggle to get through turn 1 once again, but Ellingham not able to capitalise on that restart, stays in P2, and the rest of the field also. Constantina Effect in the back of shot as 5th place onwards has started to close in. And Gabriel Stilp running the Jamie Green Racing livery this weekend. Not overly sure why. So I'll do some investigation.
Okay, you get on that, mate. I was impressed there by the start, though. No nervousness from the drivers sending it through the first corner. Obviously, they've had some slow laps. tyres are going to be a bit colder, and we've seen a number of drivers go off at that first corner, getting it slightly offline and getting a little bit of moisture on the tyres and going straight off, but no nervousness from these drivers, absolutely attacking those curbs through Oblivion and Fine Lady. And Gabriel Stilp seems to just about be building out a very small gap.
Hayden Lim with a contact warning as under braking there, the number 25 of Paul Simard. Just trying to find a piece of tarmac. That nose cone most definitely has dropped on his kart, which is unfortunate. He will be seeing a nose cone penalty coming his way. Tough weekend, though, for the Frenchman.
Indeed, it looked like Lewis Halliday behind was setting up a move down into Ashby, went wide at Boxing Day beforehand to do that cut back and try and get the inside line down at Ashby. We'll have to wait and see if he managed to do that. Gap at the front was just under 0.4 of a second as they've come across the line, so staying relatively stagnant at the front, but Ellingham not quite close enough to go for any move for the lead. Still just over 2 minutes to go, so still a few more laps of this circuit for him to try and do something about it, as there's a move down the inside from the number 55. That's Michael Rapsey going through on the 50 of Jensen Buckingham for 14th place, as Jensen's now going to retry it down at Ashby, trying to go back down the inside, and I think has managed to do it.
I thought Buckingham was going to end back in Buckingham Town after that lunge down the inside. He clouted that inside curb and went skyward. So we're very lucky to keep that one under control. Like you say, 90 seconds left to go. This is the battle further back in the field. As you see, a couple of the Energy Course chassis getting involved as Kai Gohill there getting squeezed. He's got to be careful here because his tyres are going to be slippery. He's fine. Don't worry about it. I was worried. No need to be worried.
He was never worried, so don't worry about that. But he is going to lose position there into Christmas Corner, the 174 of Taylor. Luke Taylor going down the inside to take 10th place away from Cian Gohill after he lost a couple on the exit of the final corner there, as you say, going over the sort of rumble strips on the outside that are still very much full of water, getting those tyres a bit wet as a little dive bomb from the 25 there. Simard tried it on Taylor, but didn't work out that time around. But this pack, we've got a number of drivers nose to tail here.
Do indeed, yeah. Less than a minute to go in this one. Nice close-up shot there as they come through the shot. Alex Johnson there, P18 for him at the moment as they go up the hill. So Stilp leads then pretty comfortably, half a second from Ellingham. Johnson Cool still there in P3 from Brown. So 30 seconds left on the timer as everyone tries to scramble for position as down the inside there going Cian Gamio there on Michael Rapsey. That battle starting to heat up in the that middle pack section as everyone scrambles to find a piece of clear tarmac. 10 seconds left on the timer. Last lap board will be out this time to your race leader, who has already crossed the line. So,
to be fair to Gabriel, has been slowly building back out that lead again. It's only up to 0.6 of a second, but it just puts enough of that gap there that Lucas can't go for a late move. He often reminds me of Daniel Ricciardo here at the Whilton Kart Club, because he'll go for a move when he's a good few feet back. But luckily Gabriel still, I think, just on enough there. And you can see there that gap. Even Lucas can't go from that far back.
No. I mean, he'll give it a go.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him. But looks like Gabriel still should lead us through the last couple of corners and on to the final lap of this race.
Yes, indeed. Ellingham looking pretty comfortable here as well. He has got Johnson Cool behind, but not going for the move. Final lap board is out. And a fastest lap of the race for Gabriel Stilp, 45.41. So, you know, just insult to injury. You know, yeah, I'm leading. And I'll set the fastest lap of the race as well at the end.
Exactly. Well, they're that top three so close on fastest laps. As you say, 45.41 for Stilp, 45.47 for Ellingham, 45.45 for Johnston Cool.
Yeah, exactly.
So all within about a tenth of a second of each other there on quickest lap.
Yes, indeed. So, no dramas then all the way throughout. John, bring Stilpy home.
He's led comfortably throughout this race, hasn't he, Gabriel Stilp? Thought he might be under a bit of pressure from Ellingham, as Ellingham's actually under pressure through that final corner, but it is going to be Gabriel Stilp who takes the win there in the X30 Senior Final. Ellingham follows him home in P2 and Johnston Cool there in P3, but as we say, Ellingham already wrapped up this X30 Senior Championship earlier on in the previous round. Means he's going to be able to use that WM plate next year in the WMKC. And of course, he was also the 2021 champion. So an impressive showing once again from Lucas Ellingham, and coming home there in a nice P2. The rest of your top 10 were Jordan Brown, then Christian Brooks, and Harry Torpy and Aidan Lynn, and it was Harry Maynard, Tiger Dixon and Luke Taylor rounded out that top 10.
Yes, indeed. I'm sure there is not a big cheesy grin under Gabriel Stilt's helmet.
Oh, he looked pretty happy going across the line, to be fair.
Yeah,
he was
but
doing it all the ones.
He will have done that without smiling. No, he does smile. I have seen Gabriel Stilt smile. He is a happy chap, but Dave Hiller has been caught short once again. He's not there. Dave, where are you? You need to check the nose cones. Come on, sort it out, lad. Where are you?
Oh, if it's not here, I'll just keep going.
Oh, he's got to wait.
So a couple of the drivers will be thinking, I think.
Where is he? Where's Dave? Ladies and gentlemen, let's play Where's Dave? Where is he? Point him out. Where is he? No, that's Darren. Oh, Darren's going to do it. There we go. It's all good. Gabriel Stilt's fine. He can go through. No dramas there. Ellingham, is he good? Has he got a clean nose cone? He's all good. There's Mr. Dave. And here comes Louis Johnson Cool, and he is cool as a cucumber. Top 3 go through. No dramas whatsoever in nose cone watch.
Indeed. It was compared to the heat that we had earlier, that final was relatively subdued. In the heat earlier, it was a bit of pandemonium, to be honest. And I think that was the race where we saw the calm down message come up on the digi flag. So to be fair, clearly the drivers taking that on for the final and all doing some more calm and considered moves. And as you say, not too many drivers suffering from a nose cone penalty. Just as I say that, the 174 Luke Taylor from 10th place. He's going to drop a little bit of a way down the order, isn't he? He's going to get to about 12 seconds, so that's going to put him around the sort of 18th, 19th, 20th spot there after penalties. So 5 seconds can drop you down around 10 places here in a final like that that's super close, and also not helped by the fact that we had another Battenberg flag in that one.
Kyan Gohill will like that if his nose cone's clean, and it's not clean. So that is a shame, and that's not even Kyan Gohill. That's the number 25. So that was Paul Samard, who's got a nose cone. We were saying that earlier. Kyan Gohill was good, so he finishes in the top 10. He'll be happy with that one. The 56 of Lewis Halliday just comes into shot. He's got Joe Charlton, former 2020 KZ2 British champion. Joe Charlton, giving him the what to this weekend.
Those karts still just blow my mind.
Oh, they
are
quick.
Mental. I'd seen them before on videos, but then when I joined you, I was on cameras at Kim Bolton at one of the British Kart Champs round. They were just ridiculous. I just wouldn't be able to do it. They're too scary. They're so scary. They're so quick.
And Kim Bolton is a quick old track for them. They do reach speeds of well over 100 miles an hour at some circuits in short circuit racing. I know Mansell Raceway is one of them. From the bottom corner all the way to turn 1, they go down the main straight, and they do reach the staggering speed of 100 miles an hour into the braking zone.
My goodness.
So, yeah.
We've seen a couple of wheels fall off today, and if your wheel falls off at that moment, that's
well, Joe Charlton actually at Mansell Raceway had a crash at 100 miles an hour with another driver at that part of the track, so he knows that full well. You can catch that on the Alpha Live. You can go back, you can scroll through, but not now.
No, not now.
Later. You're watching some racing right now.
There's plenty of time left in the day after this stream to have a watch of that.
Yes, indeed. There's the live chat has been active here. We've had some interesting jokes been coming through. I've got to say, some of them have been quite good, to be fair. They've been quite funny.
Better than yours, then?
Oh, no, nothing's better than my jokes. I've got the best jokes ever, according to Rachel Bernard there. It's a top Buckingham joke there. A+. There we go. It's my first ever A+.
You haven't got a grade for it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
First ever A+ there. But yeah, like I was saying there, chat agrees that was a very entertaining race, and yeah, I agree with them. It was a very entertaining one, and unfortunately that'll be the end of the senior X30 category, but never fear, senior racing has not ended yet, because the next race coming up in just a moment's time is race 29, Senior Rotax Final. You were questioning what I was doing with my hands there.
Just getting into it. I was enjoying it.
I feel like I've got some Italian in me. I talk a lot with my hands. I gesticulate a lot. Anyway, take us away with the grid.
Let's have a look at the Senior Rotax final grid then. Jamie Rogers lining up on pole position. Alongside him is Harry Gibson. Behind them, Jamie Perrelly and Jude Fernerhope. Then Thomas Byrne and Leo LeCastro. Row number 4, Sam Baker and Scott Smith. And it's Tommy Edmonds and Lewis Wild rounding out the top 10. That's Ryan Willis and William Young. Row 7 sees Max Lee and Jack Cooper. Then it's George Donald and Benjamin Ballou and Benjamin Boros and Samuel Cook. And rounding out the top 20 are Luke Ringham and Harrison Crook. Then Chris Banderi and Alex Moody and Archie Elliott and Alex Duncan. And row number 13, Casper Pajecki and Joshua Burton. And it's Tommy Lee Davis, Hayden Phillips, Sam Light and Marcel Lazicki rounding out the top 30. And Luke Collins finalises the 31 karts grid.
Mino Shrink comes in with the question, do I have time to make a cup of tea, chaps? If you can make one in 30 seconds, yes, you will be good.
That would be very impressive.
Hey, if the kettle's pre-boiled.
Yeah.
And your cup's sitting there ready.
Yes, very, very true. Very true.
But apparently it isn't. So.
Yeah.
No.
So in this one, coming into the weekend, 9 drivers could have potentially taken the championship. Of course, a few of them are going to be a bit more outside chances. Coming into the weekend, Harry Gibson was on 950 points, Scott Smith on 940, and Ryan Willis on 924, and Jamie Perrelly on 901. And then behind that, the drivers slightly falling off a little bit more. Lewis Wild, Alfie Brooks, Tommy Edmonds, Ronnie Mansfield and Benjamin Ballou all were technically able to do it. But I think we're mostly looking out for Harry Gibson, Scott Smith and Ryan Willis through this final.
Who was a Senior X30?
Lucas Ellingham.
Lucas Ellingham.
Already won it at the last round.
Okay, cool.
So all done.
Fine. Jamie Rogers breaks away. Jamie Pirelli wasn't ready. And it's green flag. And off we go. So Jamie Rogers, well, brilliant start. I'll take that one. No drama whatsoever. Sweeps into the lead. I'm not sure what happened to Jamie Pirelli there. He was caught napping.
Yeah, that was an interesting one, to say the least. We saw Harry Gibson there get forced out wide on the exit of Christmas as Jude Fernerhope slipped through into second place. But yeah, that was an interesting start, but I guess perfectly timed by Jamie Rogers as he now takes the lead and already has a nice sizable gap.
Well, he didn't do anything wrong. He was side by side with the chap alongside him. You know, so as far as I'm concerned, nothing wrong from that one. Nope. Good start then. 11 minutes to go then as the, now recovering Jamie Pirelli is trying to scrabble back any positions they can get. They cross the line. Rogers leads from Fernerhope, Gibson, Lee Castro. Then it's Smith, Perrelly, Wild, Baker, Edmonds, Willis, Young, Lee, Donald, Cooper, Cook, Crook, Moody and Ballou. Elliott and Byrne round out the top 20.
Indeed, it's already starting to kick off. I always pip the Senior Rotaxes as the best final of the day, and it often has been. As I said previously, the final at the last round was 0.00 across the line. Jamie Rogers just getting the win after a photo finish. Will we see something similar today? I mean, they say lightning never strikes twice, but in the Senior Rotaxes, it definitely can. Is a move from the 99, tries it on the exit. There's Gibson, but Fernerhope manages to close the door, and all this battling is just going to allow for Rogers to pull even further ahead. Oh, going to try it down the inside at the first corner. That is an interesting one, but it doesn't quite work out.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Gibson leading the championship right now.
He is indeed leading the championship, so if he can stay up in this position, I think he's looking likely to take it.
Leo Castro just gets the move there on Gibson, who now is down into P4. Hopefully that doesn't affect him too much. But yes, it's a very interesting battle at the moment as, again, nice little dive down the inside there. Sam Baker on Lewis Wild gets that done, and here comes Pirelli. Gets that done, gets back past Gibson. Gibson struggling here in this race. He seems to be, struggling for temperature in the tyres. It just seems that he hasn't got the exit waft.
He is struggling a little bit, isn't he? It's unusual. And now he's looking to get overtaken once again on the exit there. 1, if not 2. He manages to move it to the inside and tried to then re-overtake into Christmas, but the 50 of Sam Baker was having none of it and goes through up into 5th place. It was Scott Smith who was trying to follow him through. Wasn't quite able to do so that time around. But yeah, Gibson just not quite seeming like he has that waft, like you say, to steal your copyrighted term. My apologies. But Yeah, just falling down the order.
Is it copyrighted?
I mean, you're the one I always hear it from. So.
I should copyright it. So there we go. There you go. Thomas Fleming joins us in the live chat. Hello to Thomas. And of course, Thomas now in the world of car racing has been doing a lot of stuff in the Ferrari Challenge cars. He's been doing a lot of stuff out there. So from karting to Ferraris, you lucky. Anyway, 8.5 minutes to go, and great running from this one, and Thomas running pending lawsuits up, Anthony. 8.5 minutes to go then on this one. Yeah, Jamie Rogers then leading the way, not comfortably, but it's only less than a second. Jude Fernahoe and Leo Lacastro. Well, Leo's been very quick in this one. He's he's come through the field quite well. He's latched onto the back of P2.
So not someone we've mentioned too much in the heats earlier today. I don't think he had a great heat number 3.
He's had a pretty stellar final so far. Plenty of time left in it as he goes through.
I'm just trying to look at the championship. Harry Gibson has had a decent round so far. 2 second places and a 10th place. But as we say, has now dropped down to 6th after being up in 2nd place for the first opening few laps. I still think that's probably just going to be enough. There's Perrelli in 4th. He's in a shot of grabbing it. Smith is now the one behind him. So he's the closest championship contender going into the round. There's only 10 points in it between them. So it should be very interesting. So number 99 and the number 38, your ones to watch there, currently sat in 6th and 7th place, respectively.
Indeed, yeah, as they go through. Just to confirm, Rachel, it is spelt W-A-F-T. Yes, it is the English version, waft. Down the inside, Lacastro gets that move done. Fernahoe holds on to P3 as Pirelli tries to make the move as well, and Pirelli does go for the dive down the inside at Ashby. Says thank you very much, and he will get that move signed, sealed and done. So he now moves up into he's got past Fernahoe as well. So I think he's actually up now into P2. So no, he is up into P3. So there we go. I'm getting confused. There is another driver in between them there. So. But still got the position done as Thomas Byrne receives a mechanical flag, so something not running correctly with the wagon.
Yeah, that is far from ideal. Once you get that mechanical flag, you have to return to the pit lane. I believe it's if you don't return to the pit lane within 2 laps that you then get a black flag. And you'll then be excluded from the race afterwards, but of course, doesn't matter, and there is the 74 of Thomas Byrne pulling into the pit lane.
What's up with that? Is that the rear bumper? No, rear bumper looks good.
Can't see anything.
Was it an exhaust?
Looks fine as well.
Yeah, not too sure, but they've spotted something, and he's come in, so he must have realised he had something wrong with the kart, so yeah, shame for that one.
Yeah, so I've noticed as well that this actually is being actively updated, so Scott Smith and Harry Gibson were 10 points separated going into the round. They're still 10 points separated going into the final race, going into this final. Gibson still ahead of Smith on circuit, and of course even if Smith gets past, that's not going to be the extra 10 points, or well, he needs obviously more than 10 points to get ahead in the championship. So it's still looking like it will go the way of Gibson despite this slightly lackluster final. Of course he's still in 6th place, it's still an incredible result, however we just know how fast he is.
Yeah. It was Hayden Phillips who we just saw there on your screens, the 159, not going too fast, maybe recovering from an intentional rotation. So, yeah, keep an eye there on Hayden. Currently P27 for the 159. Back here, though, there is Gibson. Currently sitting P6 at the moment for Gibson. He's got Scott Smith, Lewis Wild behind him. He's got Sam Baker in front.
And to be fair to them, this train isn't really extending, isn't it? The gaps aren't really getting much bigger.
No.
So they're all staying in a proper train here, and it's sort of first down to 9th, isn't it? Down to 8th.
I am a person who, loves a nice juicy race, and I've got to say, Leo Lacastro is closing in on Jamie Rogers.
Okay.
Gap less than half second. The battle for the lead is closing in. There it is on your screens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all within a stone's throw of each other.
Perrelli's very much within an earshot of that as well. He's dropped that gap as well. That was over a second last time around. Now only 8/10 to the leader. Right on the rear end of LeCastro. There's a move, though, for fourth place. Down the inside goes the 50 of Sam Baker. Around the outside, Gibson's going to try and follow him through as well. Try and open that door. And through slips Smith as well.
Yeah, well capitalised from Gibson and Smith. Wild comes through as well. So, you know, when you see that opportunity just, you know, sneak up in front of you, you always think, right, now is my time to just get my nose going down the inside. Just stops him and try and get back into the train, and you can just freight train then the driver then. And like cadet racing, if you lose one, you'll end up losing 4 or 5.
Yeah, it's so gutting for Fernahoe when that momentum shifts and people just see that weak point as you get pushed offline by another driver and they all just start diving down the inside.
Yeah, indeed. 3 minutes to go then on the timer. Now there's a breakaway then between the top three. Rogers leads then from LeCastro and Pirelli. Pirelli, remember, had that terrible start. He really bogged down off the line. Not sure what happened with the kart, but it soon cleared up, and he's doing well out there. He has set fastest lap, so the kart's got waffed. You know, he just needs to get on with it, really, in these last 2 minutes, and he is doing exactly just that. So keep a very close eye on him as they go through, because there is less than a second between first, second, and third. There they are on your screen, second and third. There's first place, and then there's fourth place backwards, and I think there's just been a chopping and changing there. As I think, is that
Sam
Gibson?
Baker, I think, has fallen down. Yep.
Yeah. It is Harry Gibson who leads this group now, back into P4.
Yep, Smith up to 5th and Wild up to 6th. Baker shuffled to the back of the pack, but doesn't want to stay there. Back down the inside of Wild. And through he goes back up into 6th place. And like you were saying with Pirelli, I think he must have just got caught napping at the start, because he's been super quick since then. So I think just got caught out by the quick jump from Rogers there and just got left in his dust.
Yes, indeed. So keep a close eye on the entire grid on that one. Comments coming in saying this is such close racing, and you're not wrong. It is very close racing. So do stay tuned with us. We do have one more race after this one as well. It is the A final course for Junior Road Tax. So do stick around for that one also. More action to come as Rogers once again under braking. Rogers knows this track well here at Whilton Mill. Lots of experience around this circuit. Speaking to him earlier, he was saying, "I'm not going to take part in morning warm-up. Don't need to.
Too cool for that.
Just crack on." And you know, he's done a good job, but he's not comfortable. LeCastro's closed in. Pirelli's closed in. They're going to go for the move. There's still a minute to go. There's plenty of time left in this one. I reckon we're going to see a battle for the race lead very, very, very soon.
Yeah, only a minute left to go now, so not much time for LeCastro to try and go for that move. But you see that he looked over his shoulder, saw Pirelli and pointed forward. Come on, let's work together. We can get Rogers here if we just try and work together. And to be fair, I think Pirelli has been doing that for the last 3 or 4 minutes. Just sticking with LeCastro and trying to use each other to push towards that leader. But Rogers just keeping enough of a gap there where LeCastro can't go for a cheeky send down the inside, and there's plenty of corners on this Whilton Mill circuit to go for such a cheeky send. Into the boot they come now. 30 seconds left on the clock. I think we are going to get 2 more laps here of the Senior Rotax final. And around the final corner, Rogers leads us on to the penultimate lap of the race.
Yeah, that gap has just creeped down just a little bit more now. 0.2 of a second now between these two, but it looked like a bad exit there from LeCastro, and Pirelli looks like he could go for a move here. No, thinks about it, thinks against it just as they enter the braking zone.
I was a bit surprised there. I thought Pirelli would have gone for that because they've dropped a decent bit of gap off the back of Gibson now. So I thought maybe he goes, right, you made a mistake there. I'm going to go through and I'm going to lead us towards.
Yeah, but I think they will have lost too much time if it had gone for the move. The fact that he's just stayed behind there, I think, you know, he's benefited from that. Just that little bit, that the fact that they could potentially work together and reclose that gap up within this next lap. And looked like Rogers ran a little bit wide there out of the exit of the boot. So that gap, seemingly now, as they recross the line, has closed up. Last lap board is out. Let's bring them to the line.
Definitely. That shows why I'm in the commentary box and I'm not out there on circuit because I don't know where I should go for the move. So here we go then, up into Christmas corner. Still Rogers leading us through this final lap of the Senior Rotax final. of the final round of the year. But look at that, LeCastro looks to be going defensive down into Ashby. He's checking over the shoulder, might have given up on that lead now as the gap has extended even from that one defensive move. Perily looked for that up and under there into Osiers. It didn't quite happen. He's going to have one more opportunity to take second place, but that slight bit of defensive action has let the leader go. But down the inside goes Perily. He's going to force him wide and take second position, but who can get the best exit from the boot? And he knows it. Does LeCastro? He knows he can't get that exit, and Jamie Rogers is going to take the Senior Rotax final here for round number 11 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. Jamie Perily ends up in P2, just grabbing that at the final couple of corners. LeCastro knew it as soon as Perily went through. LeCastro didn't have that waft off of the corner and couldn't do the re-overtake. Gibson ends up in 4th place though, and I do believe that's going to be enough for him to seal the title and take that WM plate for next year. Sam Baker was in 5th with Jude Fernahoe in 6th. Then it was Scott Smith, Lewis Wild, Tommy Edmonds and George Donald who rounded out the top 10.
I'm going to charge you a $5 for every time you say waft. So
I'm going to be in debt pretty quickly.
We're at £10, ladies and gentlemen. Keep tally for me, thank you.
Well, I'm owed £5 for calling you Andrew Jordan, so you can have that one.
There we go, sorted. Right. It's Dan Ashton, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. Yeah. Well, the lights come on here at Whilton. Well, I don't know what time sunset is.
I think it's around 4 PM, I want to say.
Okay,
just
we're
after.
about 3:10 in the afternoon.
We should be able to get all this done. We've only got one final left to go.
Nose cone watch. Rogers is good. LeCastro is good. Driver there, 53, also good. Pirelli, also good. Yeah, pretty solid race in that one, wasn't it? I think, you know, just cool, calm, collected. They got it done where they needed to. I think, you know, at the point where we saw the defensive move from LeCastro going into Ashby, that's where we knew the race for the lead was done. That was where, yeah, that was where Rogers was like, yeah, we're sorted. It's going to be the battle now about, yeah, there.
It just opened up those couple of tenths of seconds.
Sunset is at 3:57.
Yeah,
3:57.
I was close
yeah.
to 4 PM.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'd call that 4 PM.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a very specific time there, Rachel. Thank you. Yeah, 4 PM.
So, yeah. Once again, like I've said with a couple of races today, it was great racing, don't get me wrong, but a little bit subdued to what we're used to with Senior Rotax here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. It's usually elbows out and everyone just fights to get every corner down the inside, back through, down the inside, back through. It's a lot more thought out, the moves, I'd say, in that one.
It's the end of the season. Everyone is relaxed. I'm relaxed. I think this is the last commentary gig that I've got this
Same with
year.
me. Same with
I
me.
think this is the last one that I'm doing. I know I'm out in Spain next weekend. There with Nissan for the release of the new Gen 3 Formula E car.
Wow.
So that'll be fun.
That'll be great.
But yeah, no commentating on that one, which is a shame. But yeah, we're all good. Cheers, Dave.
Cheers. Yeah. I mean, you could still decide to commentate. What's stopping you?
Yeah,
Commentate over the event.
Yeah. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it's the last race of the year for Whilton Mill Kart Club Junior Rotax. It's coming up next. Nearly said X30, could you tell?
Nah, no one noticed, mate. No one noticed.
Good, played it off nicely. Take us away.
Oh, okay then. Junior Max A final, as you say, the final of the final round of the year. So many finals. Let's get into it. Jessica White lines up on pole position. Thanks for that, mate. Alongside is Finn Leslie, and behind them, row number 2, Joshua Graham and Ewan Thomas, and it's Alexander Zingarevich and William Antrobus. Row number 4. We'll see Leo Brown and Deacon Russell, and it's Spencer Brown and Zach Heslop, then Arthur Thacker and George Allen. That's a good start for Arthur Thacker. Good to see him up in 11th spot. Then Archie Buttle and William Pemble, Alfie Richard and Stefan Kachmashik, then Joseph McMahon and Jacob Jukes. Rounding out the top 20, Reg Hayward and James Tester. Then it's William Ray, Timo Youngling, Gabriel Cullum and Mitchell Mulvey. And behind them, Oliver Kerr, Matas Miazanskas, George Spilsbury, Joshua Smith, Harrison Morrow, and Freddie Ingram rounds out the 30 drivers taking to the grid for this A final.
And they make their way out onto the track. There's a lovely shot there.
I've just realised we didn't have the 4 from the B final on that graphic.
We didn't.
So let's have a look at who got through in that one. The B final is here. It will be Zaki Hussein on 31st, then Blake Noble on 32nd, Harry Hurst-Grover 33rd, and Romarion Ubi on 34th.
Yes.
Thank you.
What John said, ladies and gents. Final race of the year then. Oh, it's done. We get to go home after this.
Oh, we got a spin already.
Oh dear.
59 has spun it.
That's not ideal. That's Gabriel Cullen for the Argenti outfit.
So going into this final race, there's 45 points in it between Spencer Brahm and Jessica White.
60 points for a win.
It's going to be a tough one. Jessica White is starting on pole, to be fair. I think Spencer Brahm was P9 on the grid, so Spencer just needs to keep it on the black stuff, have a decent race, and he should wrap up this Junior Max title.
Let's see then, to the line. Here we not go. False start.
Here we not go.
There we go. They were teasing us. Teasing us with that start. He thought, oh, we don't want to win the season yet. You know, let's
have another lap.
Let's go for another lap, yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Nice shot there as they all make their way up into it's like.
This was.
I was going to say something, but my filter kicked in.
Yeah, good. This is another one of our championships where we had so many people coming into the final round that were mathematically able to take the title. Of course, some with a bit more of an outside shot. We had 7 for this one. Sam Baker was leading as we came into the final round, but isn't actually racing today. Spencer Brown was P2, then Jessica White P3, then Zaki Hussein, Jacob Jukes, William Ray and Bobby Rozier all mathematically able to take the title. However, as we go into this final, it is looking like it's between Spencer Brown and Jessica White. So, as we say, Spencer Brown is really... Well, Spencer Brown's basically going to have to not finish the race for Jessica to have a shot here. But she's starting from pole, so best seat in the house to try and do it.
Yes, indeed. Never say never. This is going to be an immensely close final. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are joining us and you are enjoying the stream, make sure you hit that like button, hit subscribe as well so you don't miss out on any future videos. Stay tuned and sit tight for one of the best finals you're about to see. Junior Rotax to the line. Green flags out. Here we go. Great start then from White. Streaks into the lead, but understeers on the exit. Whoa. And round half spin there from, I think that was Joshua Graham, who then falls down the order. So Graham there with a half spin now gets swamped by the pack, and that's the last thing he wanted as they all now go up in towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Exit they go, side by side for the race leaders. Down the inside goes the number 60 of Finn Leslie, who now takes the lead as they exit out of Ashby Hairpin. And again, the Concertina effect kicks in as everyone squeezes their way through Ashby for the first time with the top 3 clean getaway as it's Finn Leslie, Jessica White and Ewan Thompson now up into P3.
Joshua Graham got so lucky there to be re-turned around, didn't he? He was fully into that spin. There was no saving that. Just got lucky that he got re-turned around by another driver as he was going to be stuck there in the middle of the circuit after the second corner. Not where you want to be. That's a wide moment there for the 41. That's Zach Heslop getting it into the water on the outside of the final corner there, as here might be a move for P2. Jessica White's going to lose out to Ewan Thomas and down to P3, but I have got to highlight, it's been a good start for Spencer Brown, already up to P6.
Yep, good one all the way throughout that. 10 minutes to go then as we start lap number 2 in Junior Rotax A final. We had the B final earlier on today. And of course, we saw those drivers battling for the top last 4 spots on this grid. I don't know why I did that with my hands when doing that. Like I say, a bit of Italian.
You didn't have to mention it, mate. They can't see you.
No, exactly. William Antrobus there tried to go for a cheeky move down the inside of Leo Brown, just not getting that move signed, sealed and done, so he stays there in position. And Jessica White again, so much inside curb, and the kart just gets unsettled and loses another position there. Jessica struggling now in this early stage of the race, loses another one there as well. Who was that? Was that Antrobus going through? As the 131 of Zaki Hussein under investigation.
As that's a critical move. Spencer Brahm has got past Jessica White. Jessica White needed to outscore Spencer by quite some way to take the title today, but now has been overtaken by a championship rival and now gets overtaken once again. I think that was Joshua Graham, wasn't it, going back down the inside after the small incident earlier on?
Yes, Yeah, Joshua Graham on the recovery here. There is Jessica White on your screens. And yeah, like we say, not gone well in these early stages. But like you say, we had Lucas Blanford in here earlier. You know, if you make a mistake in the early stages of the race, just don't worry, focus, don't get a hot head. You've still got 9 minutes left to go, plenty of time left in this race. Lots is going to happen. 155, Mitchell Mulvey pulls into the pit lane. He retires from this race. Shame to see. Never liked to see that for your last race of the season.
Exactly, yeah, mechanical flag. Once again, something wrong with the kart which we can't spot on these cameras, but clearly the stewards deciding they must return to the pit lane. Looking back to this battle though, this is for the lead, is it not?
It is, yeah. This is first, second and third.
Finn Leslie, followed by Ewan Thomas, followed by Liam Brown, all nose to tail as we go on to a new lap.
Yes, indeed, yeah. Leslie there. Nice line through turn 1 and 2 as tucking in is Ewan Thomas. Thomas, good start to this race as well. He was a little further back in the order, and he's managed to squeeze his way through the order and get up into P2. So squeeze, not squeeze, squeeze. Change for second place though as Leo Brown now moves up into P2. That's given a bit of breathing space now to Leslie. Leslie now breaking away from these two, but Brown swiftly on the attack, wants to close that gap. 8 minutes remaining, plenty of time to do that as they go through. There's only about a tenth or so between all of these drivers, and another mechanical flag going out. This time though, it's for the number 34, Jacob Dukes, currently in P23. He's going to be having to retire from this final also.
I think I've just realised something. What? I don't think Spencer Brown can win the championship. Right. I think Sam Baker's done enough here, even though he's not here for this round, because, of course, the maximum Spencer can get for this race is 60 points if he wins, and he is 64 points behind.
Right.
So I think it's already been wrapped up here. I think Sam Baker, even though he isn't here for this final round, might have already secured that WM plate.
Interesting.
So there you go. I think Spencer had to have some slightly better earlier heats. He had a second, a third, and then a 27th. Of course, he had to pull off the circuit with a mechanical issue, so that might have stolen away the championship for him.
Well, the championship with a big question mark over the top of it for the time being, as I don't know the points at all going into this one. I've not done any of the Whilton Mill Kart Club rounds this year. I think I did. What? I did the Whilton Mill Kart Club round. I hiccuped as I said it, so it didn't come out 100% correct. Bring me up on that. I think the main battle that we're going to see is from these three here, because Brown has closed up that gap quite considerably. Leslie now, I suspect a little bead of sweat is starting to slowly creep down his forehead.
He's under a bit of pressure, isn't he, out front?
George Allen now with a mechanical flag.
3 mechanical flags in this race already, as there is the move for the lead. Through goes Leo Brown on the entrance to the boot, and makes it look easy.
Yeah, don't worry about it, says Leo Brown. Got this under control, crosses the line. Now just, I think there's a little message there just saying, right, let's go, and try break away.
Now I've made the overtake, let's go forward. But this group has very much broken array. Nearly 2.5 seconds clear of Spencer Brown in 4th place, who's in a bit of no man's land himself, with a second then back to William Antrobus.
Yeah, there is Burham, yeah, like you say. Yeah, it's a race like that, say it was... I don't want to say it's boring, because it's obviously exciting, still in a race, but, you know, just nothing to do.
Yeah, it's a bit frustrating, isn't it? You've got no one behind you to think, oh my goodness, I need to speed up or they're going to get me, and you're so far away from the drivers ahead that you're trying to push on as quickly as you can, but you realise you're only maybe going to maximum catch by a tenth or two a lap, and is that really going to be enough with 5.5 minutes to go?
Some drivers like the clean air, some drivers like these situations. Line astern for a battle, and they are still going out there as Ewan Thomas. He's not fallen back here. He's stayed on to the back of Finn Leslie. And I think Leslie was leading for a large portion of this race. Now we're there in P2 on your screens. I think Ewan Thomas has got a decision here. Do I stay behind Leslie and see if we can work together and catch back up, or do I go for the move? I think at this one, he's thinking the latter. I think he wants to go for the move to try and get past Leslie. Nothing against Leslie there at all, but looking at that gap, it is opening up, and I think Thomas at this point just wants to try and get past, but not got the full waft out of the first corner there, and so squirrely under braking there was Leslie. It's a little look further back as diving down the inside goes the 73 of Reg Hayward. Reg, who's had a pretty tricky day with things falling off his kart left, right and centre. He won a race earlier and then his wheel fell off after that one. I think he got a student engineering non-compliance for that as well. So, yeah, Reg, well done on the race, mate. But you've come back to the pit lane with only 3 wheels. Yeah, I think he got slapped with a mechanical at the end of that one.
He was basically running on his brake disc as well, so I can't imagine that did it much good.
Yeah.
Hopefully has a new one for this race.
Another new fastest lap of the race, and it goes to Leo Brown, the current race leader, 46.35. That gap increasing, and into the pit lane finally comes the number 48 of George Allen, who was sitting in P11, so you can understand, you know, yeah, you know, mechanical flags, and it actually ended with him seeing a black flag for ignoring the mechanical flag. So
yeah, it's always going to happen.
Yeah, big shame.
But indeed, it's never nice, as you say, especially for the final race of the season, to have to end it in the pit lane.
Brown there looked over the shoulder. I'm not sure why. Maybe just see the gap. You know, you're leading. Focus on what's going on ahead of you.
Just taking in the scenery.
Exactly. I always say to drivers, the more you look behind, the more you'll end up there. Yep. So you just focus on what's going on ahead of you. Don't worry what's going on behind you. I can understand a quick check on the shoulder just to make sure there's someone not side by side with you. But, you know, when you have a big look over your shoulder, never a good move. Here's some action. Sure what that hand gesture was.
I was going to say that exact thing. Don't know what that was.
Back here, though, with Leslie. And in there, I would say he's broken away now from Ewan Thomas.
And Leo Brown's very much broken away from them, hasn't he?
Yeah, so it's become a bit of a stalemate with the top 3 in this latter part of the race. Update, Jessica White currently at P10, so real shame for Jessica in that one as we go into the last 2.5 minutes of this race. And some crazy bugs. So there we go. Lots to do here at Whilton Mill. It's not just a kart track, it's an outdoor activity centre. They've got archery, clay pigeon shooting.
Maybe we should go and have a crazy bug race after this.
Maybe.
Yeah. As we were saying earlier, though, we don't think we can actually fit in the things.
Yeah.
We'll have our legs hanging out.
It's fine. I've not had a go in it, but I will ask Whilton Mill if I can. I'm sure they'll agree if I can or not. Oh dear, off the track, James Tester, and that's not going any further. Back of the grid, dropping down the order. But yeah, again, never a nice thing to happen to you in this race. There's the 222. Oliver Kerr, he's got Zach Helsup and William Ray just behind. Stefan Kazmarzik is just in front. Now, Kazmarzik just received a contact warning. Now, was that for just getting past Oliver Kerr? Well, no, Oliver Kerr's in front of Kazmarzik now, so yeah, not sure why that one came out. You got Timo Jungling out there, new to Junior Rotax. What's happening here?
An attempt at the overtake.
Oh, the exhaust has come off.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
The exhaust has come off on the number 12. So Matas Mierzanskas.
That's really creating some sparks there.
And that's sparking away. Something tells me mechanical flag becoming his way.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was caused. There was a little bit of contact there into Christmas, but I'm not sure if that was caused by that bit of contact or whether that was earlier on in the lap. But yeah, definitely hanging off there.
I think he's slightly unaware that that's happened to him.
Doesn't have a clue.
Yeah. Last 40 seconds of this race then. There's Spencer Burham battling for 4th place. Got Reg Hayward just behind as well.
He's going down the inside. Is that of a back marker? I believe it is. So indeed, he has the 73 of Reg Hayward for company now, who's closed him down nicely. Even on this lap alone, it was half a tenth before this lap. Now has properly closed that up. And I've had confirmation that the Crazy Bugs are designed for 16 and under. However, our producer, James Fitchew, has had a go. So maybe if we ask nicely, we can have a little race.
I have the physique of a 12-year-old, so I think I'll be able to get away with that one. Timer strike 0. Last lap board will be out this time. Current race leader, Leo Brown, 1.5 seconds clear from Finn Leslie. And yeah, mechanical flag there for Matas Mierzanskas. Completely understandable. That exhaust is no longer attached. There is the gap for the race lead.
if it's just come out of though, he's not going to have time to serve that, is he? He'll have to come in on the last lap. The last corner of the last lap, he'll have to come in.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sod's law on that one. It's come out the worst possible time for him, really.
Yeah.
There is Finn Leslie. In terms of championship, though, what are you saying? Are you unsure?
I still really don't know. I think it will be Sam Baker who hasn't come to this round, but Spencer Brown and Sam Baker are going to be within a few points of each other. Spencer now does lose that position to Reg Hayward, down to 5th place for Spencer, up to 4th for Reg. But I do think it's going to go the way of Sam Baker.
Well, I'll hold you to that.
Thanks, mate. I appreciate that. But Leo Brown has been the standout in this final, hasn't he? Incredibly fast. Fastest lap of 46.21. Nearly 2/10 faster than anyone else out on circuit.
Yeah, exactly that. No drama whatsoever for the number 33. Finn Leslie led the race for the majority at the start. Couldn't fight off this man here, though. Number 33, Leo Brown, exits the final corner. He sees the checkered flag and wins the Junior Max A final at the end of the 2022 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club season. He wins from Finn Leslie, Ewan Thomas. Reg Hayward crosses the line. He finishes P4, manages to get past Spencer Brown on the last lap. William Antrobus finishes in P6 from Joshua Graham after that half spin in the start of the race, was unable to recover back to a decent position. He finishes P7 from Alfred Richards. Deacon Russell and Jessica White round out your top 10. Pretty good. Oh, and a black flag going out to Matas Miazanskas at the end of that one.
If it was the final corner, I wouldn't come in either.
Not pitting. So, yeah, that's a shame. Lauren Carter's coming to the thing. He wants a photo. Would you like a thumbs up? Hello. Thanks, Lauren. That was weird.
So many paps here. It's
nose cone watch, though. This is going to be a crucial one. And, oh, dear me. That looks like a nose cone photo going out to the number 60, Finn Leslie. He goes through to the scales, but Dave Hillary corrects him and says, no, you weren't supposed to go that way. You got a nose cone that way. The number 11, Ewan Thomas, is all good. He goes through. And Reg Hayward then. Is that a P3 finish for old Reggie? It is indeed. So Reg Hayward will take P3.
No, he won't.
Well, yes, he will, because Finn Leslie's got a nose cone.
5-second penalty.
5 seconds. Whoa, yeah, hold on. Oh, okay. Sorry, no. Reg. I may have G'd you up a bit too much there. Sorry, mate.
Reg.
Yeah, so you're still P4.
Yeah, those top 3 had pulled away by such a margin, and that 5 seconds only drops Finn Leslie by 1 position down to 3rd.
Yeah, sorry, Reg. Oh, that's definitely a nose cone there.
Yeah, that's the 52 of Timo Youngling. 12th place he finished. But that's going to drop him a little bit further down, I think.
Yes.
Down to about 18th, 19th position, I think.
Yeah.
After that penalty.
There is Matas, who didn't come into the pit lane. Matas, your helmet's off. You can probably hear me. Matas, turn around, look at your exhaust. That's why you get the mechanical flags. It's not there anymore.
Like I was saying before we were paparazzi'd.
Yeah.
I wouldn't either. If you're going to come in on the last lap, you might as well just take the checkered flag, mightn't you? You might as well. Just one more corner. But that's it for the Junior Max A final. That's it for the 2022 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club.
Pretty much is, yeah. I kind of jumped in at the last hurdle.
We're happy to have you, mate.
No, mate. It's been fantastic. You guys, you and Jack have done a fabulous season. You've done a fabulous job all season, and yeah, like you say, it's been great to end this season with you. But no, for everyone who's watched as well, thank you for all your support over the season with your likes, your comments, your subscriptions as well. Well done to all the drivers, of course, all the officials, all the track staff, the marshals, all the camera operators as well over the season for Whilton Mill Kart Club. You guys wouldn't be able to see these videos, this footage, without the camera operators and, of course, all the people behind the scenes here at Alpha Live bringing you all this live action. It's been an absolutely fabulous season. John, I did hear the comment in my ear that we're going to be going to yeah, I'll let you intro it.
I missed it. Yeah. But yeah, as Anthony said, it's been an absolutely fantastic season of Whilton Mill Kart Club. I've been honoured to commentate over most of it. It has been absolutely brilliant. The racing has been fantastic, and I look forward to doing it all again in 2023. But from us here at Alpha Live, myself, John Ratcliffe, yourself, Anthony Jordan, It's thank you very much for watching, and we are going to send it over to, I'm not even really sure what I should title it, Anthony's fun, silly video from earlier.
What happens when you mess up a paddock show and then they show all the bits you messed up with in one big compilation? There you go, enjoy.
Enjoy.
Here we go, first race of the day. Woo! Steady. Nothing to worry about. Yeah, it's the small angry man. It's Dave Hillary. Dave, how are you?
Fine, thank you very much.
You're okay? I'm good, thank you. Thank you for asking. The first person who's actually asked that today.
We care.
Good morning, what's your name? No? Hello? Right, firstly, who do we have? George Donald? There we go. I've just come to find you because we were going to sing happy birthday. Hi, JP.
Yeah, mate. What?
George, how are we?
Good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. The second person who's asked how I am today. This is quite nice, nice change.
No, my name's Jack. I like timing.
So, who do we have here? Who's our driver?
Enzo.
Enzo.
Yes.
Why do you seem like... No, I don't want to... No.
No, I'm very shy on cameras.
Are you?
Yes.
Well, this is perfect then. Face your fears.
All right, then. Let's go then.
Perfect. Hi, Darren.
Hello. How are you?
I'm not too bad. How are you?
Not too bad. We're just showing some photos out.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so if you'd like to have a look at them, they're really nice.
Are these photos of me by any chance?
You go in red, so I'm not saying no more.
Absolutely not. We're not showing that. Don't be silly. Don't be silly. 14 years old today. Yes. Yeah. Perfect. Has he been grunting like a teenager already?
Already.
Yeah, already grunting like a. Just responding with.
No.
Challenging conditions today. Is it all right out there?
I prefer when it's wet. I don't like it when it's dry very much, but yeah. So I'd rather it stay like this, but it looks like it's drying up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not a fan of it.
Never mind.
No.
Oh well.
Oh well.
Oh, well, there we go. Silverstone Rally School. Lovely stuff. You know, Razza Micro around a field. Hello there. Can we have a chat?
We certainly can.
Oh, brilliant. Who do we have here?
I'm Sharon. I'm the manager at Silverstone Rally School.
Brilliant. I'm Anthony. I'm someone who walks around a paddock and talks rubbish all day.
Really? Or just today?
Just today.
Okay.
Yeah. So I have other hobbies.
Excellent.
Perfect. What brings you to Whilton Mill today?
Well, we're doing a little bit of a road show. We were at Shennington last week. Next week we're at Kartmania. This weekend we're at Whilton Mill. Just introducing rallying as a maybe next step for the youngsters. Just planting that seed. Talking to youngsters about our academy that we run for 14 to 17-year-olds with a view to them going into rallying.
Nice. There's a lot of drivers here who like to do rallycross out on the circuit. They shouldn't do it, but they do it anyway. I think sometimes forced, sometimes by accident. Yeah, this is brilliant. Lovely little micro. I didn't know you had micros. These look great fun.
Yeah, we train a lot of stunt drivers, and as part of their training, they have to do 3 rallies, and they just need to get round. They don't need to set the world alight. So we start them off in these little bomb-proof 1 litres. And these are all dual controlled, so our 14-year-olds learn in these in the school as well. So yeah, so it's a really good starting point. Really affordable rallying.
Yeah. Oh, nice. So dual control. So there's control on both sides. God blimey, there is. They haven't got the steering wheel though. Here, there, look, it's got the, just like your driving instructor would have, is one very crucial pedal. I think that's a brake pedal, isn't it? Yes, yeah, it's a brake pedal. Yeah.
Some of them have the clutch as well for the real youngsters, and there's also a kill switch.
Yeah, I think that one would be needed for when I have a go, but yeah, perfect. Thank you very much.
That's all right. We're running a free prize draw. If anyone's interested, come and win a day at the rally school.
Perfect. I'll be back later then. Hello, Lauren. How are we doing?
Hello, Anthony. How are you?
You've left Whilton Mill now, haven't you?
I have, yes.
You're now a full-time employee at
Motorsport UK.
Ooh, what are these?
Krispy Kremes.
Krispy Kremes?
Yeah. Do you want one?
What's that? Do I get the whole box?
Yeah, well, we've got 5 people to go.
Oh, okay, right. So go on. Open that up.
You want one?
Do you want it? Go on. Go on. Look at these. Get in there. Get in there. Which one do you want? Pick one. Go for it. Is that a raspberry filled one?
Yes.
I'm going for it. Right, so your role is to look angry at the drivers and give them a nose cone penalty.
Big smile on your face when you're giving them a nose cone penalty, make them feel wanted, you see, that's it.
Right, okay, perfect. Cheers. It's the last round of Whilton Kart Club. This was your baby, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It's all gone really well so far this year, and this is a final one. It'd be good to see the year out, and then, leave.
And then leave. That's it.
I'll still be around here and there when I can, but it's been a good year, yeah.
What on earth are they? Oh dear. It is a red speed chassis. Hello. Who do we have here?
Noah McNicholas.
Noah, how are we?
Good.
Good?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Perfect. How's the day been?
Bad.
Oh,
I went off twice.
you went off twice?
Yeah.
Why'd you do that?
I got caught on someone's rear bumper and then I got punted into the barrier. Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
What's the plan for the next race? Not do that?
Yeah, don't do that and get top 10 hopefully.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.